Welcome to the LA Times Studios' third day of coverage for the 2026 Festival of Books. Yesterday, we saw panels that range from conversations with authors to delicious food presentations. Today's panels include conversations with California Attorney General Rob Bonta, a look at a spooky cookbook on the food stage, and a panel with the people behind the LA Times Crimes of the Times podcast. Stick with us to see all of this and more from now until 6 p.m.
Thank you all. You have been a great audience. How did the band do this morning? How did they do this morning? Just real quick, let's hear it for the USC song leaders up front dancing. Let's hear it for the USC spirit leaders over here. Out on the wings with the flags, let's hear it for the SC Celts right there. The greatest marching band in the history of the universe. Thank you all. You've been a great audience. Enjoy your day here at the Festival of Books and fight on, everybody.
introducing you to the festival's hottest celebrity authors, and I'll be sharing information and little-known facts about the world of books. So before we do all that, some business. I have to do this again and again. Remind you that the books written by the authors you're going to meet on the stage today are available for purchase over at Vroman's special booksellers booth over there. You just go through that open area where the cameras are set up, and it's just past them. And then many of our authors will be autographing those books in signing area 8, which is just outside of Romans over there. So be sure to pick up the books of the authors you're meeting, and be sure to get them signed by those people. Secondly, some safety stuff. Obviously, be aware of your surroundings. If you see anything unusual, make sure you report it to our security staff or our fire staff, etc. And you know, we're living in California, so there's always the chance things start to shake a little bit. If they do, you all know what to do. You drop, you cover, you hold, you stay away from buildings, you don't run, and you don't panic. But you do as the airlines do. When in doubt, save the host first, and then do whatever you do. All right, so are we ready to get this thing started? All right. Let's talk books. So I have a whole treasure chest of stars today, but this first one is very special. Our first guest today is a beloved star of film, of stage, of television, and he's here to discuss his new book, A Soldier's Wife, My Mother, the Marvelous Mrs. Marilyn A. Underwood. So in this book, he's drawing from his own memories, his mother's letters, and interviews with family and friends. And he's going to bring into focus the incredible life of a soldier's wife, mother, and successful entrepreneur. In this book, he gently peels back the layers of his mother's life and character to reveal the sometimes triumphant, sometimes scary moments of a life well lived. And it's all told in Marilyn's warm and witty voice. You got to read it. You're going to get to sit in on a conversation between that guest and a respected Los Angeles Times journalist who has written for the paper for more than 3 decades. His name is Greg Braxton. Greg Braxton, yes. So let's get this party started. Get your energy up. Make some big noise. A huge ovation for actor and author Blair Underwood.
Well, hello, hello, hello. How's everybody? Yeah, no, come on now. I'm from the South. We can do better than that. How's everybody? Nice. Fantastic.
It's, I first met Blair about 26 years ago. It's incredible, and I've written several stories about him, but of all the hundreds of celebrities that I've interviewed, Blair has always been a standout for me. I'm just always blown away by his grace, his humility, his deep faith, which is matched by his incredible talent. He's written this incredible book about his mother, which you'll be able to enjoy, buy, and he'll sign for you. But anyway, it's such a pleasure to see you again, and congratulations on the book.
Oh, thank you, Greg. Man, I could not be more excited to be here. When I heard, Greg, that we were doing the conversation together, I got excited because I did a show not far from here in Culver City, 26 years ago, called City of Angels on CBS. It was a medical drama. And Greg, who was working at the LA Times then, you gave us so much love and attention because it was a black drama, which was rare, even today, really, on network TV, but it was rare then to have that platform of the LA Times and for you to speak on it. I know for a fact between you and Ava DuVernay, who was our publicist, that's why we got picked up for a second season. So I will forever be indebted to you, but also just you're always been just a good man and a good brother, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So first of all, the first thing I want to say is that this book kind of clears up one mystery. I know where you get this because your mother is beautiful, just a strikingly beautiful woman. And this tribute to her is incredible. I wanted to ask you, first of all, I mean, the fact that you wrote about your mother it seems to me that black men culturally always have a deep bond with their mother. I think that's just kind of a cultural thing. Would you agree with that?
You know, I would agree with that. I was doing an interview the other day, and the interviewer said to me, "So, are you a mama's boy?" And I said, "You know what? And boys love their mamas, but you're right when you say I really believe in our culture, in our community, black boys are fiercely protective of their mothers. Back in the 70s, if you want to start a fight, you say, yo mama. You know what I'm saying? Yo mama, those are fighting words. And so I come from that same cloth. You know, I'm fiercely protective of her. And, you know, whatever the reasons may be, a lot of black women are single mothers who are raising their children. So, you know, there's such a deep, profound bond. I did not have them. My heroes are my mom and my dad, actually. My dad may be a second book down the road. But you know, she was fiercely independent. You know, she followed in fashion. She was born in Buffalo, New York, and then moved to Manhattan, New York, went to Tropagan Fashion School. And then when she met this young lieutenant, my father, Frank Underwood Sr., in Buffalo in 1960, they decided to get married, and she let all that dream and passion of fashion design go to the wayside, and then became a soldier's wife that she was very proud to be.
This book is so many things. It's a tribute. It's also a love story. It's a story of a woman who has such incredible strength. There's a lot of laughter in it, but there's also a lot of pain. How would you just sort of define what this memoir represents?
Yeah, well, it's the very thing we hope to do. It is a love story. It is aspirational. It is optimistic, but it is also about a lot of pain. Before I go any further, I'm gonna circle back on that. I need to acknowledge my beautiful wife Josie, who is here somewhere. I always want to shout her out. Yes, my publicist Lee, who's my friend and publicist, but also the woman who greenlit this book. And I've had the great fortune, people say, why now? Why would you do a book about your mom? And part of it was I was and have been very fortunate enough to have a platform. This will be, I think, our 8th or 9th book together. And Judith Kerr at Amistad under HarperCollins' umbrella is my publisher and has been my publisher for every book that we've done so far. And it really took someone to see the value in telling my mother's story. Because, you know, she's not a marquee name. Hopefully she will be, and she will become, but she's my mama. She's the woman who raised me. But when I pitched it to Judith, she said, I think, Judith, you got more enthusiastic about this book than anything we've ever done. She said, no, I see value in that. I see an audience in there. And part of it is I want to give you a shout out, Judith, and say thank you again to you for seeing the value of my mom's story. But I say that because we talked along the way please, give her a hand, please. We talked along the way, what is the story? How do we craft the story? And it's more than just uplifting, aspirational anecdotes. It is pain. And what I found out, this is actually my last day on this book tour, this is the last 2 weeks. What I found out that in conversation about this, when I talk about her last chapter of her life, the fact that she had multiple sclerosis, the fact that she went through depression, the fact that she tried to commit suicide 3 times, the fact that she was, for 7 years of her life, she had kind of checked out, didn't want to talk to anybody, see anybody, kind of stared at the wall. 7 years and different degrees of that, but she had that cloud over her for a long time. She eventually came out of it, but physically her body had betrayed her. When I speak about that and go in depth about that especially, it is amazing how so many people can relate to that because, you know, we're all struggling with different things in different ways, but we're all struggling if you're being honest. And I wanted this book to be very transparent. And then I'm grateful, you know, before she passed away October 28th, 2020. And I'm grateful before she passed. I had done different speaking engagements, and I was just kind of concerned after what she and my family went through, because when you deal with deep, dark depression, it's not just that individual, the family goes through it. And I just realized that so many of us are in pain, and we're not talking about it. And I asked her, can I share your story? And she said, absolutely, that's my life, and feel free to tell it. But even that was a transition, because initially, you know, her generation, she was born in 1936. Her generation was like, I'm not trying to go see a doctor, a shrink. I'm not trying to go see a shrink. I'm fine. I'll go to church. You know, I let my faith take it from there. So she went through her own kind of maturation to get to that point. But I'm so glad I had that sign off from her to say, no, tell my story. I want you to tell all of it.
And you found notes that she had kept, or you're actually writing her book, the book that she was planning to write. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right, Greg. She was planning to write this book since I was in second grade. 1938. No. Well, when I was, but it really is 50 years in the making, this book. And she just, all of her life, man, she wanted to write a book. She'd say, hey, and she would write notes, and she'd kind of put those notes away. But, she'd always come up with a new title. And I remember in 2013, she said, I got a new title. I'm going to call it From 4 Feet High. Because she was in a wheelchair the last 20 years of her life. And she said, my life at 4 feet is a whole different perspective than yours standing up there. So, the title ended up being what it is, A Soldier's Wife. But she always had in her mind she wanted to tell a story. And it really was, you talk about that pain and that juxtaposition of all the joy you saw in her and then the pain she was really dealing with ultimately. I asked my sister the other day, and my sister Marlo, I have another sister Melissa, but Marlo and Frank live in the home. And they took care of my mom. They take care of my dad now, who just turned 94 on April 1st. Oh, wow. And she said, I think she wanted to write the book because there was so much she kept inside. She internalized so much. And she was a woman, you look at the pictures, she was a woman of grace and levity and fun, and she was a social butterfly. But you knew there was kind of like an arm's length distance. There were certain things she just didn't talk about. And I think at the end of the day, there was a cost for that, and that's what happened in her final chapters of life. So I've learned from that to find balance in life, to talk about things, get things out. Even when she went through this depression, I realized in doing research that if you do one or all of three things, you can usually get through depression, which was community, have a support system, which was psychoanalysis, professional help, and medication. Medication, not to poo-poo it. She was a very strong woman of faith. And there are times like, I don't need that medication. God will handle it. Well, God may have given you the medication to take care of it. God may have turned you on to the doctor to give you the medication to take care of it. But one of those three things, usually 9 times out of 10, you can work through, modulating what it is for you, because everybody's different biologically.
So what was your process in compiling all these notes and putting everything together and just sort of channeling her? What was your process of putting it together? Because it must have been an emotional experience for you.
I'm glad you asked. When I did my first book with Judith, I said to Judith, I partnered with two people called Tanana Reeve Dew and Stephen Barnes, who are great authors. You probably know. Yeah, please give them a hand, please. But I said, I feel a little bit strange because I myself am not an author. I'm partnering with authors, and I have this platform through Judith to have books published. But she said, in the literary world, you are an author. But I told her then, she knows, I don't really believe in ghost writers. I believe if somebody writes it, they deserve the credit. So the writer of this book is Yolanda Galt. And Yolanda is an amazing writer. Her first novel was about her mother. She also happens to be from Buffalo, New York, like my mother. So she did a phenomenal job. So the process was taking notes that she had written. That was really turned out to be a small part of it. The majority of the book are a compilation of conversations and interviews with, my siblings, myself, but also her high school friends, her childhood friends. And to me, that was amazing. It was amazing, really. I felt like doing this book, I was introduced to my mother, and I had the opportunity to say goodbye to my mother. Because when she passed in 2020, if you've lost any loved one, you all know, you go into go mode. And it's like you take care of the people around you, taking care of your kids, taking care of everybody else. And this gave me a chance to really immerse myself in her memory and her life and her words and her spirit and meet her through so many of her old friends and also say goodbye to her.
When you're a child, and you just see your mother, she's your mother, and so you don't necessarily relate to all the inner stuff that was going on. So was this you experiencing you were reliving it again, but seeing it sort of through her eyes? Was that revelatory for you, or what was that experience like? Because I know with my parents, they're just mom. They're not this figure. And so, what was revelatory about really discovering who your mother was?
That's a great question. I think what was revelatory was meeting her as a young, fully fledged, full human being with sensual, sexual desires. That surprised me. I mean, listen, we all know our parents are human, but I'm not trying to think of my mom as that person who was dating this guy and dating that guy and how she felt about my dad and all that stuff. It's a beautiful romantic notion, but it was a little uncomfortable sometimes, hearing those stories. But I think that part was revelatory, but also the context of where her life was at any given time was revelatory. I knew her, say, in the 70s. I was born in 64, so in the 70s when I was 9, 10, 11 years old, I knew her as my mother. But when I started to understand, put the pieces together, the context of it, who this person who I now know, who at 10, 11, 19, 20, and put that information with the person I knew, that was a revelation. Why she was so effervescent. Hold on a second. These allergies to kill me. I'm not crying, y'all. Though I'm not afraid of it, though. That was revelatory just to see and understand who she was. She was this effervescent, bubbly, classy, elegant woman. But why did she hold so much back? Part of it was she was an only child. Her mother was a single woman. My grandfather, her mother, impregnated my grandmother and then ran off to Canada and started a whole other family. So she was called at that time an illegitimate child or a bastard child. And I think she somewhat internalized that, and there was shame with that I later found out. But she never talked about it much. She might speak on it for a hot second and then pull back. So there was that, and then you put on the layer of being a soldier's wife. So my dad is a retired full bird colonel in the United States Army. 28 years in the Army. When they met, he was a lieutenant in Buffalo, New York, but there were very few black officers then in the 60s. So she knew there was a responsibility to present and represent him in a positive light. So that added another layer of making sure you're always doing the right thing, saying the right thing. We call it now the politics of respectability. If you respect yourself, then other people will respect you. And as a black family, as a black woman of class and elegance and intellect, married to a black officer, you don't want to misstep. And that was instilled in us. The way we were raised, my older brother Frank and two sisters Marlo and Melissa, we were raised to know you don't go outside this house and embarrass your dad, his rank, yourself, and your country. That's a whole lot of pressure for a 10-year-old kid. But that's how we were raised. So I think with all of that sense of protection and armor, it took a lot to get into what was really either hurting or even what she was feeling. And I think all of that was, what I said earlier, that there was a cost to that. And I think that's why she had at least 2 or 3 mental breakdowns later in her life.
There's a chapter in the book called Letting Go, I believe, where it really goes into detail about the pain that she was going through. But also equal to that pain was not wanting her family to be burdened by it. And the line where she, I don't want help. I don't want to be this person, but I don't want your help. It feels bad for me to ask you to help me up and down the stairs and all that. And there was a line that said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. That chapter was really moving. What was that like for you to put that together?
Well, that was the one that was most, I think, prevalent, the most familiar, because that chapter I would talk to her a lot. I'd fly home to Virginia, Petersburg, Virginia, is where they lived, as often as I could. But I saw that she was burdened by it. I saw that she was tired of it, and trying everything with the medication and just trying to just get from one place to the other. It's just very much a burden. So it was very familiar, I would say.
The other unique thing about this book is that it's her voice. You feel like she's in the room talking to you, which isn't like a whole lot of memoirs where it's just kind of chapter chronologically, but she's laughing, she's saying, "Oh, I did this, okay? You know what I mean?" And so that was I was really just impressed by the casual, just sort of conversational tone that you use.
I'm glad to say that. Stylistically, that was kind of important to us because my mother wrote all of us letters, all of our lives. You know, she'd always write a letter. I'd move or get a new job, and she would always put something down in writing. She was the one who said how important it is to write thank you cards. This was back in the 70s, 60s and 70s. Write thank you cards to people.
People don't write thank you.
People don't write thank you cards. And she said then, it's a dying art. So you know it's almost dead. It's probably pretty much dead right now. So, and I don't even write thank you cards as much, but I always reach out and make sure the people know my gratitude because I try to walk in gratitude all the time. So she wrote those letters. My kids, my biological kids, my wife and I, she has 6 and I have 3. We have a blended family of 9 kids and 18 grandchildren, so we have a big family. But the 3 that I raised from the time they were born, I would and do continue to write letters to them on their birthday every year. And I asked them, like, when they were in their teenage years, I said, you want me to stop writing these letters? And they're like, no, we like it and look forward to it. So it's a nice retrospect of whatever's going on at the time, you know, whatever their relationship is with life or with us or whatever it is. But that came from my mother, the idea of writing letters and it being like a stream of consciousness and letting it flow. So that really informed the style of this book.
Is there a favorite part of this book for you? I don't know if you want to talk about it or read, but is there a part that really speaks to you?
Wow. The favorite part is her as a young woman. Again, the woman I didn't know. In New York City, kind of just bouncing around. I should tell you that the subtitle is My Mother, the Marvelous Mrs. Marilyn A. Underwood. The reason is she loved the series The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And at the time, and part of the play on the title is I was doing a play on Broadway called A Soldier's Play. So her last time, her final time of getting all dressed up to the nines and going out on the town was to come to the opening night of A Soldier's Play on Broadway. This was January 2020. She passed away October 2020. But she was so excited, I've told this story before, but she was so excited because she loved The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. But in the audience that night was Tony Shalhoub, the actor, who played Monk but also played the father of the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And she was more excited about meeting Tony than whatever her son was doing up on that stage. So yeah, but that whole world of this young woman, in this case, this young chocolate woman, in the 1950s of New York City, Manhattan, was fascinating to me because I didn't know that woman. I didn't know that life. So that was interesting, but also and fascinating. But also the goodbye. I'd rather not read that, but the goodbye to her was tough, but also was just hit home.
And we should also note that A Soldier's Play, you were nominated for a Tony Award.
Oh, look at the L.A. Times writer. He knows that stuff. Thank you. I wasn't going to say that, but thank you.
You talked about also thinking about writing a book about your father. Have you started that, or where are you in that?
You just started it, Judith. That's on Judith. No, I won't do that to you. You know, it's interesting. We were talking about this last night, my wife and I, because my dad, because he was a military officer, and he's just such a dynamic human being. He's the one who taught me and my brother Frank how to be a man and just a man of integrity. We call him the man of steel and velvet because he was disciplined, but he's smooth with it. But I don't know. I haven't thought much about it. You know, the seed was planted when I was in 2nd grade, as I said, and it was her dream. So really, for me to be able to take that dream and cross the finish line for her was the journey. But also, I feel like he was and is celebrated all of his life. So I don't know. Maybe we'll come back around to it. But I hadn't thought that much about it.
So what was it like for your mother to see you and your success from a very young age, and to see you evolve into the actor that you were? I know my parents were very proud of me when I got on with the times, but what was it like for your mother to see her baby boy become this major star?
Wow, that's a loaded question there, Greg. She was. I think we all want to make our parents proud, and she was very proud. She was the one that introduced me to the arts, introduced me to the idea of Broadway, the idea of Hollywood, and she loved Hollywood. She loved all the rags and the those magazines follow celebrities' lives around. So it was just a joy for me to be able to take her around. I took her to the Emmy Awards once, just to sit in that world, go say hello to people, go take pictures. I told this story on The View the other day, but it was funny. I did a film with Sean Connery called Just Cause. With the Lawrence, thank you, brother. With the Lawrence Fishburne, 10-year-old Scarlett Johansson, Ed Harris, and soon thereafter there was an event, and I was giving Sean Connery an award, and she was there with some other family members and my mom, and I introduced her to Sean Connery, and he walked out the room and she said, "He is fine." And I said, "I don't even know who this is right now." But it was great for me. She was very proud, to answer your question directly, but it was great for me to allow her to get a taste of this Hollywood thing, which can be a circus, but for her and through the prism of her eyes, it was just great joy.
Now, in addition to this wonderful book, you've also got some major life and career things that are going on with you. Can you just sort of talk? Your life has changed. You're living in a different place, but can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So life change. I got married 3 years ago, and I introduced my wife Josie to you. We live way up in the mountains in the state of Utah, which is beautiful, and we just started raising buffalo recently. So I'm out there with I have 6, like a herd of 6 buffalo. And I'm in seventh heaven. Just started feeding them by hand the other day. I'm having a good time with that. And I just started a show called Doc, which is on the Fox network. You may have seen, yes, thank you. It stars Molly Parker, and as a Doc, she's in a car accident. She loses her memory the last 8 years of her life. So I did the last 2-hour season finale last week, and then I'm joining the cast next year for 1 season. So that's great. And it's an exciting time. And then I have a movie coming out May 1st, written by RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. He wrote it and directed it, and it's executive produced by Quentin Tarantino, and it's called One Spoon of Chocolate.
Ooh.
He said, ooh.
I don't know if anyone in the audience has any questions for Blair, anything they would like to ask this handsome young brother here.
Please.
Okay. And another handsome young brother to hold the microphone.
Stuart, I might need that jacket, man.
All right, you got it.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I first remember you as Bobby Blue on One Life, and I remember thinking he's going to make it big. And I also was wondering, did you enjoy doing a soap opera?
I'm laughing because one of our buffalo is named Bobby Blue. Yeah, I love doing the soap opera. That was 1985. I had gone to Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh to study theater, and music theater, actually. And I had just moved to New York. My first movie was Crush Groove. That happened first, and then I went into One Life to Live on ABC. But I loved it because, especially, I always want to learn. I hope to be a perpetual student. But the work was challenging because they'd give you pages of dialogue and you got to shoot it maybe in an hour if they're running behind. And I loved that kind of challenge. But I was only there for 3 months, actually.
You were memorable.
Man, I thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, another question. Hi, your name and your question.
My name is Bernie. Hey, what's up, Blair?
What's up, Bernie?
One of my favorite movies is Just Cause, as you mentioned. I just wanted to ask you, how did you prepare for that? Because I had no clue at the end of the movie that it was going to be that way, man. I always thought you were the good guy.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Hey, came out, 25 years ago? If you haven't seen it yet, you may not see it. But yeah, so this was a movie with Sean Connery, as I mentioned, and I played a character in the Everglades of Florida who was accused of the rape and murder of a 12-year-old white girl. So there's a racial component, there's a criminal component, and my grandmother, played by the phenomenal, iconic Ruby Dee, yes, she tracks down Sean Connery's character and says, "Can you please come get my son out of jail? He's falsely accused of this terrible, heinous murder." He does so. He meets with my character. I convince him, because I'm just a good guy, I convince him, get me off. I've been falsely accused. The flip in that is that once he gets me off, my character actually did do it. and I come after him and his wife, played by Kate Capshaw, and their daughter, 10-year-old Scarlett Johansson. But yeah, that was the basic story. But no, I loved doing that, and I tell you, thank you for that first question, because the one thing I prayed for and wanted to work for my whole career was, in a word, longevity. This is my 41st year in the business, and I hoped and prayed that it wouldn't just be one hit. Yes, thank you. But, part of that was very intentional. I loved doing One Life to Live. I loved doing the soap opera. I could stay there for years, but I knew, especially in 1985, if you stay in the soap opera world, the casting directors in the industry only sees you as a soap opera actor. They won't let you do even nighttime. That was a big deal to go from daytime to nighttime. So I got 3 months in. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot. And then nighttime came along, LA Law. And then nighttime kind of stayed. And then even then, in the early 90s, it was very challenging to go from daytime to the big screen. So literally, it was my last day of shooting LA Law after 7 years. I had found out I got the part in Just Cause 2 weeks before my last day of LA Law. Wrapped LA Law right here in Century City. Went home, finished packing, and got on a plane to go to rehearsal in the Bahamas to rehearse Just Cause. So that was an incredible, humbling experience to go from nighttime TV to the big screen. And I think the only reason that happened was our director, Arnie Glimsher, had never seen LA Law. So he didn't have those hang-ups in his head that, no, we can't have a TV actor on the big screen.
He's the only one in America who wasn't watching LA Law.
Thank you for that question. Your name and your question.
My name is Ada Taylor. I am an author, and I don't want to ruin what he has going on, but we are preparing the script for my film to come out. And yes, we have talked with the gang in Atlanta and asked them if they will have him to play a part.
Ah, you just got a job offer, Blair.
Hey, well, all right. I'm not mad at that, Ava.
Yeah.
What's the name of the book?
From the Concrete Reservation to the Crown Jewel. And there's a chapter 2, where my gangster cousin comes down from Chicago, and he just scares me straight. He say, I better not catch you smoking none of it. You're going to make something out of yourself. That's your fault.
Sound like my mama.
Okay. You've also been directed on the performance, so
Yeah, right.
I hope you got...
Congratulations on the book, but I'll keep an eye out for it.
She wants to know if she can give the book to your wife.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I had one over here. I'm only going to have time for a couple more. Can you get to me without killing your dog?
Y'all are funny. I'm looking at the crowd, the way they're seated there. Everybody's kind of in the pockets of the shade, and I feel you. I feel you on that.
Yeah, I could only afford the cheap seats in the sun here, so that's where I go. Hi, I'll hold the mic. Your name and your question.
I'm Cynthia Mathis Herring, married to Dr. Charles Herring, and you were both in the military together. You were family friends, and I just wanted to say we're proud of you. We made a special trip out to see you today, and your mothers were friends. As you speak of your mother, she reminds me of my mother-in-law. So thank you for celebrating her, and my question is, who would play her role in the movie version of that?
I hadn't thought about that till last night. But I keep landing on Kerry Washington for some reason, if we were to do that. Wow. But thank you, man. It's great to see you. And brother, why you put her up to the mic? You didn't want to say nothing? I'm not gonna put you on the spot anymore.
Let me get his comment.
Oh, okay. I know what the people. Yeah, I just wanted to. She wanted to mention that because I said, man, this brother's not going to remember me at all. We're 12 years old, and your father was stationed in Warren, Michigan, and we were stationed at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. I don't know if you remember that, but
absolutely. You were stationed where?
Well,
your dad
wasn't. My dad at Selfridge Air National Guard Base.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that was a long time ago.
Wow.
You've become big since then, and I'm like,
what are you saying?
No, you're up there. I'm proud of you. I'm just saying I know him, and I'm just proud of everything you've done. So.
All right, man, I appreciate you, and thank you so much for your kind words. I'm glad you came down. Thank you for that. No, Warren, Michigan, absolutely. Oh man, yeah, my dad was in charge of what they call TARCOM. There's an acronym, Tank Automotive Readiness Command, where they make the tanks outside Detroit. And yeah, that was very special 2 years of my life, man. So I definitely remember Warren, Michigan. Yeah, it's great to see you. Thank you again for coming down.
I apologize to the crowd. This will have to be the last question. You hear the orchestra playing us off.
Wow, this is crazy. It's so cool to be back here, right? Oh, do you remember dropping me off for college?
I do, and now I'm back.
Thank God. Oh, you
This
guys.
is like my Coachella.
Coachella, it's exciting.
Lily, this is as close as you're going to get to Justin Bieber today.
That's okay. That's okay. It's all right. You're just like him.
Exactly.
All right.
Lily,
so
what
here's
are we
the thing.
doing?
All right, let me just explain something really quick. We write sometimes, we run the diner, we cannot cook. And so when they told us that they wanted us to do the food stage here, we said, oh, we should bring my husband. He's an amazing chef. He runs the diner. He'll do it. Okay, so he was a little busy at the diner today. And so he sent us. And so we're going to pretend like we know what we're doing. And we're going to make our hot chocolate for you guys, if that's okay.
It is called Lily's Hot Chocolate.
It is, because
Look, chocolate.
Yes, you can eat. Oh, all right. That was for the, it's fine. So we have our diner, Max and Helen's, and at the diner, we have our famous now hot chocolate. It's called Lily's Hot Chocolate because my husband, I begged him to put this on the menu. It's his special recipe. It's almost like, has anybody been to Angelina in Paris?
You have.
It's a very thick hot chocolate, right? Usually in America, the hot chocolate is very thin. It's more milky. This hot chocolate is like you're just drinking a chocolate bar that's been melted down slightly. It's crazy. So that's what we do. And he does this homemade marshmallow fluff on top, and then we torch it at the diner. So if you haven't been to the diner, please come anytime. We'd love to have you. Should we make the hot chocolate for the people?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell them what we do.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna read it off this thing that my husband wrote me. Okay. So it's 6 cups of milk, 2 cups. I'm gonna guess that's the. Oh no, we're off to a terrible start. Okay. 2 cups of heavy cream, 1/2 cup sugar, 1/2 cup cocoa powder, 1/2 teaspoon of cardamom. Done.
Cardamom?
That's the cardamom. Yeah.
We didn't put
3
that in there.
cinnamon stick.
No,
yeah, this
we don't
feels
do that.
wrong.
We don't do cardamom and cinnamon sticks. Who wrote this?
Okay, well, no, I think we must. This must be like a version of Nancy's that was like tapered down to be like less spiced.
Got it.
We're gonna see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Add everything
It's funny,
to the
these things
pot.
are in it. I don't taste it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Add everything to a pot except the chocolate discs. So let's go. Let's add everything right here. Careful though. Careful. All right.
Look, I'm a chef.
Does anybody watch Somebody Feed Phil? Yeah? Oh my God! Dad, they're knowing about your stuff.
It's so nice.
That's so
if you
nice.
watch that show, you'll see that this is very unusual for me to be feeding someone else.
Okay, that's the cream. Okay,
Yes.
then we'll do the sugar. Ooh, sugar. Ah, it's sticking to the bowl.
Cocoa
not as
powder.
planned.
Not just any cocoa powder. Valrhona. Yes,
Oh.
that's the secret. Use really high quality dark chocolate
Cinnamon sticks.
and you'll be happy.
3 of them. Cardamom in there. Do you think Mason would be proud of us? Okay.
Nope.
Place on the stove to medium heat. Bring to a light boil. Whisk until all the ingredients are thoroughly combined.
So let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Nancy Silverton is the executive chef at the diner. And
Yes,
she
Nancy
deserves it.
Silverton!
By the way,
Woo!
Nancy is getting the James Beard Lifetime Achievement Award this year. How great is that? That's a fancy thing. Is this on?
Yeah, but we're gonna like fake it.
Yes?
Yeah.
We're
You didn't
showing.
hear that.
Oh, because
It's
you have the
fine.
camera above. You see the thing. All right.
I'm going to whisk. You talk to the people.
I'll talk.
Yeah.
So Nancy, after college, she wanted to learn how to make pastries in France. So she went to France. She went to Angelina, which is this pastry shop, but they're really famous for their hot chocolate. Her job, right out of college, was to stir their hot chocolate all day. What does that do? It reduces it, thickens it, and concentrates the flavor. This is basically the recipe, her knowing that what chocolate they use, Valrhona, all these nice things that Mason adapted for the diner. And then, as Lily was saying, when he makes it for her at home, he puts some of his homemade marshmallow fluff on the cup and then blowtorches it so it's like a toasted marshmallow. So I always say, if you come to the place and you get our hot chocolate, it's like a cup of Paris with a big scoop of America on top.
Okay,
Yes.
so we've mixed everything together.
Yes.
And then the key to the hot chocolate is you let it sit for so long.
And you stir it and reduce
And you
it.
stir it and reduce it and reduce it. And
Yes.
then, once you do all of that, oh wait,
Bring to a light boil. Then, once it's lightly boiling, add in the chocolate discs.
wait. Oh my God. This is why we don't do things, okay? Oh no, oh Jesus. Mary and Joseph. Okay.
No, we're good.
We're good. We're phenomenal.
I know a professional
Okay.
when I see one.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, these are our mugs from the diner. It's
Yes.
a little drawing of my grandparents in their robes. I don't know if you remember them from the show. Yes? Oh,
They were the best part.
okay. I don't know. Can you guys, you can see, right?
They can
you
see
how
above.
thick it is? Do you see that?
That's what
Crazy,
you want.
Right?
That's what you're looking for in a hot chocolate. Oh, yes. It looks
Okay.
like brown paint.
It's not where I thought you were going.
It's good.
Okay.
Look, I like the dripping on the side.
Oh, is it dripping?
No, it's I
yeah,
like
it was
it.
intentional. Okay. Then we come over here.
Yes.
Can you still see me? Where are the cameras?
Is it, by the way, is it hot?
No, I don't know. It is warm.
Yeah, okay, good.
I don't want to put this on the stove. Okay. Then, can you pass me the blowtorch? I know you're nervous about it.
What every father wants to hear their daughter say. Lily, have you had lessons in this?
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned my husband. He taught me how to do it. So you go like this.
Be careful.
Okay, so you just turn it. Oh, I'm nervous actually. Okay.
Everybody, you might want to move back.
Everybody duck. Guys, it's not working. Nicole.
I see. I'm faint from the fumes. Oh,
Woo!
look at that.
No, you do it. You do it. You're part of it now.
Yay,
Yay!
that's good. Yay.
Michael, everybody. Woo!
Wait, I got to taste it. Listen, quality control.
Does everyone see it though? So, looks like a toasted marshmallow. That's what
Here.
you want from your hot chocolate.
Let's try it. Just try it. Oh, yeah, that's very nice. It's not super hot,
I know.
but it's good.
We're doing a demo, Philip. He's used to all the food being very hot exactly when he wants it.
You share it with your friend. Can we make another?
Yeah, can we make it hotter?
I wish we had enough for everybody.
But I swear there's so much at the diner. Just come visit us there, and we will give you the hot chocolate.
Make another.
Okay, but I want to get it. Nicole, if I just keep raising this temp right here, it'll get hotter.
Nicole, everybody.
Good morning. Woo! Yes. Yeah, that was for that one? Okay.
Yeah,
Slay.
Look,
Okay.
there's food. Harold and Bells is here. Look.
Has anybody had any good food today that you recommend that he eats for lunch? No? No one. Okay. I guess we're gonna. There you go. Oh,
Let's
yeah.
do it. So I understand we have people here with
Thank you,
microphones, and you might have questions. So if you want And it doesn't have to be about hot chocolate or the diner. I'm very good at relationship problems.
It's true. I swear to God, he's not lying. Like, he really does know about dating. And
I would help Lily, you know, when she needed dating advice. I had very good advice. I said, stay away from everybody. Let me tell you the inspiration for the diner. We were filming a show in Maine, and I went to the Palace Diner in Biddeford, Maine. Anybody ever been there? Okay. You? Really? Was it the best diner you'd ever been to? It was unbelievable, right? I thought everything I had, from the pancakes to the sandwiches to the eggs to the desserts, I said, this is the best diner. I can't believe it. He goes, well, it's a pretty low bar. I'm like, no, it's the highest bar, because we're all experts in that food. Every one of us. So you're literally competing with people's childhood memories. So I came home to L.A. Yeah, give it to this young man. Here we go.
Yeah, what's your
You're welcome.
Hi, Andy.
Hey.
Enjoy.
I came
That's
home.
Andy.
Andy, I hope you like it. Any notes?
It's so good.
It's so good. Let's see what Andy says. Oh, Andy passed out. No, you're okay. What do you think? Really good. You like the marshmallow part?
Yeah?
Yeah, that's Lily's favorite part.
Andy, we're the same. Go ahead.
So, I came home and I said to Nancy Silverton, who happens to live in Hancock Park like me, what if we had a great diner? Let's make a great diner. She was in right away. And so now we have this world-class chef designing recipes for a diner, like laser focusing on a waffle. And what happens? She makes the world's greatest waffle. She makes, what's the story of the waffle, Lily? It's a 3-day ferment on a sourdough.
It's a sourdough waffle. It's phenomenal. It's not too sweet. And then the sweetness comes in with the maple butter that goes on top.
Real maple syrup infused into fresh butter. But every single ingredient of every single thing, and it's just a diner, it really is just a diner, but with an amazing chef behind the eggs. My dad's favorite thing in life was very soft scrambled eggs. He would say to my mother, are my eggs fluffy? And she would say, Max, I've made your eggs for 60 years.
What's on his tombstone?
That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, there you go.
I've made your eggs for 60 years. You don't think I know how you like your eggs? Why are you bothering me? I'm listening to the opera. Can't you just let me listen to the opera without you bothering? And my father would say, how can you hear the opera when you're yelling? On his tombstone, I'm not kidding, it says, did you make the eggs fluffy? And on the tombstone next to him, it says, I'm listening to the opera. Yes. So if you come, you can have Max's fluffy eggs, and you can have the one thing my mother made very well. You can have Helen's matzo ball soup. Yeah. So the other thing I have to tell you is that when we were testing recipes, we would go to Mozza during the day when it's not open, and Nancy and her chefs were bringing out. You're making another one?
Yeah.
Good. We have
two
more cups. Okay. Who will it be? We're tasting the things, and I would bring the family because I wanted their opinion too. And Lily's dating this boy who's a chef, a great chef. So he would come, and he had very smart things to say. His name is Mason. And Nancy, without telling me, she talks to Mason on the side. This lady's very enthusiastic.
She's cute.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So she then calls me and she says, what if Mason was the chef who ran the diner? And I said, well, if you say it, Nancy Silverton, then it's not nepotism.
We love a loophole. Love a loophole.
And so Mason runs the diner. He's the director of operations. And his wife, who became his wife, is the creative director of the diner. And so they work there together. It's the sweetest thing. It's really lovely to see your kid not only find the love of their life, but their purpose She loves doing it. I'm not lying, right, Lily?
Oh, I love it. You know what's so funny? I came here for college.
Right.
Studying film.
Yeah.
Cinema and media studies was my major. And I loved it, but it never felt, I never knew if I was good at it, you know? And I was just always kind of hesitant of like, okay, I'm taking this acting class, but am I good at I have no idea.
She's good.
It never felt right. And then I got into this diner and working with Mason, and I've never felt more comfortable in my skin and more confident in what I'm doing. And so it's such a blessing. And he always says, sometimes life presents you with what you're supposed to do. And I really feel like the diner showed me, this is what I'm supposed to do.
That's a good life lesson.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm very proud of Lily and of Mason and my other kid. I forgot his name. But it's so nice to work with your family. I'm the luckiest guy you're ever going to see at the Festival of Books. Any questions from you people? Right here. Yes. Hello, sir.
Hi, Phil. How you doing? Jose
I'm doing
Alamillo.
good. Hello, Jose.
With my beautiful family here.
Hello, beautiful family. They are beautiful.
What was your most memorable dish that you got to enjoy? And second part is, what dish would you say, one and done?
They're serving some breakfast in here for the authors. That's my favorite. I had a bowl of cow soy in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Who's been to Thailand? Travelers. You know what cow soy is? It's a coconut curry broth with fresh hand-pulled noodles like fresh pasta in the bottom of the bowl. And then whatever protein you like. It can be meat, chicken, fish, tofu even. And then chilies and pickled mustard greens and onions and cilantro and then a squeeze of lime and then crispy, crunchy fried noodles on top. So it ticks all the boxes for textures and flavors. And in Chiang Mai, Thailand, it's $1, which is my second favorite price. And when I came home to LA, here's one of the great things about us living in LA. You can find this stuff. I didn't know to look for cow soy. K-H-A-O-S-O-I, cow soy. I want you to go and find this, and you'll be so happy. It's one of the great dishes in the world. And now I can have it. If you live in a city that has diversity, right? And I'll tell you something else. If there's a theme to our series this season, and maybe for the whole series, and maybe to life in our country, you know what it is? Immigrants. Helen and Max were immigrants from Germany, and we owe our lives to the welcoming nature of America. So we keep it. I'm not getting political. I'm just trying to be a person, right?
Oh, that's nice.
That's very nice, but I'll tell you something. Phil, she said Phil for president, but I have to tell you something. I'm one of the few people left who thinks that you should be really, really smart to be president. They thought they were coming for hot chocolate. It's a rally. What else? Who else has a question? Yes, hi.
Hi, my name is Susie. I'm
Hi,
here
Susie.
with one of my great friends, Cindy. She's actually the book reader. I'm sorry, I don't really know who you are, so here's my question.
That's okay. That makes it so much funnier for me. So it's okay.
Nice talking to you, Susie.
You're very funny. I'm actually enjoying that. But here we go. I'm questioning life in general right now because I'm grieving the loss of my boyfriend.
Oh.
And
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, here we go. So I'm curious. I have my own life mantra, but I'm questioning that. The prayer of St. Francis has been mine. So I'm curious to know what your life mantra is. or if you have one. It's okay if you don't have an answer to.
Family, friends, food, travel, and laughs. Yes, dear. Yes, hello.
Oh, me?
Oh, you can be you.
I'm sorry.
Yes. There was a lady behind you, but she'll be next. She'll be next.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Erica.
Hi,
I
Erica.
just had my son 8 months ago.
Oh, hello.
Waiting. So I wanted to ask, what is some parenting advice you can give me, or me and my fiance as new parents?
Are you sure?
Why don't you ask my kid if she turned out okay?
Parenting advice.
Here's my advice. Honest, this is real. You think what you're saying isn't getting through sometimes with older children. But what happens is they might go their own way for a while, but then they come back and they're better than you could have dreamed. And why is that? Because you didn't think they were listening, but not only were they listening, they were watching. And if you model the behavior that you want to see in your kid, that's everything, right? We can talk till we're blue in the face, but if we do the opposite, it doesn't get through. But if you demonstrate the values, if you live the values that you want to see in them, I think that's important. And look, she turned out good. Hi.
Hi, thank you for being here.
A pleasure.
I saw you both. I'm here with my kids.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! One of them is in the School of Dramatic Arts
Great.
here at USC, and we
Oh my God,
saw
stars,
you.
right on.
We saw your family in our hometown of Napa a few years ago.
Oh.
We gave you guys a pin.
I was going to say, my mom has that pin.
Yes.
She has it on her jacket. That's
So we have
funny.
some, and you've inspired our family travels. Thank you.
Where'd you go?
We went to Mexico City,
Love it.
based on yours to
One of my
El
favorites.
Moro,
Yeah.
that just opened in
That's
Echo
right.
Park. And
See,
it's-
LA.
Yes.
They come to us. It's fantastic.
We went to Portugal because of your episode in Portugal.
Good
So
idea,
thank
yes.
you. You've inspired us. What advice would you give to these young people who are about to travel the world? They're going to Korea and
Wow.
Europe. What advice would you give?
Be
as
careful.
someone?
Oh, please be safe. That's all.
You're going to have the best time. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You know, you fly in coach because you're young, you can suffer. Me, at this age now, and I've earned the right to lie down. But you guys, it doesn't matter. You can stay in just a hostel, a bed and breakfast. You're going to have the time of your life. You don't need advice from me. You're going to discover it yourself, and you're going to have, that's the best way
I have a
just to
little-
find stuff. Do it, Lily.
I would say leave a little room. He taught me this. Leave a little room in your schedule for vacation magic, as he likes to say. You know, like you didn't plan this one meal, so you went to the place that the guy that you met next to the lady, you know, and they tell you that might be the best meal of your trip. So just leave a little wiggle room so it's not too planned, right?
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, and you're walking around, let's go in there. Oh, that looks nice. Let's go in here. You go in there. Boom. You're going to have, I envy you. First time going? Great. All right,
Enjoy,
have fun.
you guys. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you for being kind.
Yeah, the pins say be kind.
Be kind.
That's another
I
one.
tried it once. I didn't like it. All right, what else? Yes.
Just a quick question. With
Yes.
all the travels you've had, is there a place where you wish you had gone for the food specifically that you didn't make it to?
Well, I'm not dead yet. I'm going to still go. But there's places I haven't been yet that I will go. Like, don't moan when I say this, but this is true. In my life, I've never been to Greece. I told you not to.
I would argue it wasn't wasn't a moan. It was like a, oh.
Oh, what's wrong with
Philip.
Mr. Big Shot? It's been everywhere. Hasn't even been to Greece. Yeah, so I haven't been there. I haven't been to Istanbul. I want to go there, Shanghai, and other parts of China. So yes, I'm just a tourist, but I am a curious tourist, and I want to see everything. If somebody gave you a house, here's a house, your house, free. You get a house. Would you stay in one room of the house? So that's how I think of the world.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right. We love being with you.
Our time is up.
Nobody collapsed from the hot chocolate, so that's good. And we'll see you later, and we'll see you at the diner, I hope. All right. Good.
Phil and Lily Rosenthal, don't forget. So if you want to get more of them, they will be on the kids stage, I think 1:35. They'll be discussing their new book, Just Do It Someplace New. Yes.
Just try it.
Just try it.
Just try it, people.
Just try it.
It's something that, in a very, very cruel, ironic way, when I was writing this book on optimism, my family and I went through the worst and darkest and most hopeless time with a child that was 2.5 that was diagnosed with a very rare medical condition and sent us on a path of 1.5 years of treatment. And we still are very uncertain about future, but that, at the moment, I went back to a lot of my old automatic ways, and I was like, literally, I couldn't believe it. I was standing in front of a mirror saying, my child is healthy. My child is healthy. My child's cells were not healthy. And that affirmation of just saying it out loud in the mirror did nothing for me. In fact, it just brought up a bunch of files kind of like in a computer in my brain that were telling me all the things the doctors were saying to us, and then I felt kind of silly for saying it. And so what we're talking about here, and the idea of even scientific affirmation, affirmations are powerful, your thoughts are powerful, but you have to believe them in order to use them. The brain loves to seek out further evidence in daily life to make a thought it already believes true to be truer. And so it kind of brings me back to this idea where having these conversations that are not asking the universe for something or the quick fix. It's really having the time and conversation with getting to know yourself and what are your true beliefs, what is your purpose, all of these things that, again, prime time in the period of menopause for women, but for all of us, it's not too early to contemplate this. I thought this was so interesting. As a mom, we know the research behind purpose. There is lots of research done on how knowing your purpose is protective for aging, for longevity, for work against burnout, for lots of things. But this new research came out that having and knowing a sense of purpose for teenagers was so protective against mental, illness in teens, and for happiness and depression and for anxiety. And I thought, I was never asked as a teen, like, what's your purpose?
No.
Or to do these exercises. And so it got me to think about a chapter in my book that I thought was important to include, which was the science behind intuition. And I'm not talking about like magic or, wishful thinking, but intuition as true biological data points. And our brain has a lot of gray matter, most of it. And that is for things like intuition. We were built to have intuition, but the type of modern world we live in, it doesn't mean we don't have it anymore. It's just that the world got really noisy, and we don't have these moments that we need to intentionally create to go within and to spend that time getting to know ourselves. Most things we can get through and get done if we just spent more time or lived in a world where we created the moments to get to know ourselves. And that's not easy.
No,
but it's what we need to do.
It's certainly
sitting with discomfort.
It's certainly not as easy as a patch or a pill or
No.
whatever. But it's really, and you're both really reframing ways to look at aging and optimism. But when you brought up CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy in your work, can optimism, can it work in that way where you are retraining your brain, and sort of what does that look like? I know we're not on a 21-day trajectory. It's going to be different for everybody, but I don't think we're just waiting for adversity to show up in our lives and be like, okay, what gears do I shift into to be the most optimistic person in this tragedy or whatever it is. You're just waking up on a Monday and you're doing your daily routine, you're getting the kids off to school, whatever it is, you're a man, you're a woman, you're of this age or of that age, it doesn't even matter. What are some sort of like actionable takeaways? I know you don't, getting to know ourselves is not like a checklist,
right?
But you know, are there sort of practical ways that people can put optimism into action, and we can just kind of kick off starting to understand ourselves better, what intuition is, our purpose, all the sort of puzzle pieces that have to come into play, and then kind of roll out from there?
Yeah, and I love this question because for me, I am most passionate for, this is just the way my brain works, so selfishly, I wanted to create a book and a pathway that was very practical and tangible and hit on some of the bigger concepts of like, I never thought about it that way, but then also to meet people where they're at and what are things that everyone in this audience can do like tonight. And there is also a 33-day challenge in the book at the end, and I will tell you why 33 is a funny number, and it has nothing to do with science on 33 days. But so one of the things that really comes to mind that is a really strong practical, and by the way, it can work like CBT because optimism is a muscle and it is a trainable psychological skill, and that's exactly how it works. And I was gonna say there is no time period where you're like, well, if I just do this enough for this, period of time, I'm gonna start seeing X, Y, and Z. But what we do know is that you will start to feel immediate shifts when you are doing even something regulating like the 4-7-8 breath. You will feel that shift immediately. And these are like sort of the short-term regulating shifts that you feel like, oh, that just slowed my breath down. And now, speaking of the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, what we want is to have more moments in our day. Right now, all of us are living in the type of world where we are very much in the amygdala. We are what I call an ambient stress. Even if it's low grade and then it becomes acute sometimes, we are constantly living in this threat response. And when our brain cannot predict what comes next and it's living in constant uncertainty, what it does from a protective standpoint, not because you're negative, it fills in those gaps with worst case scenario planning. And if we are constantly in worst case scenario planning and our amygdala is firing all the time, our thinking becomes very narrowed. And so it is very difficult for us to access things like perspective or creativity or problem solving. What we want to do in the midst of all that, it's not reasonable to say, just stop worrying. I can't stand when people say that. I actually have this thing that people will laugh at it, and it's one of the probably more potent practices in the book. I have people schedule worry into their calendar. So I am not against worry. I am for containing worry. And it is a big thing, and it is difficult at first because we are so automatic on a worry thought comes in, and then we start to think about it, and another worry thought comes in, and then another one, and another one. And it really is narrowing our thinking and our problem-solving skills. And so what we need to do are develop practices like containing of worry, which is explained, detailed in the book, but also just these moments, even if it's 30 seconds at a time that you do 3 or 4 times a day, that regulate your parasympathetic nervous system, that tells our brain, I'm safe, which then turns on your prefrontal cortex. And guess what? The prefrontal cortex is there for perspective and planning and will open up these very small moments, but these ideas that you may not have already had. And a perfect example of that is when we are stuck in rumination. And I saw this personally when I was going through what I was going through. Stuck in rumination, maybe it's a thought like, why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to us? Why me? And I can't answer that. For in our circumstance, what I was talking about, the doctors told us it was bad luck. Can't really go from there very much. I don't know why it's happening.
That's a great diagnosis.
Right, bad luck.
Doctor.
Chalk to bad luck. We have no answers. And so I was ruminating on why is this happening with no answer and nowhere to go from there. The prefrontal cortex is very much not on. And doing like small, skills that you come up with yourself, or these tools to regulate yourself, it doesn't take that horrible feeling away, or the circumstances are not different. But after doing a few of them, and whether that was, for me, listening to music is a big one, and dancing. Yeah, I'm not a dancer, but I love dancing.
Will you give us an example of this dance? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
What does
but
an
maybe.
optimism dance
but,
look like?
But I do
Just
something in the
dancing in
morning where I
general.
call it wake up and dance.
Right.
I literally turn on music when I wake up, whatever it is, and I just dance. And, you know, my kids and everyone in the house is used to it now. I feel comfortable and safe to do it. And I'm not like, again, I'm not a trained dancer in any way, but it makes it, you know, that's one of my proactive mental health care tools. And for someone else, it could be different. But I went from that ruminating, this small pathway opened, and I'm telling you, it's tiny and it's not necessarily positive. And this new thought came in while I was regulated for 30 seconds, and it just said, why not me? Why anyone? That's not a positive statement. That's not like making anything better, but it reduced my rage. And it
Kind
took
of
me
redirected
out of-
it a little bit.
It redirected it a little bit. I came right back to it, but I was able to then say in that moment, this sucks. I actually hate this right now for my family and me. But what is my next step? And then I focused on agency. So what we want is the switch from rumination to agency. This is still the same. This is not great. I don't love this. This is not ideal. But what is the very next step I can take?
I just want to jump in here because I did a lot of research on neuroplasticity for Age Like a Girl, because that's such a big thing that women are concerned about, that they're going to get dementia and Alzheimer's. And it ties into what you're saying, because what I found is that as we age, we should be doing difficult tasks. And trying to do
Mental
we need friction.
Stimulation.
Like drive to the supermarket in a different way and don't turn on the navigation system. Can you just find it in your head? And maybe you're going to hit some traffic. And if you hit some traffic, you're going to be a little agitated. And in that moment, you're going to find a new thought, which is what I'm hearing you say. Or like, I decided to take an art class. Nobody in my family is artistic. I've never drawn. It was horrible. I started drawing. I was like, I'm horrible at this. And I kept with it, and I'm getting better and better. And so my brain is like, you did something that was awkward. You did something that was difficult, and you created a new highway in your brain that says, and something new and good and happy might come from that. So what I heard in your statement is like, you had a new thought. And now your brain's like, hey, next time I'm up against a wall, I might be able to create a new thought, and that new thought might lead me into a whole new direction with this difficult situation.
Yes, cognitive friction is so important, especially as we age. And that the whole research of neuroplasticity is so exciting, because for so long people
crazy.
thought
Like we
adults
should not
don't
be
have it.
doing the same thing with the same people, having the same conversations. Like we should be going into different environments to create a brain that knows how to be adaptive.
And it is so wonderful when you can get that is how you can get some of the cultivation of optimism and these things when it's not trauma.
Yeah, like
you know what I mean?
that's what I was
It's
thinking.
like
is
playing mahjong.
Practice
You know,
it.
like what I just started, or whatever it is. Like I like the example of like, I'm not going to go the same route to work today. I'm going to try something new if I give myself enough time, so I'm not stressed out and get into an accident. But you know, these ideas of learning. It's why people play games and do Sudoku when they're older. But now there's so many different things. But my grandfather, who's going to be 100 in July, I mean, in the last 20 years of his life so far, he still takes the broker's exam, even though he's not a bro. Like he just takes it, all just to keep himself like sharp. He's like self-published books. It's the curiosity too. It is so important for us to continue to chase what we are curious about all the time.
And staying open. And Dr. Mindy, you mentioned something in your book called Many Acts of Rebellion. And I mean, I haven't known you very long, but I sense that you have many acts that you love a mini act of
I'm so happy
maybe
I give
not
that
even
vibe off.
so many big acts of
proud
rebellion.
of myself.
You outlined examples like skipping laundry for a long bath, which this can sound like self-care, right? Like, I'm not going to do laundry. Laundry can wait. I'm going to go take a nice long bath. But what are the patterns or behaviors that define what you mean by many acts of rebellion, and how are they different from everyday self-care? And what is your most favorite act of mini rebellion?
I'm excited to tell you.
Or
my
many.
most favorite. But I think as women, we are so good at being great stewards of everybody else's needs and of responsibility.
And like you said, with that comes this structure and this sort of monotony of every day. And like, I can't take a different way to Costco today because I've got to go do soccer pickup at 3:30.
That's right.
Great for people who don't, you know, it's actually quite a luxury to be able to mix up the day, and even if it's a tiny thing. But
so let's go back to the amygdala. You are like in your laundry list of things you have to do, and you're like, and if I don't do those, the amygdala is like, hey, I remember a time we didn't cook dinner for the family, and everybody got on my case. And so the amygdala and a part of the brain called the hippocampus, where memory and mood is stored, they gang up on you, and they're like, if you do that, the consequence is going to be bad. But when you make a decision that you're going to do these mini acts of rebellion, you actually turn off the amygdala and you go straight into your prefrontal cortex. And the prefrontal cortex is like, I'm not folding the laundry. I'm not cooking the dinner. I'm going to do so. And you start to get yourself out of that locked part of the brain that has us so stuck in fight or flight. So I'll give you an example of what I started to do. When I left the Palisades, because I had to, I now live in Santa Cruz, and a friend of mine said, who's 52, said, do you want to come surfing with me? And I was like, yeah, but I don't really have time. I'm not really good at it. I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, am I really going to go surfing? Like, are there sharks out there? Like, what do I need to know? Is it going to be really cold? And
doesn't sound safe.
Yeah, so the amygdala had a whole laundry list of like why I shouldn't do it. And I went out and I sucked at it, and I loved it. I got tossed around, I giggled, I could laugh at myself. And that was last summer, and every day I'm in Santa Cruz, I get in the water. Every single day I have fallen in love with being in the water. I've fallen in love with surfing. And I actually build my workday around it now. Ask my assistant.
Oh, wow.
Like, literally, like one day I was out in the water, and a woman in her 60s I said to her, I love being out here in the middle of the day. I feel like I'm cheating the workday. It feels so liberating for me. And she turned to me and she said, how do you know the workday wasn't causing you to cheat life? Maybe you had your priorities mixed up. And all of a sudden I started going, wait a second, why? My kids are grown, my career is in a great place, I don't have my practice anymore, I write books and do videos and I have fun things like this. Like, why do I put responsibility ahead of my own joy? Maybe why don't I put the joy thing on the calendar first?
Right, and build your day around
and
it.
If you haven't tried that, I highly recommend it. It's like, it really feels amazing to do it. And it starts to wake the brain up in new ways and get you out of this rut of like, I gotta do this. I guess I'm always gonna do this. Like, when as women do we get to put joy first? Like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, what am I doing today that's gonna make me happy? My 45-year-old self, oh no, she did not do that. But my 56-year-old self wakes up, looks at my calendar, is like, okay, I'm going to surf there. I'm going to talk to a friend here. I'm going to go do this. Like, joy is a priority in my schedule. And if you want to make yourself happy, try it.
That's so powerful, because one of the best, like, science-based tools we have actually for longevity and for aging, if we come back to that, but it could be for any time. Because right now, I think also there's something to be said about seasons. I'm in a season of life right now where I have an 8, 5, and 2-year-old.
Right, yeah,
so
it's very different. I agree.
But I still think with that, I wake up every morning, and something I try to practice, which comes from the science, and it's a practice I would impart to everyone if you can. Try to think of one thing that you're looking forward to in your day. And it can be yours, which could be at the stage of life you're in, could be surfing, which is amazing, at the middle of the day. And mine sometimes is literally like peeling a cutie, you know, those little like
without
tangerines.
somebody crawling up your
whatever
leg.
it is. Or like getting my 2-year-old running in to like give me a hug first thing in the morning. Or today it was like speaking alongside you, you know what I mean? And you. And so it can be something big, it can be something tiny, but getting used to this idea of starting the day with something to look forward to. I asked my almost 100-year-old grandfather, we were doing a story together for the New York Times, and I said, what is something, like he still at this age, I look forward to playing cards with my wife, my grandma. She may not look forward to that, but he does every day, and it keeps you in forward motion, and that is what it's important for the brain. Again, even if it's only peeling an orange, whatever it is, like that. And then I would say ending off the day. So a lot of us think that a to-do list is what we're meant to do, get it all out. A to-do list is probably one of the worst things you can do before sleep. What I have people do and what I've started doing that has been a real changer is a to-do list. It is to write down, like, ta-da.
Everything you've
It is to write down
I like
and start
that.
with 3 to 5 things, and it's what have you handled today? What have you accomplished? What have you done? And what it is doing, it sounds simple, and it is. And I love something that's simple. It sounds simple, it is simple, but it packs a big punch. And you, again, are writing things down that are really tiny or that are really big. Like I drank water today, which is a big thing for me, but might be tiny for someone else. Or I got to speak on this panel in front of everyone, which is big, or something small, whatever it is.
It doesn't necessarily need to be tactical and work.
No.
It could be, I didn't lose my cool when so-and-so said this.
And I would rather
like
you
a
put,
pat on the back.
Yeah, and I'd rather you put that in like, I was calm and regulated instead of I didn't, in a positive, but I was calm and regulated when blah, blah, blah did X, Y, and Z. Whatever, it can be whatever it is, and you look back at it or you go to bed with it and you say, wow, I have accomplished some real shit today. Like I've done a lot of stuff.
This.
And it increases our self-efficacy, our self-mastery, it increases our self-esteem, and that is a tool we need to cultivate optimism, especially in times of trying. It's these proactive things that we do.
And it really takes us out of this this scheduled, I do a to-do list every night in my apps, my note apps, and
do it a little earlier in the day.
Okay, for the next day.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna switch to a to-do list, or I can do a hybrid.
You could do a hybrid.
Okay,
it's fine as long as you're doing the to-do list with it.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to feel a sense of self-mastery, and that's very important. And you will be shocked at how many things you're actually doing that are invisible. And our brains, I don't have to remind people to think about the things they need to do because our brains are already formed in a way where we focus on the things that are left undone, that are unfinished, that are not going well. We have to intentionally have our brains focus on the things that we are doing and the small wins.
Right.
And I want to just point out how important that is for women because we have been trained to perform in our culture. And so going to bed thinking about the to-do list has to do, what do I need to perform for tomorrow? I love the to-do list. And what I always tell women is brag about yourself. Keep talking about how good you feel about yourself. And if you could do that every night, you'd start to train yourself to be addicted to your own praise for yourself, not the praise of everybody around you.
Really quick, we're gonna. There's so many good takeaways here. You guys are incredible. There was one point though I wanted to get to for you, Dr. Mindy, because I think as awesomely loud and robust as the menopause and perimenopause conversation is. And we talk a lot about women and how both optimism and aging affect women. I do think there is an impetus for men to understand menopause, right? As partners, as brothers, as uncles, fathers, whatever. So in the response to your book, specifically, Dr. Mindy, have men been picking it up?
Yeah.
Hopefully?
Yeah.
I seed it to the gym, Equinox, something, leave it in the men's executive locker room. Everybody gets a free copy, every guy. It's the amount of DMs I send my husband about perimenopause is like its own channel. It's like its own YouTube channel on perimenopause because I want him to know.
Yeah.
And men should be educated. This is the conversation can't just sit with us. So what have families been saying about your book, and are they getting it?
When I got done writing Age Like a Girl, I kind of sat back and I was like, I was so proud of it, because I'm like, women are going to see themselves and they're going to understand themselves. And then the next question I had was, and then they're going to go, if they're in a heterosexual relationship, they're going to go to their husband, and they're going to try to explain this to the husband, and how's that going to work? So I wrote an appendix to men. And it's my favorite part of the book. And it's literally written to men as a, here, honey, just read the appendix. And the feedback we've gotten on that has been huge, because I don't know about you all, but if my husband's like, hey, you need to read this article, this New York Times article, sorry, LA Times, but LA Times has big, long articles. I'm like, honey, I don't have 30 minutes to read this article. Can you give me the Cliff Notes? Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's what I tried to create in this appendix. And what I think is so interesting is how deeply men want to help. They want to understand. But you have to, as women, we also have to be very careful that in this transition, we're not blamey. Like, you did this and you did that. I'll give you an example. I've always been one of those people that I've been okay with lots of people in my house. My kids, we were the house that everybody hung out at. If the kitchen was messy, I didn't really care that much, because it meant there was a lot of love and socializing in my house until I hit perimenopause. Then the kitchen became a situation. And the way I handled it, anybody else have that issue? Yeah, and then the way I handled it was like, okay, everybody in this house, this is not working, and you left the spoon here and this there and that there. And both my son and my husband were like, what? Who are you? So I had to sit down and say, I used to be okay with a little more flexibility in how neat the house is, and I'm absolutely not that person anymore. And this is what I need from you, because I'm changing as I'm going through this hormonal shift. That opened up more questions from both of them. My daughter was already off at college, of just like, okay, that helps us understand that we need to look at you differently. So we need to bring men into it. But we can't do it, like my husband, he's watched some of the worst days where I'm like, I just can't take the chaos in my brain. And if you can be in a place of love as you're sharing that, it invites men into our experience, and we can work together. Like, my husband and I did something that I think was incredible for our marriage, where we started to categorize our marriage, and we called it 1.0. Marriage 1.0 was before kids. Marriage 2.0 was with kids. And marriage 3.0 we're creating now as empty nesters. And so we came up with this on our own, and I turned to him. We now will say, like, remember in marriage 3.0, you and I don't need to eat dinner every night together. I might want to eat at 5 and you could eat at 7. Or remember at marriage 3.0, we don't take on difficult conversations at 9 o'clock at night. So it has allowed us to have a new experience. So yes, men have responded well, and women, we need to be careful in how we make sure we don't lash out, but that we invite men into this incredible neurochemical change that's going on inside us.
And literally be on the same page,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Yeah.
Having that category married.
To me, you can't be a singer, dancer, and an actress at the same time. You have to pick. And I said, no. If I waited that, it would be 6 years in between getting a job. And there were way too many African Americans in the unemployment line for me to go that route. So, I was determined, as was he, to be able to excel as much as I possibly could. And it worked. It actually worked. We achieved our 10-year plan. We were on the verge of having our own studio. We had proved to so many people that Black people can have a foot in Hollywood and let it be known. When the numbers finally came in, and the larger studios were seeing that Black films can actually earn money, they started producing Black films. But then when they figured that they didn't need us anymore, then they could take that, they figured it out, and then they went in the other direction. So here we are, all these decades later, and we're still talking about, I had to four-wall my film. you know, and I'm saying this is 2026, and you're talking about four-walling a film. We have so many opportunities now. We have streaming. We have, you know, the platforms. We only had NBC, ABC, and CBS back in the day. That was it. Major studios, they would do a movie if they picked you, not if you wanted them. And so it was very difficult. And when I did Body and Soul, and that we co-produced, Leon wrote, and I starred in, I ended up winning an NAACP Image Award for Best Actress. And, you know, that showed me that I was worthy.
Congratulations
Thank you.
still, right?
Thank you.
Congratulations still. So, and I know that we are on our limited time, and I know the audience has questions. I'm going to ask you, Jane, if you can talk about, in the way in which you choose to, you ultimately getting a divorce, kind of taking your own route back away from Hollywood, and finding your way back to us today. How would you talk about that for the folks out here who are listening? Because in the book, you go into grave detail about the pain that you had to endure with the scandal and overcoming what I don't even believe to be scandal, but just a little betrayal is how I describe it. You were betrayed, and then you were able to evolve in a way that is still so beautiful and so loved, like really loved and honored by all. And I hope that you feel that as we look into the audience here today and how many people are here watching you and supporting you.
Thank you. I truly appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You know, when you work so hard at achieving something and you get to the level where I was now on a television show seen by millions and millions and millions of people every Sunday. When people would say, that's the girl from the NFL Today. She broke the barrier. She broke the glass ceiling. There's never been a woman doing the NFL Today, a live show like that before. And there were only two women, period. One black, one white. And then since then, there has never been another female on that show since then.
I'm just going to take a moment. What she accomplished during a time when black women weren't allowed to really have space in that way, that was unheard of, and we haven't seen anything like it. So as I said to you at the very beginning, we all stand on your shoulders, and we are so grateful for what you endured, haven't talked about, but still show up every single day, and even then on television, with so much beauty inside and out, and so graceful. It means so much to me. It really, really does.
You and people like you are the reason that I continue.
Amen. Thank you.
Because, you know, I have to be able to look you in the eyes and say, yes, it happens. There's a doorway that you can make it to. I remember I did an interview with Turner Network, and it was a generational piece. And we were talking about me, Pam Oliver, Stephanie Reddy, and Taylor Rooks, with me being the first and only, and down to Taylor Rooks. And she said, you know what, listening to you, and she said, I don't know that I recall anyone teaching me about that. She said, I always thought that I could just, if there was an audition, I could walk into a room and I could land that job. She said, I didn't realize how difficult it was for women, and particularly black women back then. So if I can open that door for her,
Amen.
You know,
for all of us.
And if I can tell her that she must carry that legacy on as well, that means everything to me. All the struggle, all the pain, all the years of denial, everything that I ever did, it's still worth it. And that's why I decided to do my Resurrection Jane 2.0 and write this freaking book that took me forever to write. Took 20 years, and I finally got it done, and I'm so proud of it, you know. And I showed it to my mom, and my mom had me crying. She was saying, Jane, my daughter wrote a book. She says, you actually wrote the book. And I went through the whole generations of my life. The whole, you know, starting off as plain Jane with Jane Harrison, Jane Kennedy, Jane Overton, and plain Jane. Who am I now? When I finally reach I can't even answer that one yet. So then I go into overtime. So, I'm here. There's still things that we have to grow and live and find in our own selves, because let no one tell you that you cannot do this. Write your story. If you never even intend for it to be published, it's so important to write your story. And we have people that are reading, into who are bending their lives and getting into the next thing. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? And not spending the time to actually read or write. They don't even teach script writing anymore. So, yes, I understand achievement and advancement, but advancement scares me when sometimes I see the things that are going on in the world, no matter what field. There's so many that you can pick from. But, I'm committed to find out who you are. And no matter what you do with your life, you will succeed if you know who you are.
Amen. Okay, I keep saying it because it's Sunday. That's why I keep saying amen. It's church day for me. And then
day, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pass out a collection plate. I want you guys all to leave Jane because she is preaching on this Sunday. So again, we're going to have time for a quick Q&A. We got about 8 minutes left for a Q&A. And then remember, she is signing books at booth 2030, not far from here. So if you don't have a book or if you already have a book, head over there and she'll sign it if you don't have it signed. And quickly, I'm looking in the audience. Are there any questions? We have one right here in the third row maybe.
Want to give a few of you a chance to ask a question of television royalty. So tell us your name and your question. I'll hold the mic.
I'm Deneen Elise from Washington, D.C. This is not a question, just as thank you. It took me over age 60 to realize I can do it. I just finished my first independent film, and I've written 5 novels. Just because of people like you that said, don't give up, you can do it. I just want to thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. That's the whole reason I do this, because I could just say, I'm retired. I'm just going to enjoy this part of my life. My kids are gone. My children are the most amazing, supportive people in the entire world. Zaire, she's here. She's my youngest daughter. My daughter, Savannah, just had her second child. Her name is Eve, and she's only, she'll be a week old in a few days. So they named her after me, Eve Jane Marie. I was named after my grandmother Jane, whom I never met. She was murdered in front of my dad when he was only 10 years old. So I have so many things in my heart that I have to live up to. So many people that I see, like you, who are talking about, the struggles that you go through and everything that you achieve. You do achieve success. Amen. You do. And so we can never forget that. And I just love it when I see people that are shining in their light, because it was so freaking hard for us. Even though I talk about how I was blessed to be able to keep working, it was never, ever easy. And then when you did succeed, then you had publicists that you had to deal with. But, thank God for Jet and Ebony, because they basically made who Jane Kennedy is in the public eye, because, no matter how I work, if nobody knew, it didn't matter. Yeah. So Jet and Ebony, they asked me how many covers had I been on with Jet magazine, and someone did an interview, and that's the question. And I said, I don't know. And they said, well, we do. And they brought the box, and they had all 20 of them.
She was in everybody's home, was she not? You growing up, in short. Do we have time for one more question? 2 more questions, maybe?
Sure. I'll go to this side now. And again, hats off to all of you who are shining in your light. That one up there. So, hi, tell us your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Camille. I'm excited to be here. You said it took you 20 years to get your book finished. Do you recall what the final epiphany was? It's like, okay, I'm done. I can do this last little bit.
About something that doesn't yet exist, but seems like it's just at the edge of our technology.
So I think the most salient definition of AI looks at it as an economic and material phenomenon. And I think AI is the latest attempt to resolve the paradox of the monopoly, which is that monopolies are very powerful because they have pricing power, but they also saturate their markets and they stop growing. Right? When you have like a 90% search market share because you're Google, you cannot increase that market share except by breeding 1 billion humans to maturity and making them their customers, which is why they launched Google Classroom. But that takes like a minute to bear fruit. And the problem is that a mature firm is valued at a small fraction of a growing firm. Right? Your price to earnings ratio is much higher. And so we have this 2-decade-long run as these tech companies have saturated their markets of coming up with ways they could grow. And they started by claiming that they would grow by doing things that existed. So Google was going to become Facebook with Google+. Facebook was going to become Google with the pivot to video. And they were going to eat YouTube's lunch. And the problem with that is that when you claim that you're going to be Facebook, Facebook strenuously rebuts the proposition. Whereas if you claim that you're going to conquer a market that doesn't exist, on the one hand, it's much more speculative. But on the other hand, it's a bit like advocating only for children that don't exist, you know, like unborn children and imaginary children in pizza parlor basements. They make no counterclaims. And so if you claim that you are about to conquer Web3 or VR or metaverse or NFTs, then you can make a claim that's effectively unbounded about the market you're going to grow into. And so I think this gives us a little definition, which is AI is anything that you can use to tell investors a growth story about a firm that's saturated its market. As to what AGI is, I would say AGI is the mystical belief that if you teach the word guessing programs enough words, it will wake up, which is a little like the idea that if you breed horses to run faster and faster, one of them will give birth to a locomotive. And I just think it's wrong, but it is like, you know, this is the hand waving. So in my other life, I'm a science fiction writer, and this is the hand waving we always do in science fiction. Something happened, something else happened, all off stage, and now the computer's awake because we want to tell a futuristic parable which should not be mistaken for a prediction under any circumstances unless you're very stupid. And you know, that people have said, well, the science fiction writers put it in the book that something happened off stage and the computer woke up. So we're going to do all the things that are the precursor to the something happening off stage. And then that thing is going to happen off stage and then the computer will wake up. And I think that's the foundation of AGI.
So I'm just going to disagree with you.
Okay.
You don't have to be stupid. You don't have to be stupid to believe this. You just have to not be paying attention. And Corey is 100% right, and I am an investor. That is part of my job, is I have a venture capital fund. And if you can't 10x, we can't invest in you. That's what the business is. So if there's no growth story, there's no investment. Investing in Google is very safe, and you will, you know, make market parity, right? Same as investing in the S&P 500. So that's exactly right. I think the problem is that people do believe the AGI story because it is ill-defined, because it lies right outside of our current technology, and this is a grift that has been happening for at least 5,000 years.
Sure.
Pythagoras, the inventor of, anybody know?
Hypotenuses.
Yes. Mr. Hypotenuse himself was also a cult leader who you know, believed that everything was the number 3 and everything was related to the number 3. And as a result of that, our musical temperament is based on the interval of a fifth, which is 1/3 of the length of a string of a fundamental. Meaning that we have to tune our instruments in a very unconventional way in order to get them to line up with this thing that he invented. The reason it became so popular is because Pythagoras was able to predict things that people in his time were not able to predict because he was using science, because he was using numbers. And so they thought, well, this guy's right about this thing, so he must be right about the fact that beans are sentient, because that was another thing he believed. And we fall into this a lot with, you know, I won't name names, but Elon Musk is, you know.
That's not a name. That's not a real person.
It's a brand.
Yeah.
But he is a person who you are inclined to believe because Teslas are awesome. But that doesn't mean that SpaceX is awesome.
I like to think of him as Temu Iron Man.
Okay, I have questions for each of you individually, but since this kind of opened up in a direction, I have a question for the group. I'd like to go here. Why do you think there are no consequences for dishonesty around AI? What would accountability look like for the dishonesty that AI can make art of quality, that quality will not degrade or inshittify the possibility that our lives will be lived in the stars across metal and machine, and how does what would accountability and consequences look like?
I can tell you what it will look like. I'll do the hot take of, I'll do the first hot take. If OpenAI and SpaceX's IPOs fail, I think that's going to be the end of the bubble, and accountability is going to look like you and us paying for those failures as taxpayers. The same way it happened in 2008, the same way it happened in the 1920s. That's what it's going to look like. The accountability for the people who are lying, there won't be any, because there never is.
I mean, we've had bubble. I think bubble is a very useful idea to bring in here, and I do think that we can have a simple taxonomy of bubbles. So all bubbles are bad, right? The point of a bubble is to have normie investors who just don't want to eat cat food in their dotage, looking for, and you transfer their life savings to insiders, right? That's all a bubble is ever, right? But we've had bubbles that produced productive residue despite being wicked and terrible, and we've had bubbles that produced nothing. So Enron produced nothing, right? And its founder died on his way to prison. And WorldCom, its founder died in prison, but they left a lot of fiber in the ground that they swindled people to build. And WorldCom, I live in Burbank, and I just got 2 gigabit symmetrical fiber because AT&T lit up some WorldCom fiber that was under the ground in Burbank, right? So that's a productive residue. It's still very wicked, right? It shouldn't exist. Bernie Ebbers, the only thing that would have been better than him dying in prison was suffering in prison a little longer before he died. He was a terrible person, and he deserved it. So, we do have examples of accountability. I think that crypto, when it dies, is just going to leave behind like bad Austrian economics and shitty JPEGs. And I think AI is going to leave behind like GPUs at 10 cents on the dollar, open source models that if it wasn't for the bubble, we would just call plugins, and a lot of unemployed applied statisticians looking for work who might do something interesting with those things. And so I think AI is like, it's the second kind of bubble, whether either the Enron example or the WorldCom example of the CEO dying in prison is going to happen. I think you're right. It's a harder thing to imagine, but there's a saying from the finance sector, Stein's law, that anything that can't go on forever eventually stops. And I think that there is a productive use of imprisoning CEOs, which is that it slows down the rate at which guillotines are built. Yeah. And I do think that there may be enough self-awareness, at least among some of these people, that they're like, well, we never liked Sam anyway, right?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. I think that this is a symptom of this massive wealth inequality that we have in the US and around the world. And the place where that goes, ultimately, is either we find a way to redistribute that wealth through taxation to have a more just distribution of resources and wealth.
Don't clap. Everyone in this room is not really for that in practice. Come on,
100%. I don't know. I am. Yeah. So either we do that, or we build the guillotines, and they get dragged out of their houses.
Let's do that.
No. I'm going to say something potentially controversial and unpopular. I prefer the first option. I think that killing people is generally bad, all things being equal, but I do think that it would be good to remind the ultra-wealthy that taxation is the compromise position.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I want to connect this back to the technical capabilities of AI as well, because I think that there is a kind of Laffer max-min curve that the economy tries to ride that's like where it's cheaper to pay for guards than it is to pay for hospitals, right? And so if guards are cheaper than hospitals, you will not build hospitals. But when hospitals can be cheaper than guards in terms of preventing the guillotine from being built on your lawn. And one of the things that I think excites the wealthy and provokes the otherwise completely unsustainable degree of investment. There's $1.4 trillion in capital expenditure in AI to date. It's doubled in the last year. Sam Altman says another 2 to 3 trillion.
That's like 6 Manhattan projects, I think, adjusted for inflation.
Yeah. So the one of the things that I think excites the market about this is that it is a way through mass surveillance and the automated assignment of suspicion and guilt to people to potentially substantially lower the cost of guard labor, right? And so that means that you just don't have to do as many hospitals, roads, and other projects in order to kind of stabilize a system in a, at least 98% guillotine-free environment.
Well, that's fucking dark. I agree with you, but let me tell you something that we see in the arts, and the idea that the biggest problem for artists is that some artists, I would say AI poisoned artists, to steal one of Corey's phrases, believe that their job is going to be taken over by artificial intelligence, and that there will be no more need for musicians or for composers. And I can tell by the silence in the room that this is terrifying to everybody. But this is, much like all of the hype in AI, this is complete and utter bullshit. There has always been, I mean, music and writing and anything to do with the arts has always been an elite profession, and almost everybody fails at it, and that is true and has always been true. And there's this idea that because streaming and some of these technology products have revolutionized and democratized access to audiences, that everybody should have an equally sized audience. But access to the audience was never the problem. Quality of the product is the problem. And so one of the things that I hear a lot is musicians bemoaning the fact that the Copyright Act doesn't have any teeth and that there's no way we can protect ourselves from AI because the tech companies are too powerful and the government doesn't do anything, and that the only thing we can do is either accept our fate or build guillotines. Or torches and pitchforks. And this, again, this is total bullshit. The Copyright Act does have teeth, and it actually is on our side. And if you spend your time getting your news from TikTok and Facebook, you're getting the news that these big tech companies like Elon Musk and like now Larry Ellison, that they want you to hear. But the reality is your government is kind of more or less still intact and can actually help you. So, go to the goddamn polls.
So allow me to disagree. So I think that we've seen a 40-year expansion of copyright. Copyright lasts longer, covers more sorts of works. The statutory damages are more ferocious. It's easier to obtain them. And we've seen a growth in the media sector over that period. It is more profitable than any time it's ever been. And the share of income going to creators has fallen both in real terms and as a proportion of it. And the reason for that is that if you give a new right to someone bargaining into a system with 5 publishers, 4 studios, 3 labels, 2 companies that control the apps, and 1 company that controls ebooks and audiobooks, it's like giving your bullied kid extra lunch money. You're just giving them more things to bargain away, right? We've seen one successful pushback against AI in the arts, and it came from the Writers Guild, who were grandfathered in when the Taft-Hartley Act banned sectoral bargaining and gutted labor power. And so if we bargain for more copyright to protect ourselves, our bosses are just going to say, fine, you now have the right. And I disagree with you. I don't think the copyright, I think that making temporary copies of works for the purpose of analyzing them, performing mathematical analysis, publishing it, are unequivocally fair use, but they don't have to be. We could modify the law.
They're not temporary copies.
One sec. No, they are temporary.
I mean, there's no such thing as a computer knowing something that it doesn't have a copy of. Like,
yes,
that doesn't exist.
You just process it. Yeah. Google doesn't keep copies of the web, but Google has an index of the web. It's just, as a technical matter, that's just wrong. But anyway, let me finish.
This is like, if I don't keep a copy of a thing that I stole, I still stole it.
No, that's not how copyright works. Otherwise, we wouldn't have search engines or, archives. Like, that's just not right. It's just like, as a former delegate to the World Intellectual Property Organization, you're just wrong. That's not true.
Why don't we move to the individual questions?
Sure.
Sorry.
But let me finish. we can bargain for more copyright that our bosses will take away from us, and then sell the rights they've taken from us to AI companies to train models to put us out of work. Or we can bargain for sectoral bargaining rights. We can demand it. If we're going to get a new law, let's make it a sectoral bargaining law. The difference is every worker in America will be on our side for a sectoral bargaining law, and our bosses will be on the side for a new Copyright Act. Anytime you want something that your boss wants, you're doing something wrong.
Okay, I have a question for you, Adam. There is a great line in your book about how almost anything can be justified in the name of saving the future of civilization. And I wondered if we could use this as an entryway to some of the themes in your book, both AI and to the stars. What is being justified here?
Well, like I said, almost anything. I mean, There's something I think that happens when you become a billionaire, or I suppose in some cases are born a billionaire. You start looking for the things that you don't have, that you can't buy with money directly. And one of those things is moral absolution. You know, and a sense of purpose. And another thing, of course, is adulation of the public. Not that I can think of any tech billionaires that are overly concerned with how much people like them and desperately try to post and be funny and fail continually. But yeah, because again, Elon Musk is not a person. But in any event, and so if you tell yourself and then tell the world that you're trying to save the world, and you come up with a plan for saving the world, that's a way to get all of those things. You can get public adulation, because what could be better than saving the world? You get a sense of purpose. What could be more important than saving the world? You get moral absolution for anything that you want to do, because saving the world is a perfect excuse for doing anything that you already wanted to do in the first place. And then the only problem is, how do you save the world? And then we come back to another feature of billionaires, which is they tend to be deeply unoriginal. And so they pick up ideas about how to save the world from books and movies, but they have really bad media literacy and reading comprehension, and so they read them badly. And this is how you end up with Elon Musk not understanding that someone like him is actually the subject of satire in a book like The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or you end up with Peter Thiel saying that the message of Dune is develop the deserts.
The London Underground is not a political movement.
Yes, exactly. Yes. No, that's the thing. This is how you end up with Mark Andreessen quoting and completely misunderstanding Nietzsche, and then you really do want to start quoting like a fish called Wanda at him and say, no, apes do read Nietzsche, they just don't understand it. This is, these narratives that they pick up are from a combination of poorly misunderstood science fiction, Christian millenarian movements, and, the usual side dishes of racism, colonialism, and eugenics. And so they want to build an AI god and go to space to live forever, without really understanding that that's, actually just a version of a very, very old dream of going to heaven and living with God forever. And then they want to do a colonialism in space because they like the idea of a frontier where they can escape laws and politics and consequences for their actions. And they don't like being born into a world where everyone has rights and, all land has been claimed by political entities that they see as illegitimate or, unfair checks on their power. And so they want to go to, say, Mars. And the problem is that Mars sucks. It's just a terrible place where you're never going to live, and you wouldn't want to. And if somebody gave you a ticket to go to Mars and could actually deliver on that promise, and you went, you would regret it almost instantly. There's no...
For the rest of your very short life.
Yeah, for the rest of your very short life, right?
All there is to eat is Matt Damon's shit potatoes.
Yeah, look, the radiation's too high, the gravity's too low, there's no air, and the dirt is made of poison. But other than that, you're good to go. This is used to push a narrative of what the future of humanity has to be. There has been, extensive documentation and whistleblowing from inside of SpaceX saying that Musk has pushed them to go as fast and as hard as possible and allegedly ignore safety regulations that have led to at least one death and multiple injuries, because Earth is doomed, and so we have to get to Mars. Because, I don't know, he watched Total Recall and didn't understand, once again, that he's the bad guy. First of all, Earth's not doomed. Second, there's nothing that could happen to Earth that would make it a worse option than Mars. You could have a nuclear war and an asteroid as big as the one that killed off the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, and Earth would still be better than Mars. And we know this because mammals survived when that asteroid hit. and there are no mammals that would survive on Mars or birds. But this is being used to push a narrative that we need to let the tech billionaires control the future. And it's being done through these existing science fictional narratives that already have so much cultural currency and traction.
So, with respect, to not be beaten by a superior arguer, part of that narrative is that the Copyright Act has no teeth. And I'm sorry,
I would like to hear, hold on. I would like to hear Joanne's other question.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
you don't think we should just, all right.
I mean, we can get back to that, but maybe if we can introduce your books to the audience, and take a moment to kind of...
Come on, Lucas, don't you want to sell books?
I'd rather have a future for artists, honestly, than sell books, if I had the choice.
I mean, you are a musician and an artist, and
Allegedly.
you've worked with AI in an archival and the archive in a way that I find really unusual, and I think a lot of people here would love to hear about. Like, I would like to, maybe you could talk about your experience completing Schubert's Eighth Symphony with AI and how that project how you feel about the archive as both history and training data.
So the Eighth Symphony is also known as the Unfinished Symphony. It is a very evocative title. I think you're probably thinking of Schubert slaving away, but then dying before he could finish it. But actually, he just didn't write it. He just gave up on it, and we know this because there is a Ninth Symphony, and that one is complete. Also Schubert is in the public domain very firmly. So I was approached by a company called Huawei. Anybody ever heard of it? Yes. Here we are in the US. It's like one of the biggest technopolies in the world. At the time, it was the second biggest manufacturer of cell phone handsets. They just didn't sell them in the United States. So I'd never heard of them either, but my manager assured me that this was a phone call I should take. And they wanted to finish Schubert's Unfinished Symphony with their phone. They wanted to run an AI on their phone and press a button and get a symphony, and then I think that's where the idea kind of ended for them. They didn't really know what to do with it. And I assured them that that was, in principle, not possible. But with a human collaborator, we could probably do something that was pretty close to that. And so the same way that their phone is an inert object until a person touches it, the AI is also a completely useless piece of technology until a person touches it. My colleagues might argue that it's useless after people touch it.
No, I think it's sometimes useful.
I would say sometimes useful is the most charitable I can be as well.
Yeah.
We trained this AI with all of Schubert's works. So we trained it on everything. We did have to make and retain copies to do that. That was an LSTM. We can get back to that later. But we did train it. We got back what I would describe as cats walking on a piano. Made absolutely no sense. And the reason for this is that a symphony is just a big mix of conventions and things that we don't necessarily know that we understand. And if you were to play a symphony for someone who has never heard Western music, they would not understand it at all. They would think it was just a bunch of noise. And so it's a little bit like training it on pictures of buildings and then saying, okay, design me a building. You're gonna get a beautiful exterior and you'll walk inside and there's no bathrooms and there's no stairs and there's no rooms. Because all it knows is the outside. It doesn't know what a building is supposed to be. So we made it simple. We trained it on monophonic melodies. I asked to get monophonic melodies back. And it gave me melodies that really were kind of in the style of Schubert. And so me and my team took those, put them in an order that made sense within the context, orchestrated them, and we performed it at Cadogan Hall with a live orchestra. It's been performed about twice a year since then. People seem to like it. And the important thing here is it was one LSTM, which is a pre-machine learning AI model, or it was the popular one in 2019. It was one LSTM and about 300 people who brought this to life. So it wouldn't have existed without the humans, and also the technology to get a piece of music, to conceive of a piece of music and get it onto stage in a way that people are going to relate with is maybe possible in principle, but would be I can't imagine the point. I can't imagine the point of going to see a piece of art that no human has ever touched. Sure. So that's my story of
Thank you. And Corey, so I imagine a lot of people in this room are familiar with the term you coined, Inshitification, and right from the beginning of your book, you are very clear about it as a description of a progression of stages. That first you have the moment where a product is good, and then the product is changing to please business customers, and then those business customers are spurned, and then finally we have the crud at the end. So I wondered if you could maybe use these, we had a lot of case studies in that book of platforms. I wondered if maybe, is Waymo in the good for, or Waymo or OpenAI or Anthropic, what stage are they in? What, if it's going to follow that pathway, what should we expect?
So I get this question a lot about how to apply this framework. So for background, I've worked for a nonprofit called the Electronic Frontier Foundation for 25 years, digital rights activist, thank you very much, and working on sort of digital human rights questions. And Inshitification comes out of this long project of trying to get people to engage with stuff that's abstract and a long way away, because for very good reasons, people mostly care about things that are concrete and happening right now. And so I've come up with similes and metaphors. I came up with a dirty word. Turns out people really like the minor license to vulgarity. So people have asked how I would apply it. And the thing is that Inshitification, as I apply it to firms, I'm applying it to firms that are, broadly speaking, like they have like business fundamentals that make sense, that sort of cash out well. So Inshitification is not usually about a company that only exists because of investor overconfidence. It's usually about a firm that actually like is cash positive and has good unit economics and so on. That's not AI. Right? I mean, like, again, to go on record here, as a fake computer scientist with an honorary doctorate in computer science, I think AI there's cool stuff that AI can do. It is a computationally interesting set of technologies that I can see uses for. I don't think we should emulsify the global economy for it, but I just think it's fine, right? But we've spent $1.4 trillion on AI so far. The industry claims $60 billion a year in gross revenues globally. That's a grossly inflated number. It can't be more than 50 billion because 10 of the 60 billion is the money that OpenAI gets from Microsoft and gives back to them. And again, I never got an MBA, but I'm pretty sure that's not revenue. And except in the French sense where, like, haven't you, like, you've returned my money to me. And so they're making $50 billion a year. They spend $1.4 trillion a year. So how long do they have before they have to throw it all out and buy a new set, right? How long do they have to turn a buck on 1.4 trillion capex? Well, they say it's 5 years, right? Because they amortize these assets over 5, but they actually churn them out every 2 to 3 years. Again, like, calling that accounting fraud is doing violence to the noble accounting fraud, right? Like, but even, it doesn't matter if it's 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. It doesn't matter if it's $50 billion or $60 billion. You cannot make $1.4 trillion at that rate, and that's just for starters, because Sam Altman says it's going to be another.
Well, sure you can. We're going to invent the AGI.
We're going to invent
and then
God.
it's going to tell us how to do it. It's the same
Somehow,
way as if you invent an alchemy, eventually your investment will be paid off because you'll turn lead into gold.
But no. We're going to build. We're going to build.
So the thing is, I think that this is a different phenomenon, right? Like, and then the last thing I want to say about the economics here is that there are lots of technological ventures that lost a lot of money, but nevertheless turned out to be good, right? Starting with railroads, but you know, the web, right? Amazon and so on. They lost a lot less money, just to be clear. There's no venture in human history has lost as much money as AI. None. No matter how you want to compare ducats to dollars, there's never been a thing we've done where we've lost as much money as we've lost on AI, and we're just getting started. But even so, those other technologies had what are called good unit economics. That means that whenever someone joined the web as a sector became more profitable. When they used the web became more profitable still. Subsequent generations of web technology increased the rate at which they became profitable. This is the opposite of AI, right? Every customer an AI company acquires makes them less profitable. Every time that customer uses their product, they become still less profitable. Every generation of AI technology is less profitable than the previous one by substantial margins, right? So I was like a .com guy. I remember, we're doing pets.com, but we'll make it up in volume. This makes pets.com look economically shrewd, right? So again, this is not related to the soundness of the interestingness of the technology, just the sector, right? And I do think we can do good things with open source models that'll be left behind when the bubble bursts and so on. But the sector, I don't think, gets to do Inshitification the way that the other ones did, because it doesn't matter how many ads there are in OpenAI, right? OpenAI will lose money and continue to lose money. I don't even think if Trump bails them out, it's going to work, because their operating expenditures are so high. These are not just the capital expenditures, right? The money that you have to spend to put the fiber in the ground that later on AT&T comes along and operates because they bought it at 10 cents on the dollar. The operating expenditures are very, very high, and they keep saying, oh, well, inference is getting cheaper, and some of that stuff is happening. It's still really expensive, and they have to replace the data centers and the computers every 3 to 5 years.
Well, but it'll be cheaper when they put the data centers in space.
Yeah, so that's a good opening for. I mean, yeah. I know the Coles notes. I know the breakdown, the AI summary notes of why a data center in space is bullshit. Yeah. You have the doctorate in astrophysics notes. So maybe you could tell us why. I'm sorry, I'm usurping your role.
No, this is great.
I mean, I can do that. Do people want me to do?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, Professor, the floor is yours.
So you know why a thermos keeps hot things hot and cold things cold? It's because there's an air gap in there between the two walls of the thermos, and a really good thermos is not an air gap, it's a vacuum gap, and that's because a vacuum is the best insulator that we know of to keep hot things hot and cold things cold. Space is a vacuum. Computers are warm and need to be cooled. And so it doesn't matter that space is cold, there's nothing there to transmit the heat away. The only technique of getting the heat away is through radiating it away. And to do that for a modest data center in space, you would need radiator vanes, not just bigger than the International Space Station, which is the biggest human-made structure ever put into space, but I believe bigger than a football field. Or sorry, not bigger than a football field is the size of the ISS. Bigger than like a square kilometer or something like that, like a couple square miles, something like that. That's not going to happen. Again, spoiler alert for, I guess, reality. But yeah, and then you've got problems with radiation. There's more radiation in space. Radiation does not do good things to digital computers or really anything. If you want to upgrade your hardware, congratulations, you have to do a spacewalk. So that's going to go real well.
The Atlas robots will do it.
Yeah, sure.
Who's going to reboot those?
And they love to talk about how power is free in space, and it is true that there's a set of orbits that have near perpetual sunlight in low Earth orbit, but that's not most of the orbits. So guess what? It's a limited resource. You can only put so many things into those orbits.
But what if we just put things that didn't work very well there first, and then they all broke up into space junk? Would that be good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the last thing I was going to say, is there's this thing called Kessler syndrome. Basically, to be in orbit around the Earth, it's actually not that far away. The problem is not getting there in terms of distance, it's getting there in terms of speed. You have to go quickly to be in orbit around the Earth. You know, things in orbit, they're only about 100 miles high, but they're going incredibly fast, you know, many, many times the speed of sound. And so if things break up in orbit because, I don't know, they collide with a, you know, giant radiator vane that's, you know, several square miles wide, then suddenly you have a bunch of debris going, you know, many times the speed of a bullet. And then what if there's a head-on collision between those things? Then suddenly you have an expanding cloud of space junk in low Earth orbit. And this becomes
I saw that in that Sandra Bullock documentary.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Can I give like the incredibly cynical bull case for AI and just get you guys to respond to it?
Go for it.
It's easy to dunk on this stuff because it is so stupid if you think about it. It really is. But the reason that this is continuing to happen is not because everybody doesn't understand that this is a bad idea. It's because you can make money from the valuation of something going up.
Sure.
And we're in a capitalist society, and everybody in this room, I think, likes to make money, or at least is aware that they need to make money in order to buy tickets to the LA Times Festival of Books and to buy copies of Unfinished, the role of the arts in the Unfinished. Anyway, so when people see CEOs like, I won't name names, but Sam Altman, saying, pumping up their valuations. They're in the same business that we are in. They're in show business. They're trying to get a narrative across. They're trying to get you to believe in the fact that they can increase the valuation of their company. Not that they can create anything, just that they can make their company more valuable. Because if they can make their company more valuable, if you are a shareholder today, your shares will be worth more money tomorrow. And even if you believe that the product is absolute garbage, you can still make money, and you need money to survive. So I think that this kind of mania is one of the features, if not reluctant inevitabilities of capitalism, the same way that Inshitification is. If you get to a point where you can't grow anymore, what do you have to do? You have to squeeze more money out of your existing users. Remember when Ubers were $3? Inshitified.
Yeah. I have a question.
We got a current college student in the room. All right.
I have a question for the group before we move on to Q&A. Adam, it looks like you really want to say something, though.
Please.
Briefly.
I mean, this sounds like you've made a really, really great case against capitalism.
So no, I agree. I'm a hippie at heart, but I also live in the world I live in. So I don't think I'm going to overthrow capitalism personally.
But other futures are possible.
So I don't think Inshitification is inevitable. I don't think stock swindles are inevitable in the same way that I don't think that having rat poison in your medicine is inevitable, right? Even I will cop to the fact that I'm not the world's most ardent fan of markets as our best or only allocator, but I know for a fact that we have had regulatory regimes that were better at limiting stock swindles than the one we have now. And the thing about Inshitification, which is the process by which firms extract value at the expense of their stakeholders without experiencing any drop in their profitability, that's the result of policy choices. Because I was there when the policy choices were being made. And not only were they foreseeable outcomes, they were foreseen, right? So look, the ketamine-addled Zucker-Muskian failures who elected themselves Pope Emperors of our digital lives are awful, right? But they rarely, if ever, say that they're doing it for anyone's benefit except their own. But policymakers, that are allegedly on the payroll to defend our interests, were told this would happen and did it anyway. And so the nice thing about understanding an inshitogenic policy environment is it suggests a remedy, which is a disinshitogenic policy environment, right? This is not teleology. We are not prisoners of history, right? We have we can do things with states. Sometimes they go wrong. Not everything that a state does is good, but states have at various times said, you are not allowed to swindle stock from people, and if you do, Bernie Ebbers, you're dying in prison.
All right. I have a question for the group before we move on to Q&A. It came up when I was reading Adam's book. You do briefly mention Carl Sagan's work, and just seeing his words, the juxtaposition of his words and the ideology of the others in that book it really struck something in me. And I imagine most of us here are a fan of Carl Sagan as someone who is humbling and it reminds us of the awe and wonder of scientific discovery. And I wondered if there are people, for anyone here on this panel, that you see as contemporaries, whether that's musicians, filmmakers, other writers, who inspire that awe and that could provide that contrast in a contemporary setting. Who inspires you?
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny, go for it.
Don't laugh. I'm not joking. Bad Bunny, 100%. I'm Puerto Rican, so I love Bad Bunny more than literally anything. But he is a huge political activist. He has done more for the island of Puerto Rico than almost anybody. His charitable foundation is called, any guesses? Good Bunny.
Good Bunny.
So yeah.
The answer to a bad guy with a bunny is a good guy. God damn it.
Oh my God. That's a great button. I got nothing after that.
Okay. So I take a lot of inspiration from the work of Ursula Le Guin, who unfortunately is not around anymore, and I feel like I want to give...
Wanted to make up a song. I was like, I want to write about this thing that I'm feeling. So I wrote a song called Make Sure You Know Your Classroom, which was about my deep hidden fears about starting kindergarten. Make sure you know your classroom. Make sure you know your seat. I'll help you find your teacher with the same pa that Billy Don't Be a Hero had. You'll have to wait in the street is the punchline. So I thought if you couldn't find your classroom, they're literally going to kick you to the curb.
Just throw you out into the middle of the street.
Throw you out to the middle of the street. But I
Yeah.
remember walking into class, and this is what really ignited, I think, my love of like wanting to get my music to people. I remember walking into class and feeling like I'm about to play this song for my classmates that they've never heard before. Like, I just thought that was the coolest feeling. And that's the feeling that has sustained me through my whole career, is sharing music with you guys.
You know, it's so interesting to hear you describe it this way. There's such a big difference between artists who begin their work and begin their pursuit of the arts when they're kids, and kids who are pushed into the arts by their parents.
Yes, and I'm sure we...
And you and I think, represent both sides of that.
Right.
Right? Like, I was forced into it by my mom, and you were encouraged and supported and loved and helped the entire way. I'm envious that you got to have that.
But you turned out all right.
I did all right.
So, but I understand the unwinding you had to go through. And you know, I witnessed so many kids, like, because I used to go on auditions, commercial auditions, and there were parents who would literally, like, before, like, the kid was like, I don't want to do this. And unfortunately, it was usually the mom. And the mom was like, you're going in that audition room. And I remember one time when a kid came out and she said, well, I didn't get a call back. And she said, I brought a change of clothes. We're changing your clothes, you're changing your name, and you're going back in and you're doing it again. And you're going to make them like you and call you back. And like, when I didn't get a call back or a part, my parents were like, okay, you did your best, honey. Let's go get some French fries and a shake and celebrate and go home. Like, it was never life or death like that. And I was never pushed. So yes, I am grateful for that.
I had a friend who said creativity is the absence of fear. And as you know, as a child actor, I was always afraid of getting in trouble, and it really stifled my creativity. Your creativity was just constantly exploding. On Instagram, I saw that you got your piano.
Oh yes, my childhood piano is in my
piano back.
Yes.
Would you just talk a little bit about what it was like to sit back down at that instrument again? Like, did the keys have so many stories to tell you?
Yes. I mean, and a lot of notes don't work because it's so old.
Yeah.
But yeah, I literally put it in my bedroom. It was being held at my manager's house for a while. It's been kind of like bopped around, and it was on the East Coast. And finally, I'm like, why don't I have this piano with me? It's the piano that I wrote Lost in Your Eyes on. Like, I remember coming home from school, and I always say the best songs are channeled. It's like all you have to do is get out of the way. And I remember sitting at that piano and just that pling, 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 pling. That intro felt like it started to play itself. So when I'm at that piano now, like, I always flash back to that memory.
Yeah.
You know?
You can see the room. You can feel the air in the apartment. You can like really smell
totally.
All that comes back.
Well, yeah, and the thing is the room that piano was in was originally the garage / laundry room, which then became the playroom, which then became the recording studio / playroom / laundry room. And that piano holds a lot of memories, for sure.
If I am this happy that it's home, is it like,
It's next to my bed. I literally can like reach out and I was like, I'm just at a point, and I don't know how many children of the 80s are here today. Yes, give us a woo!
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, I don't know how you all feel, but I just feel like everything these days that was meaningful has even that much more meaning. Like, I want to viscerally have those things close and not to live in the past, but to kind of get fueled by that time and that freedom you're talking about. Because I feel like the thing I love about music, and I've always loved about music, is it is one of the freest art forms, you know, as is writing. Like anything goes. You know, you have a blank canvas. And so the freedom of music and like the freedom to keep a playfulness about, like, that's why my book is called Eternally Electric. It's like to remind yourself, and it's, everybody can do this, but music affords me like the biggest excuse to get away with, like my late mom used to always say, you're so lucky because you can get away with dressing however you want, because musical artists are just like given that pass, right?
Yeah.
To be playful and to kind of stay youthful and vibrant and all of those things. So that piano kind of connects me to all of that and the roots of why I got into my career to begin with.
Stuart was reading off some of your incredible achievements. And I said to you, I always forget, because Debbie is my friend Debbie, who I've known for 40 years. I always forget international pop sensation Debbie Gibson is the same person. Talk a little bit about like going out and being like, you know, you kind of, when you go out into the world, you are a pop star and people know you and people love you. I can go out into the world and be invisible. You don't get to do that. Tell them about being in Peru.
So for anybody who follows me on social media and saw my recent trip to Peru, or for any of you who were there, because some of you might have been there, I had never toured there. And so I'm almost 40 years into doing my career publicly. And this was the first time that I toured in Peru. And guys, like, I felt like Michael Jackson. I felt like in those documentaries when you like see Michael Jackson's point of view and you see those beautiful faces, like with this childlike wonder, like reaching for you. And I was like, they're reaching for me. Like, that's insane. It was so beautiful and so meaningful and so exciting. And I was like, okay, I don't get to go and just be a tourist because I can't disappear into these streets. But that's a very happy problem to have.
Is that the first time you've experienced that?
I mean, I've experienced it, but not to that degree since like the beginning, because here, I mean, I think much like you, maybe because people grew up with us, like there's an approachability. I want people always to feel like, I think that, you know, I forget you're New York Times best-selling author too. Like, but
that's okay, so does the industry.
Stop. But I think like, you know, I think we put being human beings first, right? Before everything. And so I think that's also part of our connection, like, you know, my musical audience and me. So I think like the mystery of me having not ever been there created this thing like that happened in the beginning, like when my music was heard, let's say, in the UK. And the first time I went to the UK, it was like that. So it was a different kind of a thing. And what I realized was the last time I felt that level of excitement, all the faces were kids. They were young.
Oh, no kidding.
So now I'm seeing these adults, right, who are experiencing this thing that made them feel so childlike. And it was just incredible. It was, I take everything in so much more now. Like everything was kind of a drive-by back in the beginning, because we were talking about this, how like, especially when you're younger, you don't know how to deal with fame and all that attention and everything. But now I'm like, I want to imprint these faces and this feeling and all of it, because it's really powerful.
You are of all the people I know who are like fancy and famous, you are the most you are the most generous with your time, the relationship that you have with your fans and your where the Diamond Deb heads at. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, it is amazing.
Thank you.
I absolutely love that. That takes a lot of your personal energy and a lot of your like time and commitment to nurture that and to give back to that community. As long as I've known you, I have never felt like that is a burden for you. I have always felt like you genuinely love it. You appreciate your fans more than anyone I know.
Aw, thank you.
So when you are out in the world, does it ever come up where you're like, dude, I really just want to go home? Like, does it ever happen?
I mean, you know, I think there's like times where, yes, like, okay, we've done it, like I'm going or whatever. But at the same time, like, you know, yesterday I spent my Saturday making renewal videos for my Diamond Deb heads.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's not a burden. And it's not like, oh, I'd rather be out to lunch with my friends or whatever. It's like, it's such a part of who I am and my life. And like I call them my fam club with an M, like, cause it's really a family. It affords me the privilege of doing what I love to do.
Yeah.
There's just not a minute where I think like that's a bother. It's a reciprocal energy, and like everybody wins with that energy, right? So, you know, it's like never. It's never really occurred to me to like, you know, it's not a burden.
Yeah.
It's never a burden. It's an honor. And again, like when you take a nearly 40-year career and people fly from around the country and from around the world, and like, I'm always like, whose life is this? Like, it's never wasted on me. It's never wasted on me.
There's this incredible moment in your life that you talk about in your memoir, and it is going to Broadway. It's going to theater, it's going to Gypsy, it's going to do this magnificent musical theater. When you were doing that, I was raising 2 little kids, so I completely missed that entire part of your career. And I loved reading about it, and it was one of those moments where I really understood you're not only a musician, right? Like, you are not only a songwriter, you're an artist and a performer. And there is, in my experience as an artist and performer, different kinds of work sort of satisfy different little pieces inside of us, right?
Yes, for sure.
I would love for you to talk about your love of theater. And like, there's a time where you got to make a choice. Am I going after theater or am I going after the Billboard charts? And that is a huge choice.
Yes.
And like, how can you even make that and not be paralyzed by like, oh man, no matter what I do, I'm leaving something I love. Tell me, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so like I did a lot of theater in my childhood, and my last big audition was for Les Miserables when I was 15. And even at that time, because I was going on so many auditions and doing shows, my mom was managing me, like, she was unofficially managing me then, but we'd always have those kind of managerial conversations where she'd be like, okay, it feels like if you're going for theater and you're trying to demo all these songs, like, you might want to think about putting all of your focus into one thing or the other, because that's how you accomplish things. And so at the time, I was music. I was obsessed with being on the radio. I was winning radio contests, like tickets and everything. And
what year is this?
This is 1985.
All right.
So 86, I signed my deal with Atlantic Records.
Yeah.
And I also think I've always been very intuitive with, like, you know, you just kind of have a sense of what's best for you, right? And I was like, no, this is what's next for me, right? And so after like the 5 first years of the Out of the Blue album, the Electric Youth album, the Anything Is Possible album, the tours and everything, there came a moment where it became clear that what I was instinctually doing musically was not what the business was doing. It was time, like, for Seattle grunge. Everyone was wearing flannel. People were writing into MTV going, get that video with the castle and all those dancers off the air. I mean, people were brutal at the time, okay? Like, when they turn on pop music, like, and it happens every so often, they turn
hard.
People turn hard, right?
Yeah.
And kids were going to college, and so some of that was like, we're ripping those posters off our walls, and we're adults now, and our tastes have changed, and right? So that was happening. So I was like, I'm going back to my Broadway dream for a minute, and so I started performing the song On My Own, Pretending He's Beside Me from Les Mis in my concerts, and we really, much like Wicked, is now, it was the pop musical of its time, and Eponine was Elphaba. Like
Yeah.
Eponine was that like gritty pop girl in a Broadway musical. And so it was a perfect fit, and the audiences loved it, and my mom invited the director and the producers and everything, and they still had me sing through the entire score, like they didn't just hand me the role. And I went into Les Mis on Broadway, and that started 17 musicals in 17 years, 3 on Broadway, 1 in the West End, regional, national tours. And it
That
was
is
an
so cool.
amazing, and I write about Gypsy with Betty Buckley in the book, which was a highlight for me because Betty, in her own words, she will call herself intense. And so we had an amazing conversation, but actually several conversations. I really wanted to go back and get her perspective. And I'm like a recovering people pleaser. I don't know how many of you are out there. But I called her and I said, I'm not calling to ask for your permission to say anything I'm going to say in the book, but I'd love your insight and I'd love your input. I'd love to be able to say, I saw it this way. How did you see it? Or where were you coming from? And so I write about that with her blessing in the book, which was a lot of fun.
Let's go back to music. When we did Stand By Me, all of us had birthdays that summer. River Phoenix wanted to be a musician more than anything else. It's all he wanted to do. So Rob Reiner gave him a 4-track recorder for his birthday. I
didn't know this.
So he started recording music, and he was making songs with his sister Rain.
Yep.
You didn't have a 4-track. You had cassette players lined up on an ironing board with your sisters.
Yes, that's what made my mom help get a loan to get me the 4-track.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, like now multi-track recording is so accessible to everybody, right? But for people who don't know the concept of it, it's basically like, some people always thought like a band all goes into a studio and somebody hits record and that's it, which is true of some bands. But in pop, it's usually like a Tetris puzzle. You're building the drum parts and you're building the bass and the guitar parts and the vocals and the background vocals, and everything's on its own track, like on an individual fader. I didn't have a mixer, so I was like, I think I can do this like if I line up all my sisters' cassette recorders. So I did that. I took them all and I lined them all up on the ironing board. And I had a drum machine and I had a little synthesizer. So I'd play a part and 2 parts into one, and then I'd play that back, and I'd layer another part and play that into so by the end you heard, only in my dream. Like, it was like the worst. Like, is there a song in there somewhere? So my mom walked in, and she's like, this is ridiculous. Like, I have to help get you tools. So she took a 3-hour drive to see an uncle in New Jersey, in Vineland, New Jersey, and came back home with a $10,000 loan. $10,000 is a lot of money. I don't care who you are or what year it is.
It's even more money in 1986, right?
And in 1980, and this was 1984.
Oh my God.
It was even more money. So she walked in and she was like, I'll never forget. And by the way, I want to play my mom in a movie of our life. But she walked in like Cat Who Swallowed the Mouse, and she was like, I got the loan. Like, it was like just so badass.
Yeah.
Like, was there ever even a doubt? And again, she couldn't call us from a cell phone on the way home like, we were waiting, like, as a family. And that's when the studio started to get built, and I did all those demos that led to the first deal.
This is a theme that comes up in your book over and over and over again, how supportive of you your entire family was, particularly your mom, and how your mom really looked out for you, looked over you, managed you for a while, and that's great until it isn't. Would you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, of course. I mean, first of all, my mom and I were, I believe, put on the planet like as twin souls to do this mission that we did, because for a 16-year-old little girl from Long Island writing songs to have gotten that music to all of you is astounding and should never have happened theoretically, right? So she was the only person who was going to be crazy enough and tenacious enough to do that mission with me. But I think that anybody who out there who is a parent, you all know there comes I'm not a parent, but you all know there's a moment in time where like there's an emancipation that happens, and you have to view your kid differently, and they have to view you differently, and if you're in business with your child, like, I mean, it's definitely not natural. It was so natural for us, as Will said, until it wasn't. And then I was like, I started questioning if I wanted to not have to talk, because I was, my mom and I would have like 15 business conversations a day. A 20-year-old girl doesn't want to necessarily be talking to her mother 15 times a day for any reason, right? And I also got to a point in my 30s where I was like, I don't know, I might just want my mom to be my mom. And also, and I hate to say this sentence I'm about to say, but it's true, she was aging out of the business. And that's not to do with the numerical age, it's to do with the mindset.
Yeah.
And I think it happens in any business that relies on kind of technology and pop culture, and you either start to change with the times or you resist it. And I was always like cheering her on, like, come on, Mom, you can turn this corner and do this, but she couldn't let go of like the old regime way of thinking. And I was very much young and living in a modern world, and I could see what had to happen. And listen, it's very tricky, and I talk about this all the time because to a certain degree, and I think you'll relate to this, there is a certain like taking advantage of artists because the world knows how badly we want to do it, right?
Yeah, they think we'll do it for free because we're so grateful.
Right.
And they're not entirely wrong.
Exactly. I used to say to my mom, oh my God, I'd pay them to let me do this show. And she'd be like, don't say that out
They'll
loud.
hear you.
They'll hear you. But like as a songwriter, there comes a point where somebody wants your writer's royalties or a piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
And your manager, who's also your mother, who watched you write the song in the living room, goes, why are we saying somebody wrote your song, even on a financial level, that didn't write your song? And it's like that old 100% and nothing's nothing. And so there is this, you want to keep your standards high, but there's a game to be played if you want people to hear the music. So I understood how tricky it was for her. And revisiting it in this book was interesting. But there came a point where, I divorced my mother, and so that was really challenging. And Heather, my manager, who's here, Heather, wave. My mom, and I talk about this a lot in the book, my mom actually discovered and mentored Heather in 1994, 93, 94, 95. She came to work for my mom and I for like 9 years, left. And then when it was time to find the heir to my mom's throne, I went back to Heather. And so it's kind of a beautiful full circle story. And look, in the beginning, my mom was kind of like, wait a minute, I cast my replacement? and then she was like, oh, I helped mentor my replacement, and you have someone trustworthy who can get the job done in your corner. And Heather's like family. Like, I'm lucky enough. It's like having two amazing marriages in your life, right? I am so fortunate. And for those of you who don't follow or haven't followed along in the last 6 or 7 years since I went on the mixtape tour with New Kids on the Block and Dancing with the Stars, yes,
give it
New
up for
Kids on
that.
the Block, Heather's really taken like a 15, 16-year journey with me at this point through health challenges, through financial challenges. She's helped rebuild my entire career and my life. And so, and I'm in the reason why I wanted to write this book now, because a lot of people write memoirs when they're like, I'm sitting home in my house in the Hamptons and I have money and nothing better to do. I was like, I want to write this book while the party's going, so I can really speak to all of you about if you're going through challenges in your life. When I tell you I had the rug pulled out from under me in every universal way you could imagine. Again, divorcing my mother, finances, health with a debilitating Lyme disease journey that I chronicle in the book. Things that might have killed somebody else.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it alone, with Heather and the support of friends and family. I mean, like, I really have rebuilt my life to a place where it's the most fun I've ever had. This is the time that I am having the most fun. you know, and so, yes. And so, spoken to everyone, but particularly women who are counted out at a certain age. Listen, I was told you can't do this because you're too young and you're female. I was told that in the beginning. And now I get told you can't do this because you're this age and female. Don't listen to any of it, you know, because I do believe that this second act or 15th act or whatever act I'm on, but it feels like an official second act.
Yeah, yeah.
I think a lot of people, and again, in particular women, are having that kind of resurgence and celebrate yourself and celebrate this time, because it's a time you can honor all those wild things you always wanted to do that maybe you never did because you were immersed in a career or raising kids or whatever. You can do it. You can do it, and I'm proof that you can turn your entire life around. And so that was my motivation to write the book right now.
Are you aware of what an inspiration you are to young women?
I mean, listen, what I've heard along the way, what I heard when I was younger, I've heard, if you can do it, I can do it. So, because I think that what little girls realized then and what grown women realize now is, yes, I was given a musical talent, but 99% of everything I have is because I've just gone after it. I've dug deep, I've put in the work, and that's attainable for everybody. And so I do hope that I've inspired women especially, but everybody who just has looked at me and gone, oh, she's one of us, so if she can do it, I can do it. Like, if I'm that to you guys, then I love that so much.
That's awesome.
I love that so much.
Let us take a couple of questions
Yes.
From the assembled audience. Stuart, you wanna go out there and pull that off for us?
Let's do it. The rules are, I'll come to you or come to me at the aisle, and I'll hold the mic, and you can ask your question. Who has a question for pop royalty here? All right. Can you come to the aisle? Can you get there? Tell us your name and your question, please.
Hi, my name's Carlos. I was just curious. Well, it could go for you and Will. Next year, late February, early March, we have a Read Across America event at our schools. Would you like to be our guest readers? It could be by Zoom. It could be by Zoom, and we could.
You got to see my manager right there. I love that you're asking.
Yeah,
like,
because me and my niece we're here just
fabulous.
looking for readers.
That sounds fabulous.
Yeah, that's great. Yes.
Thank you, Carlos.
See Heather. Heather will
Okay, new rule. That's the last ask for Debbie to appear somewhere. But we got one in. That's great.
Carlos, I admire your tenacity.
Yeah.
I get it. Ask away.
I understand. All right, I'll come there, right there.
Thanks. Hi, Debbie. My name's Elena.
Hi, Elena.
And I absolutely loved your Christmas shows you were doing a couple years ago.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so sad you didn't have it this year. Are you going to do it again? Please say yes.
Oh, that's such a good question. There's something in the works. I can't say exactly what or where, but I think you'll be happy and you'll hear about it. You follow me on social media, right? So you will hear it. I know. I gave it 1 year off just because, and I was saying this to Will when we were back there, last year for me was like 3 years packed into one, with the getting the book out the door, as I put it, and doing the audiobook and doing all the touring, that by the time the holidays came, girlfriend needed a break. I needed that 1 month, but thank you. I love doing the holiday shows too. So, but I think you'll be happy. There's a couple of things surrounding Winterlicious that will be announced soon.
Thank you. All right, your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Steve Jankowitz. Debbie, we loved you in the Mega and Sci-Fi Originals. Hoping to see more.
Oh, thank you.
And Will, I'm in an abusive relationship with my wife who will disown me if we don't get signature from you on this.
Bring it back when we're signing after the talk. I'd be happy to
Thank
do
you.
that.
I love you both.
Thank you so much.
One of the things you talk about in your book is your friendship and your relationship with Tiffany.
Yes.
And I remember when the two of you were the biggest thing in the world, the industry trying to create the impression that y'all weren't on the same side, and I felt like that was trying to pit women against each other.
Yes.
For the benefit probably of men in the record industry. I love that you are friends. I love that you do things together. When you guys were in the Asylum films together, it looked like you were having the time of your life. I've done a couple of movies for David Latt, so I know how fun they can be.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Yes. Tiffany and I did Mega Python versus Gatoroid, which I do say was somebody's, like some male executive somewhere dreamt up Tiffany and I saving the world in hot dresses and getting in a food fight and ending up in a swamp.
And quoting lines from your
Basically.
songs to each other was one of my favorite beats in that whole
Slapping
thing.
each other. We just did a panel together, Tiffany and I, a couple of weeks ago, and we had so much fun, like reminiscing about that.
Yeah.
We were just like, we're gonna not do the thing people expect us to do, which is a song or whatever. Let's just do something so far out there and have a giggle, which is what it was.
I think that is amazing. It's been one of the hallmarks of your career that you never do what people expect you to do, and you like sort of pivot into what feels right, and what is going to what's going to wake up and excite your bliss. That's what I get from you.
I just did a TED Talk. I just did TEDx, right? And it's going to come out soon. And funny enough, that is the theme. The theme is about how staying surprising just to yourself, it does ignite an energy, right? And it keeps you young and vital, and it excites the audience. And I think life is too short to take it too seriously, right? Like I always say, I take my work seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. And there's a difference.
There's a huge difference.
And I think, again, we get to be in this business where we get to play.
Yeah.
I was like, when else am I going to be on the red carpet with an alligator? Like, what is even happening? It was
just that one time, it turns out.
Just that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead. I can only do a couple more, so I'll start here. Your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and this is more of a sharing my moment with you. I immigrated from Taiwan when I was 8 years old, and every weekend I would just sit and be at my cassette player and wait for your song to show up so I can record it, because I didn't have the money to buy your album. And that was a way for me to also learn English, because this was 1990, 91, and I had to depend on my hearing to write the lyrics down, and I had a whole book of your songs and Tiffany's. And but fast forward to now, I'm a motion picture camera assistant, and the industry in Los Angeles has sadly gone down the hill. So I definitely wanted to come here, but then listening to you talk about what inspired you to go into your second act. I went back to school. I'm going to go into forensic science. So anyway, this is inspiration. So it's a second career. I'll be 50 in 10 months, but I'm like, how am I going to embark on a second career?
I love that. You're pivoting.
Thank you so much for inspiring me.
Oh my God, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Like, first of all, who remembers trying to record off the radio and the DJ intro, you're like, stop talking. Yeah. But I love the second act and the pivoting. You're like, first of all, your camera career is kind of a male-dominated field, so you're a badass. Like, you were like, I'm going to go into a field that's maybe not traditionally for women as much, which is amazing. And now to be pivoting, to be like, well, the industry is doing something else and I'm going to start something new. That's so incredible. I love hearing that. And the idea, I hear these stories, and again, when I tour in Asia and in South America and the audiences are singing my songs, I hear this a lot, that people learned English from my songs. And I'm thinking, I'm just this little girl sitting in my room writing songs because I love it. And then someone halfway around the world, it's connected us in some profound way.
This is why Peruvians are able to hit the high F so brilliantly. It's in their culture.
And we've passed a basket for royalties for the people who recorded your songs off the radio. So we'll give that to you. Last question. Hi, your name.
Hi, my name is Pat Barrett, and thank you, Will and Debbie, for being here. This is a question for both of you. Both of you have had long careers, which is really unmentionable, and you've had your ups and downs. How have you kept it going and being relevant?
I'm going to go first so that you get the last word, because this day is all about you.
Oh, no. I want to hear. I'm curious to hear your answer to this. Great question.
Thank you.
I realized at some point in my 20s that no matter how hard I try to fight it, I am an artist. And if I'm not creating some kind of art, I may as well just not even be breathing. It's what I am here to do. And when the industry I was in made it very clear that they were no longer interested in dating, I found something else to do in the arts, and I became a writer. And I write all the time, and it's how I express myself creatively. Then I started narrating audiobooks, and I found that I could take this skill that I developed in a lifetime as an actor, and I can use it in an entirely different discipline that's really satisfying for me and isn't reliant on my looks or like where I'm gonna go to be on location. I just go to the studio and I tell the story. And for me, that longevity has always been about finding something to do that really matters to me, that I care about, because the amount of work I have to do to get something done is the same whether I care about it or not. So I've been working really hard to satisfy myself and just hope that there's somebody out there that wants to come along and be part of that and cover the business side of it. And so far, I've been really lucky. I'm having a second act too. And take that, F. Scott Fitzgerald.
You know, I feel like the endurance question, similarly, like I've always been rooted in my love of music. So whether anybody's listening or not, I want to just sit at my piano and play for me because it fills my soul in the moment. I always say, like, art gives back to you right in the moment. And then the public part of it, though, and enduring, I've always felt a sense of purpose and connecting with people. Like music and people and travel are my, like, and dogs are my favorite, my loves. And, you know, the fact that I get to connect with people through music, through travel, is incredible. And the staying relevant part of the question is so interesting. I've always seen ageless faces. I've never thought of like, and I say this in the book, the quickest way to age yourself is to think that everything great was done yesterday and that's it. And there's nothing good. Like when people go, oh, music today, I go, well, no, I agree that like, there is only one Beatles, there's only one Madonna, there was only one Michael Jackson. However, the artistry happening right now and the tools and the way in which artists are using them, I think is magnificent as well. And I think when you're able to take in pop culture and live in a modern landscape as well, and like for me, you know, like when my last album, The Body Remembers, I felt like was such a great example of this. If you listen to the melodies and the hooks, it's me. Like it's me in any era, at any age, it's me. But I surrounded myself with people with a younger, more modern sensibility than me to help translate it in a new way. And so on one hand, it's intentional, but on the other hand, it's really just my taste. Like I love experiencing new ways of expressing myself and connecting with new generations as well. So to me, it's just more people to connect with, and that's the reason to endure, and that's the reason to stay relevant.
You're extremely relevant, Debbie Gibson. You are a best-selling author. You are a multi-award winning generational talent.
Aw, thank you.
You're a global superstar, and you will be signing your books in signing area 8. As soon as we finish up here, I will be there as well.
Yes.
If you do not have our books, you can grab them from Vromans. I love you, Vromans. Thank you. And everyone, if you would please join me in celebrating my friend Debbie Gibson.
Thank you so much, guys.
Debbie
and
Gibson.
Thank you. Let's hear it from Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton.
I'm so honored you joined me.
Pick up a copy of Eternally Electric over at Vromans. Get it signed. Thank you all very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. This is such a great turnout. I'm like kind of shocked. So Michael just gave me an amazing introduction. Laker girl for the Brooklyn Nets. That's a new one. I'm going to save that one in my back pocket. My name is Cassie Young. You could call me bitch in the kitch, I guess, but it is bad bitch in the kitch. She came out in October. I'm so proud of her, and I love to see her in the hands of all of you. Hopefully you have cooked from it, learned from it, loved it, left her alone. But we are going to make one of my kind of sleeper favorite recipes right now. We're going to be making my shrimp and pineapple Thai curry. So I actually learned to make this when I was in Bangkok. I fell in love with it. I cannot have curry any other way. It's very simple. I don't know how you deal with spice. We're going to talk about that in a second, but let's go ahead and get started, yeah? I love that. Yeah, woo! I'm going to open up the floor to some questions while we're cooking, just so we can have a little fun and be interactive. I live behind the phone, obviously, so if you ever have a question about something that I'm doing or just a random question, because I do love the random questions. I think I was on book tour. Someone was like, what's your lip combo? Loved that question. So don't feel like any question is too random, too weird. I may give you a weird answered back, but why don't we just go ahead and get started, yeah? So I have this beautiful mortar and pestle, which we haven't even talked about, but this is great, okay? If you do not have a mortar and pestle, you can start this recipe with just a food processor, which is something that I do at home a lot because, let's be honest, I'm kind of lazy and it's easy to clean up. We're going to start with a bunch of aromatics, okay? So we're going to be starting with our spice. Like I said, depending on your spice level, you can kind of alter this to your own liking, but we're going to start with some Fresno chilies. I think these are nice because they are a little bit mild, but they help with the flavor and the color as well. So I'm going to add that into my mortar and pestle. Then we have bird's eye chilies, okay? The smaller the chili, probably the stronger it is. I'm gonna add in 2. Again, if you're not feeling this, maybe just a little bit, okay? I'm gonna add that in there. And then right here, I have some lemongrass. So lemongrass is gonna come looking like this. If you've ever been to an Asian market, don't be intimidated, by the way. Lemongrass is one of my favorite ingredients to cook with. It is so fragrant, it smells so good, and it adds so much flavor. So how to prepare the lemongrass? You're just gonna wanna peel off the excess layers. Embarrassing, can't do it. You guys are making me nervous. You'll be able to tell because the outside layers are like low-key a little bit dirty. You're gonna go ahead and chop off the end of this, which I'm not gonna do right now, but you'll notice that there's a bunch of this is a lot longer than what I have here, okay? So the trick that I learned in Bangkok is when you chop and you start to see, or I should say you stop seeing these purple rings, that's when you no longer need it. So I'll usually chop off half of this. You can just discard this top half, and then you're gonna roughly chop the bottom, okay? Before you chop it though, you do kind of wanna give it like a smash, and you'll notice that it makes it really nice and fragrant. But magic, I already have some prepared, okay? So I'm gonna add that in here, and I'm just gonna add just a little pinch of salt, just to help get this going. And then you can use this, get out some aggression, and start grinding this up. This is gonna take me a little bit of time, so it would be an appropriate time if anyone has any questions. Let me know Miss Peggy over here has a mic. Or if not, we can just, vibe out. Maybe some music? John, hit it, John. Yes.
Question, is it on? Oh, there we go. When you were on Next Level Chef, which chef picked you?
So Gordon Ramsay picked me.
Wow, okay.
I don't know if he actually picked me. For the magic of reality TV, we're just gonna say he handpicked me. But I was very, very honored to be on his team. Obviously, he's so knowledgeable. And I already know there's gonna be a question to follow up. Is he that mean in person? He's so nice. He's really so smart and just very supportive. So a lot of the times, if you watch the show, I did not do great on the show, but made for great TV. I'd be freaking out, and he'd be like, it's okay, you've really got this. And I'm like, okay, I do. Also, he smells incredible. He wears Aventus Creed, if anyone is interested. I actually bought it, maybe for trauma. Little spritz, get me ready for my day.
Okay, my follow-up is, when you put the food on the platform and it goes up, how long is it before they actually taste it? Is it still hot? Is it warm? What's that time? Yeah. No magic of TV. What's the reality?
I'm scared to answer it. I'm scared, Peggy. You know what? I plead the fifth, okay? I don't know. I'm like, do I have an NDA? I don't even know. But yeah, let's just say, you know, you got to give them some time, the judges some time to get to the tasting, you know what I mean? Great question, though. Put me on the spot there, didn't you? Okay. Sorry, you guys. Apparently, I need to be in the gym a little bit harder because... There we go. Whenever you feel like it's not breaking down too much, just go ahead and add in some more salt, and it's going to kind of help it. These Fresno chilies, though, are giving me a little bit of a hard time.
Hi, I'm Itzala. I do have a question.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi. So I was just curious if you would think about going into competitive cooking.
You know, my answer to everything is always like, never say never, you know? Because if somebody approached me today and was like, do you want to compete? I'd be like, yeah, I do. I'm a very competitive person by nature. And so I think whenever there's a challenge kind of presented to me, I'm always down. It's not my top priority, though. I'm still dealing with the trauma from the show. So, yeah, I think if I was asked, probably. But also, if there's like anyone that's like listening right now, no. Okay? No, not trying to compete, but that was a great question. Thank you.
I do have a follow-up.
Of course.
Are you watching any shows currently? And if so, any favorite chefs?
Any cooking competition shows? Not at the moment. I'm like watching a bunch of random shows right now, but none cooking competition. I think, again, I think being on the show has given me a different perspective when it comes to watching cooking shows, and it's kind of like harder for me to enjoy. You know what I mean? But I can definitely appreciate everyone who's on the show, and I know that what they've gone through as well. So, yeah. Okay, so my peels to my Fresno chilies are not quite breaking down, so I am going to remove them. But you can kind of see the rest is broken down here. We do have some other ingredients to add, so I'm going to leave them in for now while we go ahead and combine the other things. But we got a nice little start to our paste here. Okay. Just gonna put this here. Now, we're gonna start adding our aromatics. So what I have here is galangal. This is like a more subtle Spider-Man. Sorry, I'm like, whoa, do you have a question for me?
Yes.
Wait, hold on, before you do. Mask on. I don't wanna, yeah. Can I still hear you? Okay, yeah.
My question is, did you learn how to make this at a cooking class?
I did. So when I went to Thailand, one of the main things that I like to do when I travel is take cooking classes, just so I can like really immerse myself in the culture and learn the authentic recipe. So I did take a cooking class for this, and it was really nice because we got to go to the market, pick out all of the fresh ingredients, and get like the very authentic experience. And then I learned to make this and a few other recipes that have just stayed true to my heart, near and dear to my heart, I should say. But yeah, I did learn this at a cooking class. That was a great question. What was your name?
Darnell.
What is it?
Darnell.
Darnell, that was a trick question. You're supposed to say, I'm Spider-Man. Spider-Man never gives up his identity. Thank you, Darnell. Oh my God, I'm obsessed. Okay, sorry, as I was saying before I got distracted, this is galangal. This is ginger's kind of like sweeter, more subtle sister. Adds a really nice subtle profile there. We are gonna add ginger as well with some shallot. I don't know why I'm showing you guys like this stuff because you probably know, but then there's also turmeric. So this is going to be careful cooking with this because it is gonna stay in like everything, but it's gonna add a lot of color, flavor, and it's also very great for like anti-inflammatory, you know, purposes. Yeah. So those are the ingredients we're gonna add, and again, magic here because everything is already beautifully, roughly chopped up for me, and garlic as well. I don't remember if I said that. So this is our turmeric. And to peel all of these things, I think the easiest thing to do is just use a back of a spoon, or not a back of a spoon, the edge of the spoon, and it peels everything off without wasting anything. So I'm adding in my turmeric, followed by my galangal, ginger, shallots, and then my garlic. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt. That's gonna help break everything down. And we're gonna get back to grinding. Whew. That breeze felt nice. If anyone noticed, I'm wearing one earring because the other earring was gonna hit my mic. So, not that anyone was really paying attention to that. And if you were, but you never know, like on social media, I'm like, oh, no one's gonna pay attention to that. No one's gonna notice that. And then they do. Like, girl, why are you wearing one earring? Can't get anything past anyone on social media. I like the music. Yeah, I do. This is nice. This is actually what it should be like in the kitchen, you know? You want to DJ like in my kitchen? That would be so nice if I had somebody to really help with just transitioning and like, okay, the light tune out. This is so fun, you guys. I've never really...
American cities, and even the Supreme Court said that it was illegal. We have a president who's tried to invoke a statute, the Alien Enemy Act of 1798, that only applies in a declared war. There's imminent invasion. And again, the Supreme Court has stopped him from doing. We've never had a president who's tried to so aggrandize executive power as we've seen over the last 15 months. The president has claimed the authority in violation of the Constitution and federal law to refuse to spend billions of dollars of federal money. Where a president has claimed the authority to fire literally anyone in the executive branch of government, making even civil service laws that have existed since the 19th century unconstitutional. We have a president who's waged war with less consultation with Congress, let alone approval, than ever before in American history. We have a president who's using the powers of the office for the sake of retribution in a way that we've never seen. He's gone after law firms simply for things like representing Hillary Clinton. He's gone after his political opponents, people like James Comey and Letitia James. What I've come to conclude is how fortunate our country has been to make it this long in its history without such a demagogue as president or such a threat to democracy. But I also realize that no democracy lasts forever. Many countries that once were democracies no longer are. It would just be hubris to believe that somehow we are immune to those pressures. And so I think this is a truly unique and very dangerous moment in American history.
If anyone wants to add to that, otherwise I'll...
Yeah, I would say that there are many definitions of fascism, but to make it very simple, when the leader of the country declares, I am the state, that's the first sign. And as Erwin said, the meaning when I am the state, it means the Constitution doesn't really matter. And to me, the second big thing in a fascist state is the leader of the state is turning citizens against one another. We have a Constitution that has declared all men equal, that has declared us all to be citizens under the law, and that if you are a citizen and you go to vote, one man and now one woman, unless you're a trad wife, go to vote, that means we are all part of an organic state. And when the leader of that state basically says one group of citizens should hate another group of citizens, get rid of another group of citizens, you're going back to something very deep, very ugly, and very undemocratic, and we can call that fascism.
Well, thank you, everyone, for attending this panel here in the afternoon. I think seeing you all is deeply inspiring to me. As the only millennial on this panel, I do want to say that from my perspective and our generation's perspective, Donald Trump didn't emerge out of the sky, out of nowhere. There was a long process that led to Trump emerging. It began with an economic crisis that dropped the bottom of the American economy and affected working class people and minorities the most. We probably still haven't recovered from that. It was precipitated by an illegal war in Iraq that went on for 10, 20 years, where over 1 million Iraqis were killed, 4,000 Americans, entire communities destroyed in this country without any rational purpose for going to war and sending young men and women to die for no reason. I think when we do violence abroad, and Amy Césaire and others have talked about this, ultimately it boomerangs back to America, and it destroys or harms the social fabric within this country. And I do want to say one other thing is that I know this is a democratic state, but the federal Democratic Party did not do enough over the last 20 years to solve working class issues, to solve issues of poverty, to solve issues of inequality. And it remained a party of war, largely, that we are now recovering from. So yes, Donald Trump is a cause of many of our issues now and a cause of fascism. He's also a symptom. And unless we deal with the root problem, we're going to be seeing lots of other little Donald Trumps emerge over the years. And we're going to have a affirmative, positive, hopeful, substantive, democratic project that appeals to young people, people who feel marginalized and left out for generations to come. Thank you.
And actually, I mean, this specifically goes to what you do. How many lawsuits are you up to now against the administration?
66. And let me just say this. Thank you for being here. I had a chance to walk around and see some of the vendors, and I got to say, I felt hopeful, I felt optimistic, I felt inspired by folks who are engaged and curious and inquisitive and want to learn and want to broaden their perspectives and think more about our future and our shared society. And that's what will get us out of where we are today. I will say that with respect to the question about fascism, Donald Trump is definitely an aspiring fascist. He's a wannabe fascist and has exhibited many elements of fascism, the cult of personality, the autocratic leanings, the dictatorial leanings, the willingness to militarize our streets, our American cities, our American soil, the xenophobia and the social hierarchy that he projects, targeting certain groups as some being in the circle of what it means to be American, some being outside, and scapegoating those, often immigrants, but also those broadly who would be considered part of diversity, equity, and inclusion, transgender and LGBTQ+ community members are outside his circle. The willingness to weaponize the government, to use it to just blatantly go after your enemies, not because the law and the facts dictate any liability or culpability, but because you don't like them, because they are your perceived political enemies. He's engaged in political persecution, not criminal prosecution, to the erosion of rights and freedoms, the sidelining of the checks and balances, like the free press, judges who, when they don't issue a decision that he agrees with, that is part of his agenda, he calls them so-called judges and activist judges and calls for their impeachment. So those are all elements of fascism, and the bulwark against it is us. You and me and us and we, what we do next. I know a lot of folks are anxious, worried, concerned, scared about what happens next. I definitely am at times, but I'm also completely optimistic. And call me hardwired hopeful. I am. I'm a glass half full guy. But I think if we do one thing, then it is inevitable that our democracy will continue, will be durable, will survive, will thrive. And that is, we have to fight. We have to stand up, we have to push back, we have to express our voices. So we shouldn't be hopeless because we're not helpless. We have power, we have authority, we have agency to decide what happens next. Many more chapters will be written in the story of this great state and this great country. And we're gonna write them, us. We're in charge of what happens next. So, I know you asked about our lawsuits, I want to talk about those, but I do want to say that people power is the most potent power that there is. And when you have 8 million people hitting the streets on No King's Day and saying, we refuse to accept the unacceptable, we demand better and different, that's powerful. And that will change the course of where we go next. Trump is at historic lows. He's on the verge of getting thrashed in the midterm elections. And we are winning our 66 lawsuits 80% of the time. 66 lawsuits, just to get a sense, is more than one lawsuit a week. And we didn't decide to do that. We took a position, we being the Democratic Attorneys General, 24 of us across this state, not one Republican AG has sued once on any of the constitutional violations or unlawful conduct of the Trump administration. But we have sued him every time he broke the law and hurt our states. And that is our commitment to you, that we will do that. There's no passes. There's no such thing as a president being allowed to break the law and violate the Constitution. And so not a lot to ask that we have a president who follows the law and stays in his lane. He's probably the most powerful person in the world. He has a lot of actual authority within the executive branch, within the presidency. But he's not Congress. He's not the courts. He's not the states. He wants to be all of them. And our Constitution has been designed to prevent concentration of power in one place. It is diffuse by design to have authority in different places and spaces, checks and balances, federalism. And we are very committed to maintaining that and protecting that. So please stay engaged, do what you're doing. Thanks for being here. There's a lot of places you can be. You decided to be here because you care about our future. And please know that I do too, we do too, and we'll keep fighting by your side. Thank you.
Thank you all. One of the things I really wanted to sort of talk about is like history and what we're seeing now. And I think, Professor Ross, your book I was fascinated to learn about, I obviously knew about the rise of racism and anti-Semitism after World War II in this country, but I did not know about this network of people who infiltrated these groups, who monitored these groups, who really, helped push back at it. So could you talk a little bit about that and then similarities, from what happened, what was going on the ground in this country at that point in terms of what led to this rise of anti-Semitism and racism, and similarities to what is happening now?
Sure. So how many in this room have heard of Tom Brokaw? Raise your hand. You laugh, I asked my students, freshmen, sophomores, not a single hand went up. How many of you heard about the Good War and the Greatest Generation? Again, I asked my students, not a single hand went up. And so the book I've written basically says, it tries to explain how we got from the end of World War II to the storming of the Capitol. And I like to write books about things I don't know. And what I discovered is the battle with Donald Trump started in 1945. It's not about Donald Trump. This is Tom Brokaw talked about the greatest generation. And what I discovered is I just always believed that. And then I began doing research, discovered anti-Semitism and racism went up, not down after World War II. And that there's a group none of us have ever talked about. And that is the group I call the betrayed generation. That is the counterpart to the greatest generation. And this goes from 45 to now. And that is many people went to war, Americans, not to fight against Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo, not to fight for democracy against fascism and Nazism. They went to fight because they were good old boys, largely from the old Confederacy and Southwest. And if you're a good old boy and somebody punches you in the mouth, what do? You punch him back. Japan bombed us. They went to war as patriots. And that is something we all need to understand, that so many of the people who declare themselves Trumpers today go back to this long history where they are the patriots. They went off to war to fight for America because America had been bombed. And when they came back, they discovered a liberal Congress, or as they called it, the Jew Deal Congress, had passed all these laws making it easier for blacks and Jews and minorities to compete for jobs and housing. And they were going to get their country back. They were going to seize control of an America that was no longer honoring the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who created our nation. And so they started a campaign of hate that was so intense that I look at 4 of the major, what I call godfathers of white supremacy. All I can say is they thought the John Birch Society were a bunch of simpering wimp liberals And that when the first group I write about, the Colombians, who were marching in Nazi uniforms in Atlanta in 1946, when they tried to ally with the Ku Klux Klan, the Klan said, "You are too racist for us." And so the story I tell are two stories, and Seema mentioned the second one. The first is tracing these four godfathers of white supremacy. But the other is ordinary Americans, even in 1945, were not willing to stand by and watch their nation eroded by hate. And in this case, the Anti-Defamation League, the American Jewish Committee, and a group that no longer exists called the Non-Sectarian Anti-Nazi League all ran undercover spy operations from the 1940s until the end of the 70s, and the ADL is still doing it to this day. And even though these were Jewish organization, just about every one of their spies was a Christian. And none of them felt, even though they knew they were working for Jewish leaders and Jewish groups, none of them felt they were working for the Jews. They were working for America. Because in America, we don't allow hate groups to intimidate, to kill, to threaten other Americans because of their race, their religion, or their ethnicity. And those battles were fought from 1945 through the 70s, and in many cases to today, from Americans who simply were not going to stand by and allow hate to win. And the battle will go on. Here's the thing, as Rob was saying, we need to stay vigilant, because this battle is going to go on long after Donald Trump leaves office. These groups are not going to disappear, and they're not going to disappear because they believe they are the true patriots. And if all you say is these are crazy people, it's going to keep going. We have to understand these are rational people who have a very different view of what America is and what it should be.
Well, Dean Chemerinsky, a lot of the things we're seeing are on college campuses. You know, traditionally bastions for free speech, but now I think there's been, because of some of the stuff we've seen on campuses, there's been questions about what university leadership should do. And I was just wondering if you could talk about sort of like, you know, the First Amendment right versus, you know, someone's right to feel safe and secure, and, you know, how a university should balance that. And then also, you know, you had something that happened, you know, at your home, and obviously your home is very different from a public university, but I was wondering if you could talk about that as well.
What happened at my home?
Oh, no, Dean Chemerinsky.
I think the core of the First Amendment, and it's certainly true as the cardinal principle for college universities, is that all ideas and views should be able to be expressed, period. It's the core of freedom of speech. It's the core of academic freedom. One of the things that's universal is that people want to try to stop the speech that they don't like. Conservatives try to do this with regard to liberal speech. Liberals try to do this with the conservative speech, and it's done throughout American history. And that's why I think it's so important that universities constantly reaffirm that they are committed. All ideas and views can be expressed, period. In the early 1980s, over 350 colleges and universities adopted hate speech codes. They were all well-intentioned, but every one to go to court without exception was declared unconstitutional. Most European countries have laws that prohibit hate speech. But in the United States, we believe that all views, all ideas, even very hateful ones, can be expressed. You asked me to talk about what happened at my home 2 years ago. I'll just do so very briefly. I hosted dinner for students at the beginning of the academic year and couldn't do it in 2020 or 2021 because of COVID. So when those students were graduating in 2023 and then in 2024, they asked us if we would have dinners for them before commencement. And we said yes. The week before the dinners were scheduled, a very vile poster was put up on every bulletin board in the law school and online. It had a caricature of me holding a bloody knife and fork with blood around my lips, invoking a very long-standing, awful anti-Semitic trope, and it said, "Boycott Zionist Chem." It wasn't for anything I had ever said or done. It was a demand that the University of California divest from Israel. As you might guess, a law school dean has nothing to do with the university's investment policies. The night of the dinner, we welcomed all of the students, and they all went to our backyard to get food. And as everyone was sitting down, the student who was responsible for the posters, the head of Law Students for Justice in Palestine, took a microphone out of her backpack and went onto the top steps and began a very strong pro-Palestinian speech. We have, in all the years we've done these dinners, never had any speaker. She brought her own microphone. My wife and I went to say, no, this isn't the time and the place. That went viral. We then received thousands of hate messages, dozens of death threats. And of course, there's no right under freedom of speech to disrupt a university event. Even if this occurred on
ourselves, and sometimes, you know, it can sound as if it's a selfish phrase, but it's actually quite the opposite. It's the most wonderful thing you can do for the people that you love, because when we are taking care of ourselves, we are giving ourselves little moments, little I choose me moments, then we are showing up for the people that we love better. So that is why I Choose Me is so important to me.
I love that. And thank you for choosing you, because it's produced this wonderful book with, again, so much advice and so much insight. And also a lot of your other platforms, you know, between social media and your clothing line, that message is really imbued throughout everything you do. So I think it goes to strengthen. But speaking of everything you do, which you're very prolific and sharing your story so authentically with your community and your fans, why was this the right time for this book? Because as we said, and we're at a festival of books, lots of authors here, many of you know, especially a memoir, you have to really dig deep and get very vulnerable. It is no easy task. So you mentioned turning 50. Was it an age marker? You're like, I'm 50, it's memoir time. Or was there something else at play that was like, I'm ready?
I think it was just like my personal growth journey, my sort of like, I don't know, a spiritual journey, my, you know, wondering who I was journey. And in when I stopped and looked back, I realized I've done a lot of work. Look what I've lived through. Look what I've survived. And I sort of started to take account of all those milestones in my life. And then before I knew it, it was a book. And in the book, I share my story in hopes that it will touch you, inspire you, or perhaps help you through your own journeys. Because I really do believe, and I've met many, many, many people across the years of my life, and I hear the same stories from everyone. We're all dealing with the same things, our same human challenges here on this earth as humans. Like maybe we look different, or we come from different neighborhoods or different walks of life or whatever it is, but at the core, we are all just here trying to figure it out as we go. And I think that is when sharing our stories has the biggest impact and is the most helpful to everyone that reads it.
Absolutely. And you do describe in such detail so much of the work, as you say, that you've done throughout the years. I mean, when you describe in the book being on Ventura Boulevard and going to, you know, this particular therapist or healer or something, and then you go to this place and you go to a Buddhist temple, I'm like, oh my God, I'm driving literally past this place as it's coming through the audiobook, right? And it's so detailed, and not just with the geography, of course, but with everything you were feeling in each of those moments. So, you know, very vulnerable in so much of what you include here. How did you decide what to share and what not to share? And was that a hard balance to strike? Were there challenges there when you were trying to figure out what to include?
Yeah, I think people ask me, like, why did you share what you shared? Like, was it scary to share some of these things? And I say, absolutely. It was very scary to share some of these things. But I honestly needed to tell the truth of my story and not sugarcoat it and not make it, because the whole point of this book is to share my humanness with everyone and for us to all share our humanness. And I didn't want to, you know, gloss over certain things that had an enormous impact on my life and on my development as the woman that I am now, because I truly believe we are all still becoming. Like, every day we wake up and it's a new opportunity for us to live the life that we know we are meant to live, even if our situation, our circumstances have held us into to a certain place until now. Every morning, I learned this from Dr. Daniel Amen. Every morning is a new opportunity to say, today is going to be a great day, and start over.
Is that what you mean when you talk about becoming? Is that kind of your definition of it? Just every day being a new opportunity?
Right. I mean, becoming is not about ignoring or, taking away what we've been through, right? It's about embracing everything that got us to where we are now. And so that's why I really tell like the highs and the lows of my journey.
Well, it seems like to get to this place, to write a memoir, to really be cognizant about becoming and that every day is a new opportunity, you have to release a lot of self-doubt and seeking of external validation, right? Because that's not going to be a great formula if you're heading in this path of sharing all your stories, but you're like, tell me I'm great.
Do you like it? Is it okay for you?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, you talk about letting go of external validation and starting to live for your own definition of value. Talk about that. How did you step into that place where you really stopped seeking external validation as much and defining it for yourself?
It wasn't easy, especially as a young woman stepping into the spotlight in the industry when I was 16, 17 years old. I learned very quickly that my beauty was my currency in this town. And I did whatever I knew to do to make sure that I was getting selected, getting the role, being picked for that scene, and everything became about if I am a certain way, I'll be good enough for someone else. And it took me a very long time to decipher who I was in all of that. And I think that's the beauty of aging. As we get older, we realize, we come back to ourselves in the most beautiful way. And that is when you are able to look at all the growth that you've had over the years and be proud of it and just think, look what all I've done. Look at everything I've survived. There's nothing I can't do now.
Well, speaking of stepping into the spotlight at a young age, what was it like for you to rewatch the 90210 pilot after all these decades, sort of in preparation and writing and researching for this book? What did you realize about your younger self?
When I first watched it, I thought, wow, look at her. Like, I hadn't ever watched the show from the first episode to the last. That was 10 seasons, so that was a lot of episodes. But I'm in season 8 now.
Oh, you're currently watching it?
For the first time. I don't know what's going to happen, so don't tell me. But I do know that I just developed this like enormous appreciation for that young woman, that young girl playing that character and all the depths of the things that she endured on the show. I mean, Kelly was the favorite one to be miserable. I think she was shot and raped and stalked and burned, and
God, that's
I don't even know. There's so many more, but they really put that character through the ringer. And as I was watching it now as an adult, I'm thinking, wow, I didn't know that those things weren't happening. Because when you play a part as an actress, at least for me, the way I work is I really step into that person's shoes and I immerse myself in what their emotional load must be in that scene. And so I was taking on so much as a young girl, imagining what it would be like to A, be a girl from Beverly Hills, B, because I grew up on a farm in Illinois, so it's quite different, and then just like B, go through all of those crazy events that she went through and carrying all that emotional weight around. And I realized that absolutely had an impact on my personal development in my life. And it made me feel a little less damaged because I was able to say, I am not just struggling with these things in my personal life for no reason. Like there's a lot that I needed to work through and sort of decipher about who she was and who I was. But it was very eye-opening, and also just an enormous appreciation and gratitude for the show. I'm a huge fan of the show now, so I get it why it had such an impact on so many people for those 10 years, and still to this day people love the show and go back and watch it over and over, and they watch it with their kids. It's just, I'm very proud of it.
Well, I'm going to go rewatch it now that I know Jenny Garth is currently watching it. I feel like I got to catch up, though. I mean, I've watched all of it, of course. Have your daughters watched it? Did they watch it before you?
No, they did. I didn't watch it with them. I just kind of when it was the right age, I said, well, here's, 10 seasons of DVDs. Go watch it if you want. And I think Luca, the oldest, watched all of it. I don't know about Lola and Fiona. I think they just watched the best parts and then got bored and went on their phones. But they did watch most of it. So they have a true appreciation for it too.
I know you were joking when you said you don't know what happens. Don't
I'm not
spoil
joking.
it. Oh, really?
No.
Oh, I was
I
going
have
to say.
a terrible memory, guys. I can't remember anything. So every time someone gives me a spoiler, I panic because
You're like, oh my God, I forgot that happened?
No, to the point where in season 8, Brandon and Kelly got together, and he cheats on her. And I'm watching the episode and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my God, I would have told. Well, I'm not going to tell you, but that is a profound moment in my life.
Yes. What
was a
kind of
pivotal-
messages did that give me as a young girl?
Oh my gosh.
Love is scary.
Love is scary.
Yeah.
Well, that is so interesting for you after all these years. Was there a reason you didn't watch until so much time had passed and you didn't watch?
I think I was never one to watch myself work. I was too insecure and too just in my head about it. Now, and also I was a young mom. I had my first baby at 25. I was pregnant.
You're busy.
During the 7th or 8th season. And so, I was just doing my best to get to work by 6 a.m. with my baby in tow and, keep it all together. So I didn't really ever, and we work 16, 18-hour days, so I never had the opportunity to sit down and watch it. No.
Such a whirlwind, it sounds like. I mean,
crazy.
Reading the book, I mean, we watched you, all of us that were true fans and, a little bit younger, a little bit older, right around that age range. I mean, we all watched it, and it is this sort of parasocial, oh, you think what you must have been going through or what everybody, the cast, but once you read this book, it's sort of the nuanced aspects, what you were really going through during that time, and I will describe it as a whirlwind. What just a rush of, especially having come from Illinois and then landing in Hollywood. I mean, you reflect on that so beautifully.
Right, it was thrown into the deep end for sure, and I was treading water for most of my adult life. But it's just it's such a cool way to look back and even relate that into your own life, because life just happens. And sometimes we are just caught up on that hamster wheel of dealing with things as they come and trying to do our best. And it's such a luxury to be able to be here and wake up in the morning and have that opportunity to look back on our lives. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I always encourage people to do that. Give yourself some time, get quiet with yourself and get a little introspective and really examine where you've come from, what you've endured. And I think it will give you a whole new appreciation for who you are today, who you want to be tomorrow, who you're becoming. And it's just that's why I call it a little bit of a self-help book, because I want what I experienced, not exactly, but I want you to grow from your own experiences in your life.
Yeah, and remind ourselves that we have agency. There's so many things in life that become kind of monotonous or, just we're taking care of people in all parts of our lives. But if you do get quiet with yourself and you kind of sit back and examine and be able to draw strength from places that maybe didn't seem like they were there to empower you. Right. So yeah, definitely a huge message in the book. But I love also how you're such a creative person. I mean, you talk about in the book, you were a dancer and clearly had a very natural talent and ability for acting. And since then, you've launched so many creative projects and, clothing, fashion, cooking. We see you share your wellness and fitness tips on social media. Talk about, so many women find themselves at a crossroads in life, and there's all these different ways we not can only go, but we're curious to go. We're in a place of curiosity. Like, what else is there? What else
Curiosity
is out
is the
there?
best, right?
Yeah. What advice would you give to women who are ready to reclaim their lives and rediscover themselves in a way you have clearly exhibited in all your different creative endeavors?
I think if nothing else, like, just hear that I suffer from imposter syndrome. I talk about it a lot in the book. I talk about feeling as if I'm not good enough. That opportunity is for someone else, not for me. I look at Instagram and I think, oh, look at their beautiful lives and look at the companies that they're starting and the travels they're taking. And I think, good for them. That's great. I'm just going to stay over here. I'm going to stay small so I can stay safe. And I think you reach a point when you enter your 50s where you are no longer comfortable staying safe. Like, even if you like that inkling is happening in the back of your mind, your tendency is going to be like, no, that's not for you. You should just stay home and not reach for your goals. It's fine. You've lived a blessed life. You look at all the blessings you had in your life. You're lucky. Just stay status quo. But I urge everyone to, like, take account of what it is that you always have wanted to do with your life. Like, what do you know in your heart you were meant to come here to do? Because we all come here with a why. And I think when we start to ask ourselves those introspective, deep questions, and then start to honor that voice inside of us that's trying to break free, that is what gives us this amazing opportunity and freedom to try. And failure is a part of it. Failure is how we get to what we want. So don't let that stop you either. Try again. I mean, that's the motto.
Is that what you mean when, because you also describe aging as kind of a...
1945, she dropped out of high school and said, I want to go explore. So she'd go to Florida for the winters. She had bad asthma, she called it. It was actually a pleurisy that she had suffered from. And so she'd spend the winters in Florida. But then she got her eye on Los Angeles and wanted so much to see this place that was the place where dreams came true. Now, the myth is going to tell you that she wanted to be an actress. She didn't. She didn't want to be an actress. She wanted to come out and see what this is all about. And, you know, she was 22 years old. She was couch surfing with friends. That's how we have to understand her, because in the immediate aftermath of her death, she was, you know, called all sorts of names and blamed for being inviting the violence that was put against her. She was blamed for her own death. And yet, when you go back and look at the record, she was just a young woman exploring the world. And that's what I wanted to do. I really wanted to find that young woman, more than finding her killer even. I wanted to find Elizabeth Short.
What is it about the circumstances of her murder that drew such frenzied media attention?
Well, the murder was particularly grisly. When they found her body in Leimert Park, it was severed in two. The blood had all been drained from her body, and the rest of the body had been mutilated in various ways with a Glasgow smile carved into her cheeks, so it looked in death as if she was smiling up at the detectives. That was enough to get her on the front page of the papers. But then the media did this thing that they liked to do back then, was they named the case. And some random drugstore clerk said, you know, we used to call her the Black Dahlia when she'd come in here. And so suddenly she became the Black Dahlia. And the Black Dahlia, with all the sinister connotations of that name. It was a name she was never used, never heard in life. Her friends all said, well, why are you calling her this? This isn't what she was called. And so that name, which then goes into the culture, even if people don't know the story of Elizabeth Short, they know there was this Black Dahlia murder and that it was somehow connected to insidious activities, gangsters and pornographers, all of that, all of these stories. And so this story has just remained in the public consciousness for 80 years.
It is interesting how when you read some of the early accounts of the case, like from Jack Webb in his book,
yes,
there's this strong desire almost to blame her for what happened to her.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and that was one of the things in writing this book that I said, This book is relevant to today. Women are still blamed for violence against them. The victims in general are blamed for violence against them. And there was actually a newspaper article probably about 4 or 5 months after Elizabeth's body was found, where they actually asked their readers, was the Dahlia to blame for this, for her crime, for her death? And the results were inconclusive. People were saying, yes, she was. Others were saying, no, she wasn't. And that's just so remarkable that we still have this today.
So I've got a number of books about Elizabeth Short and the Black Dahlia case. I think yours is the first that's a real book-length exploration of one of the last people who knew her and lived with her, Marvin Margolis, who seems to be a plausible candidate for her murder, but somehow has been memory holed by history in all of these books. Yeah. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them, there's no mention of this guy at all. How is it that this very plausible candidate that you explore in your book sort of vanished for decades, even as amateur sleuths and biographers and scholars combed over the case?
Yeah, so, as I said, my goal wasn't so much to solve the crime as to restore Elizabeth Short to her humanity. But of course, I have to tell her story, which her story includes her death. And so I began going through the records that are available to us. And there are records that are not available to us. They are still held by the LAPD, mostly from about 1948 onward. So anything that some of the immediate investigation records we have from the LAPD, but the rest we don't. So I began looking at the suspects that have been, posed in the past, and really trying to understand where do they fit in this story, or if they did at all. What we do have is that in 1948, when the LAPD investigation was pretty much going off the rails, we had the district attorney step in. So the district attorney's office reinvestigated everything and came to a certain amount of conclusions. They didn't name the killer, but they did come up with a list of people that they felt they needed to investigate. And luckily, we have access to all of those records. It's thousands of papers. And so it was daunting to go through all of them. But I realized in going through that there was one person at the end of their investigation, when they closed down the investigation in 1950-51 and handed it back to the LAPD, there was one man still standing, one suspect still standing. And I thought, why has nobody in all these books that have been written about the Dahlia case before, why has this suspect never been named? And I realized it was because those first books that came out, John Gilmore, the Hodel series of books, they didn't have access to the district attorney records. I mean, later on, I think they've gotten access to them. But those records are new to this story, to understanding this story. And they named this one person that in fact, the quote from one of the original detectives, Finus Brown, was, he could be a very good suspect. And I decided to dig into that, and I think I agree. He could be a very good suspect. I don't come out and say he did it because of those records that are still at the LAPD that they haven't released. I know that they were investigating him at the time of when the district attorney closed down their investigation. So there's material in there, but there is so much circumstantial evidence that lines this one person up with being the killer.
So this one person, Marvin Margolis.
Marvin Margolis, yes.
Tell us who he was, how he knew Elizabeth Short, and what evidence seems to point to him.
Yeah, so Marvin Margolis was a student right here at USC. He was here on the GI Bill, and he was studying pre-medicine. Elizabeth met him in, I think it was about October of 1946, met him on the street, like, people did back then. And they dated for about a month and a half. She ends up breaking off with him and going into a relationship with a very wealthy man by the name of Mark Hansen. We don't know for certain if Marvin was upset by that, but he may have been. We know that he was surprised by it. He thought she was going back to Boston, but in fact, she was moving in with Mark Hansen. So perhaps he had some resentment about that. But then I got access to Marvin Margolis's military records. In fact, he was in Okinawa in a terrible battle in which he was working in with the surgeon's office. So he was interested in medicine. So he was an assistant in the surgery tents.
And still an incredibly young man, like 20, right?
Yes, he's only 20 years old at this point, right. And at one point, he gets buried up to his head in mud during a mudslide. So he's traumatized when he leaves. One of his jobs was going out and picking limbs off the battlefield and then trying to stitch them or put them back together to send the bodies home. So he comes home traumatized, major PTSD as we would understand that today. And in fact, his discharge with the psychiatrist said he is 50% psychologically disabled and he has violent tendencies. So this is the young man, and there's more circumstantial evidence than that, but this is the young man that the district attorney's office, when they looked at this, they said, whoa, why didn't anybody look at this before?
I'll tell you the detail that always strikes me, right?
Yeah.
Because of the condition of Elizabeth Short's body,
yes,
the detective said this is a practiced surgical hand at work.
Yeah.
Whoever cut her in two knew exactly what vertebrae to use to cut the body in two. They said this is probably some kind of trained doctor, or at least that governed the investigation for a long time.
Yes.
Marvin Margolis desperately wanted to be a surgeon,
yes,
and the military would not let him. And the psychiatric reports identified that as the source of his bitterness.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
So that seems to me maybe to fit the profile of somebody who would express his rage in the way that Elizabeth Short's killer did. Does that, track for you?
You said it exactly right. So the original detectives always said there were two characteristics that would define the killer. One, that he was had rage and resentment against the world, and dangerous rage and resentment against the world, and also that he had surgical knowledge. Because Elizabeth Short, I said her body was severed in two. Well, it wasn't hacked in two. It was very cleanly, and I'm sorry if this is too graphic for some people, but it was very cleanly cut in two. None of the internal organs were damaged. Now, if I was going to cut a body in two, I wouldn't know how to get around the kidney or all of that. I mean, it's just, how do you do that? Somebody had knowledge. They also had the knowledge of which vertebrae is the easiest to cut. And so this very clean incision, when the LA coroner took a look at it, he said to the detectives, this is one fine piece of surgery. Marvin Margolis had that experience. He was an assistant in the medical tents. He knew the body. He originally wanted to be a chiropractor, so he had studied the spinal cord. And, this is someone who, as Chris mentioned, was constantly denied advancements in the military, probably because he was too volatile. But he wanted more experience. He wanted to prove that he was a good surgeon. Well, he finally did.
And you explore a theory in your book that what he did to her happened at a location not too far from where we now sit. Can you?
Yeah. Well, so for all of the missteps that the LAP did in the beginning of the investigation, they were pretty comprehensive, right? There was some really good detective work done. And one of the things was they said, where could this have taken place? I mean, you can't just cut a body in half and leave no trace of that, right? So, they checked all of the apartment buildings, all the motels, all of the trailer courts, everywhere. The LAPD had the best science lab in the country except for the FBI. They had some amazing scientists in there. Ray Pinker was the police scientist, and he tested for blood countless numbers of places where they thought maybe this happened and found nothing. There was no trace of where this had happened. So the conclusion was it had to have taken place in a lab, in some kind of a scientific lab or mortuary, where a body could be severed, cut in two, the blood could be drained down a tub, and there would be tools by which to drain the blood. They never checked the campus of USC, even though Marvin Margolis had access to the campus here and the lab. I suspect, it's a theory, can't be proven, that it happened right here, right over there at the science hall. Because the lab is, even though Marvin wasn't a science major, he was pre-medical, which gave him access to that. Most of his courses had nothing to do with medical. I think he took a zoology course his first year, but he would have had access to the science lab. And interestingly enough, when I began looking at it, of course, you'd say, well, but at USC, there's students walking everywhere. Who could possibly, do this and get away with it? Well, actually, Elizabeth was murdered on the day after classes ended for the semester. Back then, classes ended in January. So the campus empties because there's 3 or 4 days given for studies before exams. So the campus was empty, relatively empty. Marv had access to the campus. He had access to the lab. I talked to one graduate, a USC graduate, and said, oh yeah, people are always playing jokes up at the lab with the cadavers. So it's a theory. I can't back that up. I wouldn't take that to court, but it is a theory, the only one, actually, that seems to make any sense.
Would you care to share a passage or two from your book?
All right.
Give our listeners a taste of your prose?
Sure. There's a myth about a girl.
Is arguably California's most notorious unsolved case. Its only rival might be the Zodiac murders a generation later. Now, an amateur sleuth is attracting attention with the claim that the same killer is responsible for both cases, and that he left a complex network of buried clues connecting them. We will also explore other cases that left a mark on California history, from Orange County's jailhouse snitch scandal to the plight of the Japanese-American woman known as Tokyo Rose, who was prosecuted as a traitor. I'm Christopher Goffard, host of Crimes of the Times. Check out our new season on YouTube and listen to it on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the LA Times of the ink era to the LA Times Media Group of the digital era. Storytelling in a very new way. 4 brands, 1 engine. It's now possible for you as a reader, subscriber, to become a shareholder. The opportunity for this particular campus to host events, to run esports. The integration of these 4 brands can take us so much further. Come join us as we build the media platform of the future together.
Sustainability is important because this is where we all live. It's where I raise my children.
And so when they see me, they're like, she's in the science field. She can do it. I can do it too.
It's the brand that my grandmother used. It's the brand that my mom uses. It's the brand my aunts use.
And it's really about showing people, not telling them, what we mean when we invite them to come and say good day.
If there is anyone out there still loyal to humanity, stop this before there's nothing left. Please.
I'm Helen Mirren, and you're watching the LA Times Envelope Comedy Drama Limited Series.
Actors,
actresses,
directors roundtable.
Thank you to the LA Times and these connections. It's just so rewarding. So, thank you.
Favorite movies of all time, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, with the now forgotten Peggy Ann Garner giving a beautiful performance. Hello.
Hello, Leonard. Hello, Jesse.
Hi, SG. How are you?
I'm doing great. Smells wonderful.
My question is, what's your favorite movie that you keep going back to when you feel sad or you need comfort?
My favorite movie of all time, for all reasons and all purposes, is Casablanca. And I'm lucky. It was made in 1942. I wasn't born in 1942. But in the late 60s, during the period of social change and unrest and protests and all of that, Humphrey Bogart got discovered, or rediscovered perhaps is a better word, as a kind of an anti-hero, which is what he plays specifically in Casablanca. The character of Rick is an anti-hero. And they reissued a bunch of his movies theatrically. So I first got to encounter that movie the way you should ideally see any movie. In a theater, on a screen larger than life, in the dark, surrounded by a simpatico audience, and uninterrupted, and, you know, as it was originally presented. And I fell in love with the movie, and I've never fallen out of love. And in January, I was invited to the Palm Springs Film Festival, where they asked me to introduce a favorite old movie that would serve as a kind of a gateway to people who weren't old movie aficionados, would make them want to see more. So we showed Casablanca, and my wife and I, who didn't plan to stay, stayed and watched it again. It holds up. It never lets you down. It's taught some places as the perfect screenplay. I think it is that. So that's my answer. Hello.
Hi. I grew up watching Two Thumbs Up. I was coming up here because I forgot what you were cooking. They asked what you were cooking, and I saw you move the lightsabers. I was like, oh, skewers, so never mind.
Oh, dear, no. Anybody else? We take on all comers.
Yeah, we can keep talking. We just want to make sure you get a chance to as well.
Can I get some water? Oh, okay, here comes a bold audience member, two bold audience members, okay.
If you could cook a meal for the Looney Tunes cast, what would you guys cook for all the Looney Tunes characters?
Succotash. Right?
Well played.
Thank you.
Well played, my darling.
That is called brainwashing from a young age. It's all in there somewhere.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
What made you get into film critiquing? What was it? A life choice? Was that a first job? Was it a love?
It was a love. It was not a job choice. I didn't see it as a job. As I say, I watched these vintage films on TV as a kid, and I think one day my mother may have said to me, you know, I grew up watching them too, Laurel and Hardy. Again, a tough concept for a kid. What do you mean you grew up watching them too? Well, that fired my desire to learn more about the people. And when I was 10 or 11 years old, a definitive biography of Laurel and Hardy came out by John McCabe called Mr. Laurel and Mr. Hardy. And I checked it out of the library and read it cover to cover, returned it, and then checked it out again. kept reading it. And then I learned about them and the world that they inhabited. I took out another book called King of Comedy, the autobiography of Max Sennett, the pioneering comedy producer who invented the Keystone Cops and signed Charlie Chaplin to his first contract in Hollywood. So that's what really got me going. And then I started writing articles about these people that I was learning about. And if I could have stuck with doing that the rest of my life, I would have been completely content. But there's no job, really, for a film historian, not one that has to pay rent. But there is an occasional job for a film critic. And when I went to NYU and was a journalism major there, we had a very professional daily newspaper, and I became the film critic and then the entertainment editor of that paper for my 4 years. at NYU. So that's where it all came from. And I'm very lucky to have been able to do that, to make a living with something I really love, that I would do without pay. Don't tell my publisher that.
Yeah, right. He also, though, he started really young, like really young. And I think that, like a lot of mentors, when you see a young person who's so deeply passionate about something, you want to encourage it because that's what keeps it alive. So he started his fanzine when he was 13. He had a fanzine that he published and mailed. And then when he was 17 years old is when his English teacher helped him get an appointment to go meet this publisher. And he goes in and has a meeting with the publisher, and that's when the movie guide was discussed. So we always joke that the contract for the movie guide was definitely not legal because he was 17 years old. But you know, they just saw something in him, and he was so passionate about it. And then because he lived in New Jersey, so close to the city, at 14, my grandmother was driving him to these obscure screenings. He was meeting with these archivists, all kinds of people. So it's a unique story because it couldn't really exist the same way today. But I think everybody feels the same way when you see someone younger, and you really want to encourage that because that's how you keep things moving and alive. You know?
I can say that I met Buster Keaton. I was 13 years old, and he was in New York City shooting an experimental short subject written by the great Irish playwright Samuel Beckett. It's a very odd experimental film, but he is the star. And my best friend and I were going to go into the city for the day, as we were wont to do. And there's an article in the New York Times that morning, which my parents had delivered every day on our doorstep. And I'll highlight the food in just a moment. And it said he was filming alongside a dilapidated warehouse in the shadow of the Brooklyn Bridge. So I had just found a movie still of him for 25 cents that I bought at a local used bookstore. And I brought it in an envelope. We took the subway down to Canal Street, got out to the surface, and there was nothing there. The buildings had been torn down, there was vacant lots. But 2 or 3 blocks over there, we saw some Klieg lights and reflectors. So we walked over in that direction, and there, sitting in the back seat of a car, reading a newspaper, with his pork pie hat on the seat next to him, was Buster Keaton. So I sort of leaned in the back window and said, "Mr. Keaton?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Hi, my name's Leonard Maltin," blah, 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 you know. And I said, "I found this still of you, but I don't know what film it's from." That was my icebreaker. And he said, "Well, let me take a look." And he looked at it, and I identified it right away. He said, "But that's not the gal who's in the scene. This must be for a rehearsal." "Okay, would you mind signing it?" "No." Signed his name. And then I couldn't really maintain a conversation. And I later learned that he was not an outgoing person who would do that. But we had our moment. My friend got to say hello too. Yeah. We met Buster Keaton. There it is, a lifetime. And there's an old saying, shake the hand that shook the hand that shook the hand that shook the hand of Napoleon. Everything has a continuity to it, a continuum. And I like that. I like the idea that you can pass along to another generation, perhaps, an interest in Buster Keaton, and as Jessie has. She met Eleanor Keaton, yeah. Buster's widow.
She taught me how to make his hats.
Eleanor made those pork pie hats for Buster. And when I found that out, we ran into her, literally ran into her in front of a restaurant one day. And
it's called stalking, but we won't. It's fine.
I said, "Eleanor, is it true you made all of Buster's hats?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Well, what do you need?" She said, "An old-fashioned fedora." So I called my mom back in New Jersey. She worked for like a Cancer Society thrift shop. I said, "Do you get men's hats in?" She said, "Oh, all the time." So she sent me a fedora, I went to Eleanor's house in the valley, and she took out all the stuffing first, and sort of punched out, all the innards of the hat, and then she used an iron to
Flatten out
the rim and put sugar water.
She cuts it so it's a perfect circle. And then she puts the sugar water on, and then she puts a bunch of heavy stuff on top so it can dry, and it dries flat. And that's Buster Keaton's hat. So.
And it was so great and so magnetic an experience. I had to do it again with an ET camera going.
Yeah.
And so we showed it in fast motion so that it wouldn't take 10 minutes to show. We could squeeze it down to 30 seconds. But there it is. And you got to experience that. You got to meet Margaret O'Brien.
Okay. I did. Oh, she was amazing. What? This one?
There should be hand sanitizer.
Oh, I don't need hands. It's just there to stick. But thank you so much. So just to show you, and it really is that easy, lightsaber skewer. Not meant to test you, but also a great excuse to buy lightsaber skewers if you needed one. They're sold as chopsticks usually. If you look for them on the interwebs, it says lightsaber chopsticks. You can get the ones that do light up, which brings me so much joy. Or you can get the ones that are already colored, just like this, which are really cool. But that's one pan, bunch of veggies and chicken and beef, and you can make a Star Wars skewer and feel fancy. I thank you. Hi.
Hello. Well, thanks for coming out. You mentioned your relationship with a bunch of these classic comedians like Buster Keaton, and then also was the Max Sennett comedies. I've heard you talk before about the comedians, the Bowery Boys, and I was wondering if your relationship with them and their films has changed since you've gotten older and gotten more experience with more and more movies. And is there any type of Bowery Boys recipe in this book?
They didn't let us do as many old movies as we would have chosen. We went back and forth a lot with that. They really wanted to have some newer movies, because when you say you want classic film, we are like, oh yeah, and then they said, just kidding. So there's a mix. If it was just us, it would probably be mostly black and white and musicals and that kind of stuff, yes.
So no representation in this book, I'm sorry to say.
But how do you feel about watching Bowery Boys now?
I can't stand them. I've never had an affinity for those films. The original Dead End was a great play and a great movie. And a few of the films that co-starred the Dead End kids at Warner Brothers are good movies too, Angels with Dirty Faces and films like that. But when they started doing their own, and they called them Bowery Boys, East Side Kids, all of that, they lost me. I'm sorry.
Do you like them?
No, right?
It's okay to say no. We love you anyway. It's okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the question. Yes, sir.
My name's Steve Kutcher, and I've worked on over 100 feature films. I did Spider-Man, Jurassic Park. I did the insects in those films, especially in the 90s. And I pay a lot of attention to insects in film. I'm wondering, since you're writing a book about food, have you noticed any food things that stand out in any of the movies you've seen, whether it's continuity or just attracts your attention?
Oh, I'm a continuity person in general. So on IMDb it says I'm a costume designer. I've helped friends with wardrobe and costumes and stuff in their films. To me, the name costume designer is just, it's for costume designers. I helped. Not quite the same. But I've worked production on a lot of movies and a lot of shows and stuff like that. And so all I notice is continuity, like crazy. I can always tell when they do that awkward cut and the person's mouth isn't moving anymore, but they're speaking. All that kind of stuff I notice. He, thankfully, doesn't tend to notice this stuff. I think you're pretty good about just getting swept up into it. I'm not. I can enjoy everything, but I also very much, and it's funny to watch those scenes, like the famous one in Pretty Woman, where she goes from eating, it's like a pancake to toast or something. There's all sorts of, you want to go, nobody noticed that? Nobody noticed it was a pancake before? No? Okay, great. I go nuts for some of the makeup on some movies. The Alice in Wonderland with Helena Bonham Carter, the makeup they did on her was a crime against God. But her heart lips were never the same, ever. And they were mostly CG, so how? But anyway, I get very angry. It's okay. It's okay. What do you notice the most with bugs? What insect situations get you upset?
Well, when it comes to plants and insects, they can come from, like in arachnophobia, which I did, the insects that come out of the trees came from all over the world.
Right.
Most people wouldn't notice that.
That is a New Zealand ant. Why is it here? I get that. Very good. Thank you so much.
We have a write-up and a recipe for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Yes.
Jessie very inventively rebooted as
Cheery Oh-No's. And it's instead of a Rice Krispie treat, it's Cheerios. And the most fun part of that was photographing it, because I bought these tiny people and shoved them into it. And so that's one of the pictures that's in the book, and I was very proud of that. Unfortunately, minutes later, my daughter stole all of them, so I got the shot, and they're gone now. But it was nice while it lasted, and it's very funny. I recommend, if you're going to make that recipe, buy tiny people and just live your best life. Stick them in there.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Alessandra. What is your favorite character from a movie that came from a book, and what would you cook for them?
Well, we have a lot of movies made from books, like Secret Garden.
I love that movie.
And Little Princess.
What's one of your favorite characters in a book that became a movie? Can you think of it? You're making us use our brains, you beautiful, beautiful woman.
Her mother. All these questions.
Well, let me ask you, who's your favorite?
I think that I like, I'm trying to think.
Hard, isn't it? No, I'm just
Well, look, there's a Harry.
I like Ramona Quimby.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. And what would you want to make her?
Probably just spaghetti.
that makes sense. I'm trying to think about books.
When Harry Potter, which was a publishing phenomenon, also became a movie-making phenomenon.
Yeah.
That was very unusual. And what they pulled off there was that they took characters that you would visualize in your mind and found just the right kids to play them.
How did you all think Hermione was pronounced? Because I did not think it was Hermione. I said Hermione was how it came out for me, and I say it to this day. You cannot make me stop.
But
that's probably one of them. And honestly, so for the book, I have us making these sort of little hand pies for Harry Potter, because again, I didn't want to make something crazy. I wanted to be something easy for anybody to do themselves, and those are very easy to do. But I think that there's so many movies you watch that there's food scenes in, and you think, oh my God. So even if it's something like Beetlejuice, where the hand of, maybe you're too young to have seen that. You've seen it? Okay. When the hand comes up and it's made of shrimp, which I don't eat anyway, but after that I really don't eat. When they come up and hit you in the face, I think that's pretty fantastic. All the Harry Potter movies, those scenes in the Great Hall and they're eating, the food looks beautiful. I definitely think of Hook sometimes, because the food fighting scene in Hook, I think for anybody who watched that, especially if you watched it when you were younger and you were like, I could have a food fight with rainbow-colored mush? Yes. I think any of that. So I don't know that I necessarily think of a character. I think that I, like a lot of people, would really love to have a food fight one day that I didn't have to clean up. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi, how you doing? I see you got Rick Moranis on the cover. What was your reaction on seeing him at CinemaCon this week for the new Spaceball movies. And you know Mel Brooks. Do you know anything about what his take is on the new Spaceballs movie?
I mean, he's for it.
He's all
That's
for
why
it. He's
it's
helping them
happening.
promote it.
So.
And I met the director and producer last night at the AFI Life Achievement Award Gala. And they seem like very enthusiastic guys who are thrilled to have been working with Mel and with Rick Moranis. And so I have high hopes.
Yeah.
I
I think if you're of a certain age, Rick Moranis is so special to you. He's so in your heart. And because it's not just like there was one movie. There were so many. I love Little Shop of Horrors. Because it's so good. I love Little Shop, and I love him in all of the kids' movies, everything. Little Giants is one of my favorite movies, forever. So yeah, he was so special and so precious. And so knowing why, if you're not familiar, the reason he disappeared is that his wife passed away, and he chose to go back to Canada to raise his kids. He did the thing you should do. And he chose his family over everything else, which was not fun for us, but the best thing a dad could do. But now, and it's the last couple of years, he started doing a couple of interviews, and I remember the first one that popped up, it was like, oh my God, it's Rick Moranis! And then now that he's starting to really come back, I think he understands how much we love him and how ready we are to have him, because I will watch him do anything. He's such a wonderful... He just has something about him. You love him, and he's funny. And obviously, Spaceballs is very different. If you grew up with him doing the family films, Spaceballs is a different thing. But he's just amazing, and I'm so happy that he's coming back.
Leonard, I have another question for you. I don't know if you watch MeTV.
He does a bit, yeah.
Yeah, the Little Rascals, they're bringing them back, and you wrote a book. Did you ever get to meet the Rascals?
Oh, I met quite a number of the Rascals. My dilemma was whether I should have Jesse, age 5, meet Spanky McFarland. Because Spanky was visiting, he was in town, and I could have made that happen, but I felt it would throw her a real curve. That this,
Daniel Radcliffe just did an interview where he said sometimes parents bring kids up and they're like, it's Harry Potter, and the kid goes, that's an old man. And I think my dad similarly is like, maybe she shouldn't meet Spanky, who's definitely not 5 anymore, and it was probably 90-something, and that might have thrown me. But you met a lot of them, and he knew Hal Roach, who is the reason that those
Jesse attended
existed.
Hal Roach's 100th birthday party at the Motion Picture Home.
I did.
Out in Thousand Oaks.
Yeah.
So.
I was the only young person there by approximately 100 years.
Thank you, Leonard, for everything. I grew up watching you, Entertainment Tonight, everything, so thank you.
Thank you for saying
Thank
that.
you.
I appreciate that. It's very meaningful. Thank you. Are we out of time?
Tell me.
It's your stage. You tell us.
Do we have any other questions?
No.
That's okay. What's your most overrated classic? Mine was like an Academy Award winner, and it's just so overrated, and I'm just sort of curious, since you love classics.
I dare not mention a couple for fear of retribution.
For fear of tar and feathering.
Yes.
The hardest, people ask him all the time, how do I introduce especially like my kids or someone younger in my life, or a partner, anybody who didn't grow up watching this stuff, how do I introduce them to it? And he says, the thing that always comes up is that when you're told, if I say go, so his favorite movie is Casablanca. Go watch Casablanca. It's the greatest movie ever made, no pressure. You have to like it because it's brilliant and it's perfect. You can't watch a movie like that.
Oh.
Because then you're going to go in and maybe it works for you, maybe it
like
doesn't.
This.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Show me.
And it's the same thing that happens every year during Oscar time. We're lucky because we get to see a lot at film festivals, and that means we see it early. So you see it before you've had to hear about every single detail of the film with the actors and actresses and everybody else doing a million interviews where you've heard like down to the fingernails of how things were made. I don't want that. But when we get to see stuff early, we don't have that problem. But then by February, March, when the awards are happening, some people go, well, I went and saw Slumdog Millionaire, or whatever it is, and I didn't think it was that great. Well, yeah, it's going to be hard for you to watch a movie that people have spent the last 4 months telling you is the greatest thing in the world. So with classics, you always say, meet them on their own terms.
Yep. And go in, read about them afterwards.
Yeah.
Wizard of Oz, perfect example. One of the great movies of all time. There are books, there's several books, very good ones, about the making of that film, where you can learn all the details you want to
All the
know.
fires and the scarring, and yeah.
All the experimental things they did, all the innovative things they did.
Those monkeys were real, by the way. I don't know if you know that. Real monkeys.
But if you do that before you watch the movie, it's going to be hard to get caught up in the fantasy of the film. And so I think you should do all that reading after the fact.
Yeah.
And you'll have a better time watching the movie, and then you'll appreciate what you've watched all the more.
Thanks.
All right, if anybody has any other questions, they'll be over in the Book Soup signing line to your left. You can still purchase copies of their book. Stick around at 3:30. We have Mistress of the Dark, Elvira, from Elvira's Cookbook from Hell. And once again, a big thank you for Leonard and Jesse Malton.
Do that. Secondly, the safety messages. It's been a long day. There's a lot of people, so please be aware of your surroundings. Keep your eye on things. If you see anything out of the ordinary other than this jacket, make sure you talk to our security staff or our fire staff, those people. Also, want to remind us we're all in California, so if things start to shake a little bit, you know the drill. Drop, cover, hold. Don't get near buildings. That's not a good idea. Don't run. Don't panic. But do enjoy the rest of the LA Times Festival of Books. So, books. That's why we're here. You know, the great thing about books is that you get to meet people characters that you never thought you'd meet. You get to travel places you never thought you'd go. And sometimes you get to know the real person behind the author who penned those books. I'm setting this up because that's what we're going to find out here in this next session. My next guest is a celebrated musician who first captured my heart, your hearts, and millions of others on the 7th season of American Idol, yes. But behind the scenes, he was struggling with a truth he feared just might destroy everything. He was attracted to men. And he was a devout member of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Okay, so in his new memoir, Devout, he takes you inside his deeply personal journey as a closeted Mormon teen, a closeted Mormon teen turned international pop star, torn between faith, fame, and identity. So he features never-before-seen photos, and Devout is a must-read for fans of pop culture, American Idol, and anyone who is deconstructing their religious upbringing or whoever has wrestled with who they are versus who they're told to be. We're going to talk about all of that on the stage today. You're in for a treat. Dave's going to be in conversation with Los Angeles Times music writer August Brown. I want to make sure they are really royally welcomed. Please put your hands together for August Brown and David Archuleta. Keep it going. Keep them welcome on the stage.
All right, thank you all for coming out to this. It's great to see everybody here. I'm August Brown. I'm a music reporter at the LA Times, and this is David Archuleta, international pop sensation and author.
Thank you for being here, taking some time out of the day to join us in this conversation with August.
Yeah. Cool. So we're here to talk about your book, Devout, which is a story of a lot of things, but it's about leaving a church, becoming a pop hero, learning how to love in a way that suits your truest self, and let's get into all of it. So I got to start, I got a sense that you had to write this book to understand the arc of your life. Like, there's so much mixed emotion, and it must have been a very complex process to examine these very painful times in your life, and times when you kind of questioned who you were and what your worth was in the world in some ways. I guess how did the process of writing this book explain your own life to you, and how did you walk away from it understanding how you got to here now?
Oh gosh, wow, this is deep already.
Coming in hot.
I love it. That's what's fun about talking to other writers or reporters. They really think. But it was definitely writing this book made me realize, a lot has happened. And because I would talk about certain things that would be bothering me or on my mind, I just wanted to vent with a friend, and my friends would be like, what? What? They just keep saying that happened and then that happened. And, because you just think life, but when you start talking about your life and what you've been through, you realize how much of life you've lived and what you've gone through. And I think that goes for anyone, but I think just after being on American Idol and people knowing me in one way, and a lot of people knowing me in a particular way, while there's a lot that they don't see and going behind the scenes that I felt a lot of people could really connect to. And I guess I didn't really process and talk out loud about until I was a missionary. I stepped away from music for a couple years to be a missionary, and that's, you're like trying to find the faults in you to cleanse yourself. So I was like, what errors in my life do I need to bring to God? And that's when I started really reflecting on things like my sexuality and family issues and yada yada. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you write in the intro of this that you were, for a long time, you were pitched as safe for Mormon kids to listen to. That you were, music that like a young kind of Mormon audience could appreciate on its own terms, and the parents could be happy to pitch to. And I found that kind of poignant because I feel like this book is the book that a lot of those kids need to read now to know that, like, not just that there's a way out, but there's a way to be like your authentic self and live up to these values that don't have to be prescribed to you. And I guess like, who do you hope finds this book that needs it? Obviously, like fans of your music will find it, but it feels like there's a cultural community that would really benefit from discovering this book on its own terms.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think there are things that I thought people would connect to, like maybe transitioning out of any transition in life, whether that's family transition of setting boundaries with your family, or transitioning out of religion or a faith that you may have grew up with, and suddenly you see things in a different way now.
Mm-hmm.
And another one would be transitioning with like coming out of the closet. But I've seen that a lot of people really relate with the family trauma that I discuss in the book. Mm-hmm. And I realize that's something that a lot of us don't feel like we get to talk about, that we feel like we have to portray our family, like that's our family. We always have to, be there no matter what, through the good and the bad. And even if it's really messy, you still have to just put up with it. And I think discussing the messiness that we can find in our family dynamics, we can still love our family members, but we can also learn how to set healthier boundaries and also have the conversations we need in order to heal and to grow and to have a better relationship with each other.
Yeah, the family relationships are a really poignant and kind of heartbreaking part of this book. Like, talk about your relationship with your dad. I know that started in a very difficult place and took many years to get to a better one, but it's still not perfect. Like how was your relationship with your father affected young by kind of what you had heard about him, and how did you get to a better place, if not a perfect place, later?
Yeah, my dad, he's done a lot of growth himself, which I'm really proud of him for, and I'm really happy to see that as his son. But we had a lot of issues growing up. I talk about it in the book. And I think you just kind of think, well, it's your parent, and it's always going to have its own unique dynamic. But I had an interesting position that I was placed in, being on American Idol as a teenager, because I was a minor. I was under the age of 18. So it was required by law that my dad was there with me. And so while I was getting thrust into everyone's TV sets, my dad was also there. So suddenly I was starting to get everyone watching the dynamic between my dad and me. And then you're on a reality TV show and people are like, ooh, this is juicy. Like, how can we kind of like send this to radio stations and TV stations and get kind of like controversy going? And I realized, I guess I realized out loud from other people the odd dynamic that my dad and I had, and that he was difficult. Like, I thought, okay, it's just parents. Sometimes you just don't like what they say, or it's just tough. But I was learning from other people that they were saying, your dad's difficult. Mm-hmm. And this is a bit of a problem, or a lot of a problem. And people started saying, we don't want to work with you if your dad's involved. But my dad was also like, I don't know. He kind of made me believe that I couldn't live without him. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't live without his approval of every decision that was made. It's always like he needed to have a final stamp of, yes, this is okay, or no. And yeah, it just complicated things.
Yeah, no, and to be, that's hard enough for anyone in their private life. Would be doing that on the biggest reality competition show of America at such a kind of young age, when you're wrestling with all sorts of other things too, like that. What a crucible for like the world learning about the challenges in your own life that would be hard enough to deal with on their own, let alone in public.
Yeah, I mean, we were Mormon, Latter-day Saints now. They don't say Mormon anymore, I don't think. But growing up that way, we felt like it was we were not just representatives of like our family or as like myself as a singer. We were like, we represent the church. So we were on American Idol. Like me and my dad and my whole family thought this is God's way of putting you here to represent his true gospel that has been restored. That's what we believed when we were practicing is like we're supposed to be here to represent the church and let people know of the truth that we have. Mm-hmm. And I have to use my music and platform to do that. And the church is about families. And my family behind the scenes was, my parents had separated and stuff, but my dad felt like we have to be the perfect family still for TV because we represent the church. We can't let the church down. So we have to pretend like we still have everything together and we're a happy family because we have to show people that the church has blessed our lives to be happy. Even if we're not really happy, we have to look like we are.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, how did the church tell you what to feel about your idol experience? Like, what did you feel like the religious aspect of your life was telling you about the performance aspect of your life?
There wasn't really anything until after the American Idol experience of hearing from the church directly. Mm-hmm. But I guess I just felt like I needed to be a good Mormon. I had to be a good boy. I had to follow God's commandments. I prayed every day, every night. I read my scriptures every morning. And I just made sure to keep myself clean and pure because I felt like I had to be clean and pure in order for God to use me the best way that he could.
Yeah, that kind of language of like cleanliness and purity is something that kind of pops up a lot in the book. And I believe you, like, obviously you were wrestling with your sexual attraction, to other men during that time, which you kept very close and kind of only really came to grips with later in your life and in the book. And I believe you've used the phrase corrupt product to describe yourself kind of at that time, and which like it was a haunting turn of phrase, like the idea that you're like selling yourself as a product, but like a broken one. Like that's very, I don't know, I was kind of heartbroken for young you, like hearing the way you kind of described how you felt at that juncture. I guess like, how did you feel like broken during this like huge moment of your life, like while also having to sell it?
Yeah, oh gosh, that's what makes, I think that's what makes it the most difficult. It made it, while writing the book, they're like, can you talk more about American Idol? And it's like my brain had blocked a lot of that. And I think it's because at the time, like the mindset I had was a very shameful one. I was really embarrassed to be in front of everyone, feeling like I was corrupt and I was being like I was a fraud. And I didn't understand why, but I think I just felt a lot of guilt for my queerness that I didn't understand yet. But I knew deep down that it was in there. And I think I look back and I was just like, I'm such a disappointment because no matter what I'm doing, I still don't feel good enough because I thought in order to be good enough, I had to change what I was feeling, which was just being attracted to other guys. And it's interesting how your beliefs can make you start thinking that is such a serious problem and such a horrible sin that nothing can excuse that and nothing will be okay until you change that about you. And I think it made me feel very insecure and about myself, and I really struggled with my self-worth. Even when I was getting love from everybody, like everyone's like, we're voting for you every week. My family loves you, and I love, so sweet. And like, I was so appreciative to hear that, but I also could not accept the love because I was rejecting all of that because I felt like I can't take this in. I don't deserve it until I fix the thing that if only people knew how dirty I was for liking guys, it would all go away.
To be like a child and to think you wouldn't love me if you knew what I thought. Like what a lonely place to be at a moment of like insane fame and public profile. I know sometimes in a journey like that, there's like a motivation to channel that anxiety into being like the best boy in the world. So like, I'm going to be such a perfect performer. I'm going to like cleanse myself of bad thoughts. Like, it's like, how did you create the character of David Archuleta like after that time? Like, how did you like figure out how to be while you were working through this privately?
The character of David Archuleta. Ooh, I need to like talk to you about. You need to ask me these questions for my Future David. The character, I guess I didn't really think about it other than I just felt like I needed to be happy and I needed to be excited. I had to have energy because the American Idol producers kept saying, more energy. What's that thing? More passion. So they're always like, I'd be like, when I got my golden ticket, I was like, cool, I'm awesome. And they're like, okay, hold on, can we film that again? Because we want you to look like you're more excited. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I just was like, I'm going to Hollywood. But I was like, oh my gosh, I feel so weird doing this because I'm not a very excited person. At least I wasn't at the time. I was always, I had molded myself to be behind the scenes, like in the background, quiet kid. Everyone called me Smiley in school because I didn't talk, but I always smiled. So it was just kind of weird for me to be like, how do I gain more energy and how do I gain more attention when I've never wanted the attention. You know, I always didn't want it. But yeah, I think just being a good Mormon boy was, and the boy next door is what they kept calling me. So I'm like, oh, okay. I just kind of like heard cues. I'm like, they want me to be the boy next door, so I'll be that.
Here's a way
whatever
to be
that
that
is.
people seem to like.
Yeah.
and it's, there's a real undercurrent of darkness in this too. Like suicide ideation is like a recurring theme in a lot of this. And like hearing you talk about this like pressure to be like this perpetually smiling boy next door with like a ton of energy while having, you know, this capacity for like real self-abnegation and kind of almost like wanting to disappear. Like it's very haunting and very like a counterfactual to how I think a lot of people saw you at that time. I guess like, what did it feel like to be like possessed by those thoughts during a moment where you were supposed to be like the happiest guy on TV?
I think that was another big challenge about it is there was like a lot of mental internal turmoil going on, but I felt like everyone kept saying, you must be on cloud 9. Everyone wants to be where you are. So I felt like I would be really ungrateful if I didn't at least express that I was excited and happy to be there. And also I felt like if I didn't show I was happy, I thought I would be showing myself, I would be representing my church in the wrong way because I was like, the gospel that I believe in is supposed to make me happy. So I'm supposed to show people how great my life is because of that. And if I showed any other sign of weakness, I thought of it that way. I'm like, I'd be showing us like a sign of weakness, and then people are gonna think, oh, like I was like, I have to show the church in a good light so that people come and join, you know, and are happy as well.
When did you start doing the kind of interior work to sort out how to separate yourself from this? Like you mentioned the missionary journey was like kind of a crucible moment. Like when did you start figuring out you're like, I'm going to need to make some changes in my relationship to faith, to my own sexual identity? Like when did you start accepting like I'm going to have to change?
That process took time. I think I first finally said out loud that I might be gay and into guys when I was in my early 20s. And I discussed in the book a little how once I started trying to say that out loud to accept it, I was corrected by some of my church leaders after my mission, saying, you're not gay, don't say that, because you are not acting on your feelings, which means you're not gay. You just struggle with same-sex attraction. And if you struggle with same-sex attraction, then it's not a sin, and you're still good with God. But if you act on the feelings, then that's the sin. So I started saying, okay, maybe I just struggle with same-sex attraction then. I'm not gay. And I went back and forth. And then I was also counseled to get married. And I tried that. I didn't. So I talk about my 3 engagements in my book, and I think each of those also was part of the process of me realizing I have to be more honest with myself next time. And I just kept getting more and more honest. So I then said, you know, I'm bisexual, and then I said, you know, I think I need to give myself a chance to know what it's like to connect with a guy and potentially fall in love with one, and that was terrifying at first, but it ended up being the most healing part of all the years prior, finally accepting that and letting myself live it.
Yeah, I mean, that's terrifying for like any young person to kind of come to grips with, but to do so in the context of like, this is going to mean the end of my relationship to my faith and to the whole community around it. Like, you're not just losing like a version of yourself, you're losing your entire social support system. So I guess like, tell me like, what was it like to lose that? Like, on some ways it must be a relief. In some ways it must be a horrible loneliness and a burden. Like, what was it like to lose like not just a version of yourself, but like the superstructure around it?
Yeah, well, the thought of losing everything and your community and everything you know is, I think, what leads a lot of people in religion to get to the point of to facing whether the thoughts of whether they should take their life or not. And that's what got me there as well, because I was like, I don't know if accepting this is worth losing everything I have and everything I know. And that's all that's the community I had. And when I left, I came out and still was going to church. And then when I left the church, I think that was the last time I was really having this fear of, I'm going to lose everything again. And I was like, is this worth it? I don't know if it is. You really contemplate a lot. Like, I don't think this is worth it. But because you're scared, you don't know what's on the other side. You don't know if there is anything for you, if it's worth starting over and building from the ground up. But then there's like this pivotal moment where I was like, wait a second, it isn't, I have to start over. I get to start over. It's like being born again. And I was like, I feel like a baby in this. Like, I don't know how this coming out and being gay works. And being outside of religion works. I didn't know there was such thing as a life outside of my church, but it was so exciting, and it suddenly started being like, wow, I get to live my life, and I get to live, and I get to choose what that looks like now, instead of, well, does this fit in the criteria that I was given? And I had to learn how to not check myself so much, and that's still an ongoing process.
Yeah, the born again language that you kind of just used that is interesting, kind of reclaiming that for this process of life. How is coming out in private different from coming out in public? I mean, you're like very well known to American pop music fans. I'm sure it's like a different set of concerns and possibilities to do it to your family, to do it to even like the faith community that you're leaving, but then to do it like for the fans. You know, how is it different being coming out in public versus in private?
Yeah. Well, I came out when the times I'd come out before, like, I didn't act on it, you know? Other than just admitting that I felt what I was feeling. What is this feeling? So sudden. So when I came out publicly is when I came out, like, both privately and publicly. I mean, okay, I did call my mom like the night before, 2 days before I came out publicly. I just let her know, I'm like, Mom, I'm going to start dating guys. But I was just like, I don't want to come out publicly and then later come out, privately and then come out publicly later. I was just like, what if someone finds out? I'd rather be the one they hear it from rather than some dude on Tinder. And it's like, do you know who I saw on Tinder? So I was just like, I'll just rip the Band-Aid off, and yeah.
Yeah, you have a song called "Hell Together," inspired by your mom telling you if we're going to hell, we're going to hell together, which is a pretty sweet sentiment, and that must have been like a really meaningful moment to realize that she's on your side, not just loving your identity, but also like kind of leaving the faith with you and knowing like we're both seeing this kind of for what it is, and I love my kid more than I love this thing that I was kind of raising him in. Like, what did that mean to you to have like someone have your back in such a profound way like that at that juncture?
Yeah, I'm really grateful for the mom I have. She's amazing, and she wasn't like that at first. So when I first came out to her on that phone call, she said, honey, I love you, but I love God more, and I can't accept this about you. And I testify to you, God's only way of, his only plan of happiness for you is that you marry a woman. And there is no other plan that would make you eternally happy. And so I discussed that in the book too, and she eventually came around. But I think I always try to let people know it wasn't until a year later that she came around and accepted me fully with my sexuality. But the more important thing than even my mom accepting me was that I was accepting myself. Mm-hmm. And I know it's all really hard for other people because when you come out earlier, and you might still be living with your parents, you know, I was able to disagree with my mom. She couldn't say, well, then you can't stay here. I was already out of the house, I in my own place, and I had been for 10 years. So I know it's different and tricky for each person, but I think the most important thing is that you accept yourself, even when you don't have the support yet. And the beautiful thing is that there is potential that your family can come around to see you and respect you, even if they don't, you know, live that experience that you're living.
Yeah. And it's you've got a companion EP to this book where you kind of talk about how these themes kind of relate to your present life. And, you know, I think some songs like Old and Young and like On Purpose kind of capture you. Struggling is the wrong word, but like being like, should I feel bad about going out and hooking up? And like to what degree am I getting what I want versus like how should I like moderate this new freedom? And I guess like the book is so articulate and emotive about how these struggles felt at the time. Like how does it feel now to still be like being born again and be like wrestling with like how should I be as a person now?
Yeah. Man, I mean, I still kind of feel embarrassed about like, oh my God, did I really say that in the song? I'm like,
The record's great, by the way. You should definitely pick that up if you like the book.
Thank you. Yeah, it didn't feel complete without doing music. And so yeah, it's on Spotify. I put it in the audiobook at the end, but it's out on all like the streaming platforms now too. But it was like the emotions that were coming out while I was writing the book. Mm-hmm. It was just like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling a lot of things. And so like music is like another way to process all the emotions for me. Mm-hmm. And it's just cool because as you're processing the emotions, it's like a way for other people to like hop on and process with you, like in a cool, special way. What was the question you asked?
No, you got it. You really nailed it. Yeah. No, and the thing I love like about the book is like it's such a specific set of circumstances and an experience that is like a one-of-one life story. But I think like everybody will find something to relate to about the interior challenges and the ways we kind of live in public and private and how our lives are dealt with an audience now on like for everybody in a way. So I guess like last question here, because I think we want to make time for a few minutes of Q&A. Do you have like new empathy for young David when you got through this process? Like do you look at your young self with like a different kind of kindness and sympathy for what he was dealing with at the time?
Oh yeah. Part of writing the book was watching back on American Idol and even just a bunch of the other things I did as a teenager, like Hannah Montana and iCarly, things I hadn't really watched before because I was like, ugh, like I got such, I have the ick watching this and cringe but then I looked back and I was like, wait a second, like why do you feel so much of the ick watching this? Because he's just young, like he was a young kid. And I think I was judging myself the way I judged myself as a teenager. Like when I was 17, like 30-something-year-old me was watching 17-year-old me and still had the residue of how I felt towards myself at that age. Mm-hmm. And so it was cool to be able to be like, okay, I'm feeling that way, because that was like the last time I like looked back at that time, and I was able to process that and be like, David, you don't have to feel that way about yourself. Like there's no give yourself more compassion. You were trying your best, and I know you didn't like yourself, but you can like yourself now. And so it was really cool to learn how to like myself as a teenager, finally in my 30s.
That is really thoughtful, and I think good advice for everybody here tonight to learn how to like yourself through the lens of knowing better now. Cool, so I think that about does it for us chatting now, but we have some time for a Q&A, I think.
Yeah, let's take a few questions. Amazing, you had to learn to like yourself, and you're so likable a person. It's just amazing. So here's questions. Here are the rules. Come to me in the aisle if you have a question. It has to be a question, not a soliloquy, and not a commercial for yourself. And I have to hold the mic. So I'll start over here and catch my eye. We'll see how many we have time for. Hi, I have to hold the mic. Tell us your name and your question.
My name's Brandon Shem. I just want to find out if you joined a new church or you consider yourself more like religiously independent now.
Hey, Brandon. I would say I consider myself religiously independent. I tried going to some churches after I left mine, and it was hard because my friends would be like, mine's more accepting and stuff, and a couple of times, I guess it was coincidence. Maybe it was a sign, I don't know. I was there visiting, and the pastors would be talking about the sin of homosexuality and having people come out and say, we cast out the homosexuality from anyone who needs that. And I was like, you know what? That's not what I got with my discussion with God. And I think I need to be in a place where I can just no longer feel ashamed for the person I'm finally learning how to accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you waiting? Okay, tell us your name and your question.
Hello, I'm Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
First question, are you single? I'm just I just wanted to ask, throughout that transition of leaving the church and then finding your own ground, like how you were just saying, did you prioritize still believing in God, in some way? Even if it's not towards a denomination at all, but just believe in a higher being. Was that ever difficult for you?
Yeah, I mean, my coming out experience was heavily influenced by the lens I had at that time, which was my relationship with God. And I don't know what my relationship with God or a God looks like now, because as a Mormon, it was so specific what God was. It was, God is a man with a white beard and white clothing, and I don't know, just, and this is what God thinks of you. These are the things he doesn't like. And I just learned for myself that if God is there, and that's what I've been connecting with all this time, God's showing me that that's not what God is. And so I kind of just was like, I don't know if I trust other people's opinions about it. I think I'm just gonna go with what I've been feeling, and I don't think it's as specific and concrete as what I'd always been told, and not as strict, and not as hard, harsh. It was kind of confusing because they say God loves you more than he has eternal love for you, but also, if you don't meet his criteria, then you can't be with him. He's gonna cast you out. So it was confusing. So I don't know. I still don't really have anything into it, but I'm okay not really knowing anymore the way I thought I did before.
No, that's great. That's great.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Are you next?
Myra's Cookbook from Hell. I think you guys have seen it, right? Oh, it's right up there in the front. Well. And these are really simple and fun to make. I did a test run the other day. They're witches' fingers. And I made them too fat, and they look like a different part of the anatomy. So anyway, I'm going to try to keep them thinner, okay? So what we have here, first of all, is some room temperature butter. And I can't tell you how important it is to have it room temperature, because I didn't, and it didn't kind of liquefy or anything. Oh, great, I have no spoon or anything. Okay, I use my fingers, which I just didn't clean. All right, there we go. I'm gonna put the butter and the cheese in a little Cuisinart here. Ew, okay. You guys, you're never gonna learn. You have to read the book to do this right, okay? Don't take my word for it. All right, now, I'm going to put this thing on. I'm going to give it a little whiz and mix the butter with the cheese. And you can use any kind of cheese. Today, I'm using cheddar with a little jack cheese in it. And you could put anything in it. You could put, I don't know, cheddar with a little jack cheese in it. I can't even think of cheese right now. Okay, get that going. I hope it's a little more liquidy than mine was initially. We'll see. Let me see how it's doing. Oh, please, God, tell me. Yeah, okay. Sort of. Okay, I'm going to do it one more time for a minute and see if I can't get that to be more liquidy. Hello, everybody. Did you ever think you'd see me cooking? Isn't that weird? I never did. Okay. I'm going to try that now. Okay, we want that a little bit mushy. Then I have here mixed in, this is flour. I put a little cayenne pepper. Now, this looks like a lot to me. I'm going to not put quite all of that. It depends how spicy you want it. I like a little spice, but don't go crazy, okay? And this is garlic powder. And then we got some salt. I'm going to mix that with a cup of flour. God, I hope that's a cup of flour. Is that a cup of flour? Yeah, okay. It looks like a lot. I'm like, oh, God. It was too much, and it just comes out. Now, what I did the other day when I was cooking these, I put it in, mixed the flour, and when I took the dough out. Hello, which way does it go? Oh, yeah. This is different than mine at home. Sorry. Is it going to work? No. Okay. I'm screwing up, guys. Turning around. You're right. Hello. I have a really old school one I got 100 years ago. There we go. Thank you. Somebody knows what they're doing here. Anyway, when I made it, it did not want to form into dough so much. It said to add a tablespoon of milk. I did, and it was still very like sand or something. It kept falling apart. So the recipe calls for a tablespoon. But if you're having trouble with it forming into little fingers. Wait a minute. Fingers, sorry. Then you want to really add a little bit of milk, but don't go crazy. I'm doing like about a tablespoon at a time. So let's see, I can just pour that in here. I'm going to guess what a tablespoon is because I don't have one. Okay. Let's try that. Maybe a little more. What the heck? Okay. So, tablespoon, we want to make it doughy and like Play-Doh, kind of, you know? Oh, this is going to be awesome. Like, Hi, you guys. How have you been doing? How's everything going? Yeah? Sorry you had to wait on me. Okay, you think that's good? This is fun. Okay, let's see if I can get the lid off. Okay, let me see if this is going to form into doodads. Let me see. Yes! Oh, thank God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, everyone. Oh, hello. Thank you. That was helpful. Okay, now, they just said to do it here on this old countertop, so that's what I'm going to try to do, if I can get this off. And then the blade's going to fall out and cut me. Okay, I don't know that I have to make all of these fingers. Maybe I just make part. But anyway, it's basically butter and cheese. So how can you go wrong? Am I right? They are insanely delicious. I ate like about 10 of them the other day. Okay, now we're going to form the whole thing into a little sort of log. Uh-oh. I got a toothpick, but no knife. Is there like even a butter knife or anything? Thanks. Because we make a little log out of it. Oh, doesn't that look delicious? Thank you. That's awesome. Now, you know what? I'm just kind of guessing how much is a finger's worth. I say that much. And then we roll it. And remember, get them really skinny, okay? Because they get they get really big in the oven. That looks like a finger, does it? And then the fun part, and these are so fragile. They break so easy. So it's such a bummer. You got to really, really be careful sort of sticking them in the cuticle. Oh my God, that looks fantastic, I must say. Okay, and then you take a toothpick or a knife. I took a knife. And you make some knuckle marks right around the middle. See that there, how you're making the knuckle marks? I even liked getting a little skinny here, a little skinnier there, bigger knuckle, you know, like when you have arthritis. And then you lay it on the thing. Okay, looks ugly right now, but it's awesome, trust me. So, I don't know how many of these we want to make. How many should I make? 1 million of them? Okay, you'll stand here with me. Anybody want to ask any questions? Or, that finger's too big if you ask me. Anybody have any questions about this or anything else while I'm doing this crazy thing? Sorry? Shoot, I couldn't hear that, but I don't know if I want to. What am I making? I'm making witch's fingers. What does it look like? No, they're a little appetizer, a little cocktail appetizer. Okay, you guys, it says toothpick in my book, but I'm thinking the knife works better for knuckle marks. I even made one that I made like this, bent. Ew, awesome, right? Okay, let's not go there. All right. I'm going to keep them straight from now on. I told you I'm making these really skinny, though, so they look like fingers. All right. La, la, la. Yeah, no, if you're having a little cocktail party, these go fantastic with cocktails. And I have another recipe in there. I have several, but like sticky, stabby dates. I have an awesome little one that's mozzarella balls surrounded by prosciutto with a little olive eyeball in the middle. So you could do a whole little cocktail party. This one's kind of skinny. That. You could do a whole little cocktail party with nothing but scary-looking things. I think that would be fun to do. And have like my Black Widow mash or one of those delicious cocktails. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys know, but I now have a gin and a vodka. Elvira gin and Elvira vodka. They are out. They're from a place called As Above, So Below. And they're both very delicious, and they have alcohol. Just a little plug there. Do you have a wine glass? Do I have a what? Do you have a wine glass? A wine glass? Yes. Is that what it said? Wine glass? Oh, hell yeah. I have everything. Just go on elvira.com. I've got everything you can think of. Salt and pepper shakers, placemats, wine glasses, you name it, I got it. Yes, I have Edrazeba. No, I actually have a recipe in my book for a Draka Kozerol from Mistress of the Dark. And it is actually an old recipe. It's really funny. It's partially from my mom when I grew up, because they used to have this green bean casserole every year for Thanksgiving. And partially from my movies. So it's very, sentimental. It doesn't really have real Edrazeba, but you can use other stuff instead, substitutes. So now I'm wondering, do you guys want me to keep making 100 of these, or should we just, how much time do we have in the oven? We're done? I'm gonna switch over to my cocktail in a moment, but these are looking pretty, hello, yeah. These are looking pretty damn good, you guys, I must say. Okay, look, I'm gonna show you in a sec. This one looks funky. I don't like the cuticle. Get over there. Yeah, I mean, they're witches' fingers after all. Come on.
I don't care.
Look how pretty. So we're going to maybe bake these, are we? Okay. I'm going to eat the... that was yummy. Okay, and then I'll show you my little cocktail here, okay? And when you leave here, you're going to be like, Julia Childless. Maybe, I don't think so. If you guys haven't seen my book, it does have a lot of really, really fun recipes, not just for every day. I mean, for year-round, for all of us who, of course, love Halloween, and who, like me, Halloween is every day, correct? Yeah. Like me and Christy Noem's husband, every day is Halloween. Sorry. Anyway, some of us like to dress up more than others. Let's just say that. All right. Now, I'm going to take a few raspberries. I'm going to put them in the cocktail mix here. We're making Vampire's Kiss today. I'm going to muddle them, which I love. Be careful, don't get too crazy muddling. I did that one day, and I covered my entire front with raspberry juice, which doesn't come out that easy. So I'm going to muddle these up till they're kind of a nice, thick, gooey mess in there. I'm going to take 2 ounces of vodka. We don't have Elvira vodka, like I said, but we should, but we don't. 2 ounces of that. La, la, la. Add 2 ounces of vodka. Add 2 ounces of, this is cranberry raspberry juice. You could use just cranberry, you use just raspberry. But isn't it more fun with cranberries and raspberries? I think so. Add that. Then we're going to add just 1 little ounce of lime juice, fresh squeezed lime juice. And I'll put that in there. I think I can get the muddler out of the way now. And then, let's see, where does the Prosecco go? I can't even remember. Let's see, if I even lift up. Oh, yeah, Prosecco is topping. Okay, good. There we go. Now I'm going to add a little ice. Oh, the ice is going everywhere. And I'm like a klutz. You know, I'm one of those people that when I cook at home, I don't like anybody watching me. I want to be alone in the kitchen. I want to concentrate. You know, I don't want people to, ow, shit. Oops, sorry. Hold on, little mess. Yeah, I have to concentrate because my mind, I'm like, oh, look, there's a squirrel. You know, that's me. I just can't concentrate, guys. I think I got a little bit of ADHD. I can't remember what those letters are, but I think I have a little bit of that. So when I'm cooking at home, I really have to focus. And obviously, I am not focusing now. So I do, you shake, guys! Okay, it's flying all over everywhere. Sorry, guys, it's kind of a leaky cocktail shaker. Okay, I think that's enough. And then I'm gonna strain it into the glasses. They already have oh, look it, this is a really crappy cocktail maker, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Yeah, we have a little less because, you know, it's on the counter. Wow, this is a mess. Damn. Looks like my kitchen after I cook. I'm gonna go over here and get some paper towels. Hello. All right, then what are we doing? Oh yeah, now, oh God, I hope we can get this off. Now we're gonna take the Prosecco. Whoa, that was good. Okay. Wow, top it with a little Prosecco. Whatever floats your boat there. Ooh, I love this. Look how pretty. Then we're gonna put a little bit of lime peel. That's very beautiful. And a couple of little bat things with raspberries in them. Bat things. And there we go. Look at that. Oh my God. Sip. What? Sip. Am I going to drink it? Are you going to drink it alone? No, I'm not. I'm going to see if anybody would like a cocktail. Can they have it? Is it okay or no? We can't. You can't have alcohol. That's sad. Oh. Well, they're dripping all over the place, so I'm sorry, you guys. What a mess. Good Lord. Anyway, now I think are we about ready with our little fingers there? I'd take them out. Oh, we do have hot pads. I was going to go. I'd take them out, but I don't want hot pads. Are these hot still? Oh, it's hot. Thank you. Oh, these are weird hot pads. And here's our little fingers. See how thick they get? Look, you guys. Don't they look? They are so good. Are they allowed to have any of these? No? Damn it. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm teasing you. Here. Oh, no. Anyway, they do look good, and you will not believe how good. I mean, I took some over from my neighbors, and they were skeptical. And then they ate them, and they called and said, those are so fantastic. Do you have any more? And I didn't. I only had 10 fingers, and I ate 8 of them. But anyway, these are really fun. It's a fun little cocktail party. And I hope you guys pick up my book. And I hope you also come over and get a signed copy. I'll be signing here for I don't know how long. After you guys clean up the mess, which will take you about an hour and a half to do. But please come over and see me over there. And I really appreciate that so many of my fans came out. Thank you.
Did you want to take any questions?
Oh, yeah, you know what? Does anybody have any questions? Don't ask me about how to cook this, yeah. But does anyone have any questions about, over here.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah.
I was wondering about when you first discovered your personality of Elvira and how it came to be, and did you fight, or if you did, how did you get away from just being Cassandra? Did you have that struggle, or were you able to separate it easily?
Wow, this is almost like reading my autobiography to you. Man, yeah, I started Elvira here in LA in 1981. So this is my hometown at KHJ, which is no longer there. It's KCAL now. But I started hosting horror movies late at night, super low budget. And all of a sudden, people started seeing the show on Saturday night and Sunday afternoons. They, were flipping through channels, and I just stopped. I mean, it was kind of like seeing a car wreck where you want to look, but you know you shouldn't. And the show just took off. And I've been doing it for 45 years. And thank you. And I finally decided, first I was going to stop dressing up as Elvira I started when I was 30. I was going to stop when I was 40. Then I was going to stop when I was 50. Then I was going to stop when I was 60. And then I was going to stop when I was 70, and I did. So 4 years ago was my last live performance as Elvira. And yeah, I mean, nobody wants to see a 74-year-old Elvira. They really don't. Not even me. Oh, you guys. No. I don't want to have to look at that in the mirror. Anyway, so yeah, so 45 years later, here I am. And so I kind of transitioned into doing things as Cassandra because I do consider myself a performer and somebody who likes to work. And I don't want to retire. I love doing this too much. So here I am, still doing it. Thank you. And I must say that I kind of become an author. I did my autobiography, which was a New York Times bestseller. Thank you. And then I did this book, and I followed it very closely with a children's board book, Elvira's First Book of Monsters, which if you have any little ones out there like you need to pick up. That's how you get them hooked. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm an 80s and 90s girl myself, so I want to know what inspired you to go from performing to get into cooking? What made you decide to make a cookbook?
Money. No, I'm just kidding. Joking. No, I have always wanted to do an entertaining book for some time, even when I was doing Movie Macabre. I was making wacky recipes on TV like Ginger Dead Men and oh my gosh, Halloweenies and different little joke recipes. And so I started calling myself the Martha Stewart of the Macabre. And this cookbook, which is kind of an entertaining book too, it's kind of like, it's got little sections about decorating your table, decorating your house, getting the kind of goth look all year round. So that's something I just always wanted to move into. I'm a big Martha Stewart fan, and I just thought, if she can do it, I can do it. She's still going. She's 80, and I hope I still am going when I'm 80 and I look that good. So good for her. Yeah. That's it. Thanks. Thank you. Hello.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you enjoy horror.
Do I what?
Enjoy horror movies.
Do I enjoy horror?
Yeah.
Oh.
Other than that, what's your go-to genre? What's your cozy movie genre?
Let's see. Well, I love horror, and I've loved horror since I was a tiny kid. I mean, I got hooked on horror when I was somewhere between 2nd and 3rd grades when I saw House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price. That was my favorite movie, and I was just mesmerized. I was terrified, but also mesmerized. And so I started wanting to see every horror movie that came out. While my sisters were playing with Barbies, I was buying Frankenstein, the Mummy, and Wolfman, and painting little model kits of them, and just really got into horror. And then took a couple diversions, went off to Las Vegas, became a showgirl, became an actress, and whatever. But I still loved horror, my whole life. And what is my favorite genre? How do you mean?
Other than horror.
Other than horror. Well, I would say comedy. I mean, I love good comedies. I'm a documentary freak. I love documentaries. I watch every damn one that comes down the pike. Have you guys seen Pee-wee's documentary, by the way? Oh my God, so brilliant, so brilliant. So yeah, I'd say if I had my choice of what to watch, I would go with and comedy, of course, I love. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Nash Rahman. I am a BFA acting for stage and screen major here at USC.
Nice.
So meeting you is huge, of course. It's nice to meet
Thank you.
I think you started acting at a really early age when you were around 17, if I'm right.
I started dancing when I was 17,
when you were
yeah.
dancing. But how did you essentially protect yourself and your being while you were starting out at such an early age? And to any performance or art form, maybe what did you tell yourself? I know some people have a checklist of things they won't do. Did you have a version of that? What did you do to keep yourself safe?
Oh, I wish I could tell you. I mean, I wish. For anybody who's read my autobiography, you know that I did my best to keep myself safe, but it didn't always work. It's tough in show business, you know. You're putting yourself out there. You're being very vulnerable. You're being very open. And lots of times you're wearing very little clothing. And you put yourself in a scary place. It's the same today. I think it's maybe not as bad, but who the hell knows? I don't know. Guys, directors and people have a little more accountability. But it is tough when you're out there and you're trying to be open and vulnerable and at the same time wary of what is this going to do? I don't know. You just be kind of a mean, kick-ass girl and just they say yes and you say nope. And you're out of there and another one will come along. Never feel like you go on an audition or you do something where they're offering you something in exchange for that. Yeah. And because you're going to get something better will come along. Yeah, it takes a while, but.
What did you do in order to transform into Elvira? Did you do anything in
Tons
specific?
of makeup. Oh, no, after I put the makeup and that wig on, I suddenly was this.
You were there.
I was there. Just look in the mirror and go, what the hell is that? And then it was kind of me as my teenage self. I was pretty tough and rowdy as a kid. Yeah. I thankfully mellowed out, I think. But yeah, I put that outfit on and it just suddenly something came over me.
Yeah, your energy is so positive and bright. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're so sweet and good luck. Good luck. Yeah. I smell like cheese and butter.
Yummy. When you're watching a movie, what's your setup like? Do you get really cozy? What kind of snacks are you having? What's your favorite movie watching experience?
Oh, I have a great room on my house, 3rd floor, kind of girl cave. And I have a couch and a pinball machine and a ping pong table. And friends of mine come over we rotate between houses and we come over and we have movie night. So we have because they are pescatarians, we almost always have sushi. So sushi's been our go-to movie night. Our last movie night was Sinners, one of my favorite movies. I've seen it 3 times. I thought it should have won the Academy Award. I truly, truly did. And that's not because I love horror. I thought it was the best movie, that hands down. And I've seen it, like I said, 3 times. So I'm disappointed in that. I liked One Battle After Another too, but I don't know, Sinners. Whew. Anyway, yeah, so we have a really, really fun movie night with friends and sushi. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. Hi.
Nice to meet you. You've been an idol of mine for many years, so it's great.
You mean I've been an idol of yours? Okay. Well.
I wanted to know if you were on death row and had a last meal offered to you, what would your last best meal be?
Oh my God. Well, I'm looking at your shirt, and honestly, I think lobster roll. I order lobster rolls from the East Coast, and I mean, that's my treat, like for New Year's Eve or something. I don't know. I love, yeah, now that you mention it, I mean, I'm staring at that lobster, and I'm going, I have to have lobster roll. That would be my last best dinner. Thank you. All right. We good?
All right. We want to make sure she has plenty of time to sign everyone's copy of the book. If you didn't get your copy, unfortunately, we are sold out.
Oh, bummer.
It's Cassandra Peterson. You got to get in line early.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. I'm gonna.
So once again, everyone, a big round of applause for Cassandra Peterson.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you all for coming out to the 2026 Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. You still have plenty of time to enjoy the festival and get out there and buy some books. Thank you for celebrating the written word, and we'll see you all next year.
here on the main stage. So thank you for being here and thank you for being a part of it. I want to remind you that you can pick up a copy of the book we're discussing over at the Vroman's booth over there, and you might even get a chance to get it signed. We'll see. Okay, how you feeling? You good? Long day? You still got some energy left? Because I want to make this final session a really special one, because I'm sure the organizers of the event tried to find a way to end with a wow, and I think this is the wow they've been looking for. So I'm going to introduce our last speaker of the day. She is a British businesswoman, a serial entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and, of course, an author. She's the founding partner of Skims and the co-founder and CEO of Good American, and she's on the board of directors for the Obama Foundation. She was named one of America's richest self-made women by Forbes in 2022 through 2025. And in her spare time, in 2025 of May, she launched Aspire with Emma Grede, a weekly audio and video podcast on which she helps listeners build the lives of their dreams and learn from the world's most successful people. We're here today to talk about her first book, Start With Yourself, A New Vision for Work and Life. And this game-changing, no BS guide for anyone seeking meaningful success on their own terms comes straight from a woman who defied all the odds. And that amazing woman will be in conversation with one of my favorite interviewers, the Los Angeles Times features writer, Deborah Vankin. So make some noise now to end the day, get it going, and please welcome Emma Grede. Keep it going. Have fun.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome. I'm Deborah Vankin. I'm a features writer at the LA Times. And I'm going to be honest with you, as I scream over the music at the other stage here. I'm going to be honest with you. When they first asked me to interview Emma, even though she is amazing, at first the first time I said no, because I was already doing another panel on Saturday. I had Zumba on Sunday. I was maxed out. I said, no, not 2 panels in one weekend. And then I quickly Googled her. And the very first thing that popped up was serial founder Emma Grede built a multi-million-dollar empire starting with a sandwich. And I was on board. I started to read about her and I was like, she is amazing. I was so inspired. And then I read her book. I thought it was going to be more of a practical self-help book, which it is. There's incredible strategy and suggestions in there. But I kid you not, her book reads like a gripping literary memoir. Sorry, I'm yelling over the music here. This is testing my projection skills. She takes you from her roots, growing up in East London and growing up poor with a struggling single mother, and how that shaped her as a businesswoman. And she takes you through her years in school and struggling with dyslexia, and how she eventually enters the world of fashion in the working world and goes on to become one of the richest self-made women in America. I mean, it's an incredible arc. And it's also a wonderful read, and I'm no businesswoman. I can barely balance my checkbook, but I honestly found so much of it.
We're gonna have to sort that out.
She's gonna have to teach me a thing or two. I learned a thing or two. But honestly, I also found Emma really inspiring. I'm gonna read you one line from her book where she says, "If you're gonna change the world, you have to start with yourself." And that's the name of her book, Start With Yourself. I found that really inspiring. So that brings me...
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was truly like a pleasure to read the book. And I was, let's stay up late and lose sleep.
That's what we're aiming for.
But also it has like incredible, I think, cultural commentary, really insightful suggestions. One of your platforms is, and one of the things that you've been outspoken about is how to empower women, encourage women to advocate for themselves. And you say that oftentimes women are afraid to talk about money. And can you talk about why you think that is, and how does that hold them back?
Yeah, well, I think that what's important is I tried to write a book that you would be able to use and not just read. You know, my point of view was that we're all so busy, and most of the women that I know are entirely exhausted, and so giving you another thing to do just didn't feel like a good use of time. I wanted to give people something that they could read, 10 pages and then put it down and go and action. And I think that I wrote the book that I needed, the book that I didn't think existed. There are a lot of business books out there, but not a lot written by women, not nearly enough actually, not a lot written by high school dropouts and mums of 4. And so I wanted to add my collective wisdom to the narrative that's out there. And money happens to be one of the most important subjects. I dedicate an entire chapter to it. It's one of my favorite subjects, just getting the money. And I think that even when I say that, people bristle against it. They think that, oh, that seems unseemly, that feels a bit crass. But what I want women to do is to put money in the center of their plans and not avoid the subject of it, because money and power, however we think about it, are inextricably linked. And if we don't have money, we don't have power. And make no mistake, what the world needs right now is more women in positions of power and more women with more money. Like, honestly, when you think about some of the things that have happened, it's the truth. It's the truth. But when you think about what's happening in our world right now, and you know, the omnipresence of men and how few women are making decisions, it's my belief that if you'd have put a few well-placed women there, so much shit, are we going to swear at the LA Times? So much wouldn't happen.
Over the drum music.
Thank you. I mean, you know, swearing to go with the music. But it really is my belief. And so I hope that this book encourages women not just to ask for what they're worth, but to really be clever about their money, to really start to say what they need and understand what they're worth, and then be able to advocate for themselves. And I've been very prescriptive about what it took for me and what I believe it will take for everyone.
That's great. Yeah, in the book she outlines it chapter by chapter, how to advocate for yourself, and then threads it together with examples and personal stories. This is sort of off of what you just said. One of your tenets in the book is getting to be successful, that women and men should get really clear on what it is they want for themselves. And I think it's good advice. It's advice that a lot of people have said before, but you tell it in an entirely new way. You have a very unique process for how to get clear, and something that you've done for years yourself personally. Can you tell us about that? Because I started doing it. It was a really good idea.
You know, in the first few pages of the book, and it was one of my favorite sections to write, I wrote this idea of what it means to have a vision for yourself. And I did it mostly because I really believe that there's so much chat out there about vision boards and manifestation, and I love it. Listen, I love to manifest as much as the next person, but ambition has to find you working. And to have a concrete plan requires vision. And what I mean by that is to say that you have to know what type of person you are, what's important to you, what your principles are, what your purpose is. And to get there, you have to ask yourself a lot of difficult questions. I remember being in my late 20s and I was so frustrated. I was like, I'm not getting to where I want to be fast enough. I'm working so hard. I'm doing all the things. And so I conceived what is now, amongst my friends, a famous plan. It was called the 30 Plan. And in the 30 Plan, I went through and I asked myself 3 questions. And over the years, I've broadened it. So I put the questions into the book. But it's really about asking yourself, like, who are you and what do you want? And more importantly, what is stopping you from getting to where you want? So it's a kind of reflective process that asks you to look back at the things that you didn't do and then find the patterns in those things. And so
you call it getting grounded. It's your process for getting grounded.
It really is about getting grounded and holding a clear vision for yourself. But what's important about it is that it gives you an anchor. It gives you a base to say, these are the things that I won't do because these things aren't getting me closer to my goals. And I often think what we need is more of a process of elimination as opposed to, again, another set of things to do.
And you told me on the phone, and this is a pearl of wisdom that's stuck in my head, that anything that doesn't align with what she wants and what she's written in that plan for herself,
it's got to go.
She says no to. Social invitations, business things, anything that doesn't align, you say no to.
Things that my children might need. You know, it's like whatever it is. And I try to get really real about it because if we're going to get what we want and if we're going to get what we deserve, we have to start with ourselves. We have to put ourselves at the very top of our priority list. And I think that in itself is very, very difficult for most women to get permission to do. I think that as women, we're held to impossibly high standards. Forget business, but just more generally. And what I want to do is get us aligned with the things that matter the most.
I love that. let's talk about you and some of your background. You grew up in a rough part of East London under really challenging circumstances. But you say in the book that really shaped who you are now as a person and also as a businesswoman. Can you tell us about that? How growing up in East London shaped you as a businesswoman?
Well, I never knew any other way. So it was never for me like I felt hard done by or like, I didn't have what others had. I only knew people that were growing up like me. I only knew, the place that I came from, and I only knew like a lot of hardship. And so for me, you did what you had to do. And for me, that was, I have a single mum. I'm the eldest of 4 sisters. And so my job every day was to iron their school shirts, make the packed lunches, and make sure they were looked after. But what I think it gave me is a tremendous sense of, in a way, like an understanding of life. At 12 years old, I could cook dinner for 5 people. It wasn't even a thing. I look at my own children now, it's like they can barely put the kettle on, It's like useless. I'm like, what are you doing? But actually, for me, it was really formative because where I came from, it was a place where you were expected to tell the truth. You were expected to have a moral baseline. If you said something, you would have to do it or face the consequences. And I think that when I think about, I always call it like my basic operating manual for life, because as a businesswoman, you will win things, you will lose things, you will have great moments, you will have bad moments, but your reputation is something that you will always have. You always carry it. And so how you behave and what you're known for and how you treat people is something that goes through every role that you have, right? It's always there with you. And so I learned that looking after and focusing on my reputation would be a great use of my energy and a great thing to do.
And you talk about the characters in your neighborhood. She says that the characters that she grew up with were straight out of a Guy Ritchie movie.
They were thug life. They were hard. They were hard guys, but they were the people I knew, and they were the people that shaped me. And in a way, like I was a hustler as a kid. I needed somewhere to get my things from. I'd have nothing to sell.
You had a paper route, right?
I had a paper route. I had a lot of jobs, the good and the bad and the indifferent. It's like I did it all. I made sandwiches. I had a paper route. I would sell counterfeit bags and shirts. I did whatever I needed to do to make money. Anything.
How did that experience shape some of the habits that you have now? You talk in the book about getting up every morning at 5 a.m. and you have actually for a creative mind, a creative person, an entrepreneur, you have a very kind of regimented schedule that you stick to, and that plays a part in your success.
I do. I have a hugely regimented schedule, but I think the most important thing was like excellence. My mum used to tell me, Emma, you're not better than anyone else, but nor is anyone better than you. If you work really hard, you can have whatever you want. And I thought that I could just keep working and it would get me out of where I come from. And I think that I learned it didn't matter if I was delivering a newspaper, making a sandwich, or working in a clothing store. I brought excellence to every single thing that I did. And I think that the through line in the businesses right now is that you just have to be obsessed and do one thing really well. And what happened to me in my late 20s is that excellence was noticed. It wasn't like anybody plucked me from obscurity and said, here's a chance for you to start a company. I was noticed. I had a reputation, and that reputation was for delivering excellence for my clients.
Where was that? Where were you when that was recognized, and by who?
I basically worked in, like, my business was putting celebrities together with brands, and you're only ever as good as your last deal. You go client to client, you get a client, they pay you for a few months, and then they cancel their retainer, and then you have to go out and find more new business. And that was like the circle of my life, being a consultant, actually, which is one of the reasons I decided to start my own company. I was like, I've got to get off this train of uncertainty and never knowing what I'm doing. And that was what it was. It was my clients when I went out to raise money for the first time for my own business, I didn't know people like investors. I didn't know even what venture capital was. I went to one of my clients. I was like, he's rich. He could give me something. And that was how it started for me.
That's really interesting. Let's go back to fashion, because fashion is one of your earliest loves when you were a kid. And you talk a little in the book, and I've seen a few interviews where you talk about your relationship as a kid to fashion. What was that? It was almost... You've mentioned before it was almost a defense mechanism for you.
Yeah, I think it was. Again, my mum, I think so much a part of the way she looked after us, and again, this is a very East London thing. You'd have to be put together. The hair was always done. The clothes were always put together. It didn't matter what chaos was going on in my actual house and how my mum was feeling that day. She made sure that we were, this is how you're leaving my house. And so I had a sense of pride in what I would wear. I never had money to get good stuff, but as soon as I had anything, it went on shoes or a bag or whatever it was. And so that business of fashion to me and looking at fashion was really like how some people look at the movies. You know, I was obsessed with the ambition of it. I was obsessed with the look of it. I was obsessed with 90s brands and all the supermodels, and it was just an incredible time. But for me, it was a means of escapism, because where I was, everything was just so dark. You know, there was never anything that positive happening, and I needed something to anchor my dreams to. I needed something that I could aspire to.
Was there an item that you remember, a first beloved pair of shoes, or something that you purchased with money from your paper route that you still have?
I've spoken about this so much, and I wish I'd had a better answer. You know, because I'm from the hood. What I bought was a Gucci thong. That was the first thing. And I thought it was so good. And I wore it on the outside of my pants because that's who I was. You know, I wish it was like, you know, something chicer. But the reality is I bought a Diamante Gucci thong. And by the way, they just re-released the Gucci thong, and Kate Moss opened the show with it. So maybe I wasn't that off key after all.
You still own it? You still have it?
Of course I still have it. I paid £165 for that thing. I have the box. I have the thing. I was 7.
The box. I love that you.
Oh no, I had the whole thing. I was at fashion. I was about 16 or 17. It was the best thing I ever owned. Best thing. Still now.
Something you said in the book has stuck with me. It was kind of poignant. You said that the world is a harder place for women, for poor people, and for people of color.
I mean, facts. Just facts, right?
Yeah,
when
facts.
we talk about intersectionality, that is what we're talking about. It is 100% harder and made even harder in this country, where it is a constant. I don't think I do an interview without somebody saying black woman in business. I'm like, okay, got it. I know, like. You know.
Not just a business person.
Never,
a
never, ever.
Businesswoman.
And you know, and here's the thing: like, we see the mistakes of men through our fingers. I don't know one woman in business or one woman in the media who is afforded the same type of privilege, the same type of like just let her make a mistake. And that's what my book is about, because I think until we understand that there is a difference between the way men and women are treated, until we are able to rid ourselves of the stories that actually really exist. They're prevalent in the culture. This idea of old thoughts and ways that we are kept small and held back. Until we're able to get rid of that, we won't be able to reach the heights that we should. And so my view is that women are socially conditioned to avoid the exact behaviors that lead to money, wealth, leadership, visibility, all of that stuff, because we're taught it as a kid. And what we need to do is unlearn it.
Like what behaviors, for example?
Well, like not talking about money, like perfectionism, right? We think about perfectionism sometimes like, yeah, I'm a perfectionist, but perfectionism will stop you from doing the things that you need to do. Perfectionism will say, you know what, I'm not ready to leave this job. I'm not ready to ask for this pay rise. I'm not ready to start this business. Who was ever ready? Never. I've never been ready. I've never been ready, and no guy has ever been ready. So there are ways that we behave that have just become the default. And what I want to say is there is no right time, right? You just have to go. You just have to put yourself in motion and figure things out. And when you make mistakes, it isn't something to be fearful about. Mistakes are signals. That's learning. That's information. That's the time when you can say, okay, I got this wrong. I'm going to take the learning and I move on again. But it should never stop us. And what I don't want is for women to ever be stopped in their tracks from doing the things that we need to do.
Well, let's talk about mistakes for a sec, because in the book, I think you have
Which one?
How much time?
I wrote down all of my mistakes for everyone to learn from.
No,
I put them all in there.
You have a healthy relationship with failure, a healthy relationship with it. You talk about it in the book, about the importance of allowing yourself to fail so that you can learn. And can you talk about that? Can you talk about what were some of your, stumbling blocks and failures that you've learned from and grown from?
I think they're so early. There's two that stick in my mind. I think the first one is the fact that I wasn't good at advocating for myself in my first sort of big corporate job, and I stayed too long without getting paid what I deserved. And I got myself to such a point where I was so mad and so angry that I probably did myself a disservice in that role. The second one was the first company I ever opened in LA, which was to say it's like shambolic. Do you use that word in America?
What is it?
Shambolic.
Shambolic.
It was a shit show.
don't.
It was terrible. It was
Oh.
awful.
I like shit show,
embarrassment.
personally.
A shit show. We all know what that means. You know, I had a great company that was doing well in London and it was doing well in New York, and I took all of that ego and all of that bravado and I brought it to LA, and I failed miserably. And there's one thing when you fail miserably for yourself, it's another thing when it affects other people. And because I'd recruited other people into that business, took them out of, you know, comfortable jobs that they had in New York or London, and then I brought them here. And after 9 months, the thing wasn't working, and I knew I had to shut it down. That was a massive embarrassment for me and a massive learning. But by the same token, I never took it as a signal that I wasn't supposed to be a founder, that I wasn't fit for purpose. I took the learnings, I understood what I did wrong, I made my apologies, and I made sure that fast forward, 7 or 8 years when I started Good American, I wouldn't make the same mistakes again. And that was really the genesis for me moving here, because I had thought that I could live in London and operate my offices like I did any other international office. But LA is such a community, right? It's such a, you know, I'd kind of taken it for granted that my service of hooking brands up with celebrities would work here. Well, it didn't. You know, it's like everybody knows celebrities, everybody knows managers, agents, publicists. Your school's at kids at school were Beyonce's kid. Like
door, yeah.
my service wasn't required here, and I had come in with all of my ego, and I learned a lot. But for Good American, I made a lot of changes. One was that I moved here. I was like, I'm going to be in the place, I'm doing the business. And I was much more careful and respectful of the culture that existed. But not for 1 second did I envisage that that would be my last chance to make something work. I took the failure, just like a man, dusted myself off, and went on to the next thing.
Good for you. I love that section of the book where you talk about that. You said something on the phone when we talked last week about social media, which I found fascinating. And you said that social media, in a way, sets women up to fail in business. Yeah. And I hadn't thought of it that way. Can you talk about that? Why is that? And why do you think
God, there are so many reasons, and I talk about it more eloquently in the book. But, you know, start with yourself. I really wanted it. I keep saying, like, I want you to be able to use it, right? I'm interested in stuff that is not moving us forward and getting us somewhere. And I want women to win. And so for me, it was important to put these points in there. What happens with social media, you all know the quote, like, comparison is a thief of joy. And you're in this constant kind of comparison to other mothers, to other women. We've also made it so, like, all women have to be the faces of their business. It's like, was there ever a face of Colgate, of Coca-Cola? Like, these businesses are giant and amazing. Not every business requires somebody to be the face of it.
Literally objectifying women.
Absolutely, but we got it twisted if we think that marketing is the thing. You know, marketing, influencers, social media, it's like all of that stuff is the cherry on the icing on the cake. You have to focus on the cake. If we spent more time talking about distribution and logistics and product excellence, like, that stuff would actually move us forward. And so what I want to do, I spent a long time in the book talking about building a business, building a brand, what real leadership looks like in an organization, how you get started. And that's the stuff I want people to, like, hold on to. And listen, I'm not sitting here because you're all like, what are you talking about, Emma? You're on Instagram all the time. Yes, but
that was my next question.
But not when I started the brand. If you go back to when I started Good American, I had one picture on that brand. And I decided, because what was being projected onto me was like, she's some kind of girl boss, you know? And I was like, guys, you need to see how I work. Like, you need to understand how I move. And so I really was purposeful with coming into Instagram and showing the work and explaining people and trying to be somebody that was going to be honest and not another full of shit person.
Right. Or what's the other word that you...
Shit show shambles. That was
shambles.
The one.
That's
not
my
another
new favorite
shamble.
word. Okay. You have a podcast called Aspire with Emma Grede, where you talk to business people, successful business people, you get pearls of wisdom, but you also offer women advice for their side hustles. That's part of it. Can you talk about that? Like, what is some of your advice for women who have side hustles they're trying to get off the ground?
Well, I started the podcast because lots of women ask me to mentor them, and it's so. You like it? Oh, I'm good. She's giving me good hand.
It has a big.
Thank you
guys
to
should
the
check it
podcast
out because it's
listeners. I'll
actually
take
quite
it.
fun. Yeah.
I love doing it, first of all, but nobody ever taught me how to negotiate. No one ever taught me how to interview. Nobody ever taught me how to raise money. And I think what happens is you listen to these founders, and they're like, "Yeah, so I started this thing, and we went out and we raised $10 million, and on the second round, and I'm like, whoa. Like, just rewind, slow it down, take it back, right? Yeah, I'm always stamping, like constantly.
Well, if you're in Yves Saint Laurent shoes,
that is it. You have to do the stamp. But I really wanted to demystify some of the things that I thought would be unlocks for us. And this is just good information.
Right.
It really is. And I talk a lot because, again, I think we've got ourselves into this place where this idea that every business needs to be a $1 billion unicorn, and the reality is America is built on incredible small businesses. I know so many brilliant people that have a company that pays them and pays 3 other people. That's a successful business. That is magical. That is life-changing. And so what I try to do is, I'm happy as the next person to talk about the $10 billion thing, but I want to boil it down and say, what happens when you've got something that changes your life, your family's life, and gives you generational wealth? What happens when you're doing something that is small and yet meaningful? Mm-hmm. And I want to teach us all that we can care about money and care about other things, that you could do deeply meaningful, impactful work and care about money at the same time. And so that's what we're doing in the podcast.
Not mutually exclusive for women.
Absolutely not.
I have one last question, and then we're going to have to wrap it up, which is, you have 4 children.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I do.
4 of them. And you talk in the book about there is no such thing as work-life balance. It's a myth.
It's my most popular soundbite for anyone who knows me.
Yes, I'm reiterating
Not getting any shit about that at all.
No shambling. Can you talk, though, about how you're able to do it? Maybe not with a work-life balance, but how are you such a successful serial entrepreneur, businesswoman, and yet you have, a thriving family, 4 children? How do you do it?
So what I've decided to do from now on is to never answer the question of what does my daily routine look like? I think far more
useful. You should have
useful.
told me that 5 questions ago.
There you
go.
That
was like my opening question.
There you go. A far more useful thing to talk about is what I don't do. Right? The things I don't do. What are the trade-offs? Because for me to feed you guys a list of, I'm up at 4:30, it's like, who gives a shit? Here's the stuff I don't do. I am not able to take my kids to school every day because I go to the office. I miss out on lots of things that I would like to do, things with my friends, things that I'd be really interested in doing. It's called a trade-off. And anyone that tells you any difference is just lying. The reason I speak about work-life balance so much is because it's an important thing. We've conditioned ourselves to think that balance is the goal. Balance isn't the goal. Ambition, alignment to your ultimate ambition, that's the goal. That's what you want to get to. And within that, you will find some sense of balance of what is right for you. But that's why we all need a vision, because what you don't want to be doing is trying to look for this impossible balance. Guys, I never found it. I do the things that align with my vision, with my purpose for myself, and I say no to everything else. That's what is going to give you that feeling that I am choosing instead of being pulled from pillar to post. No one is saying that we don't deserve joy, that we don't deserve some balance, that we don't deserve some respite in our lives. But what is an impossible factor is for me to tell you that an extraordinary outcome will come without extraordinary effort. I haven't seen it. I'm the wrong person to have the conversation with if you want a different answer.
So it starts with a clear vision for your future, and then it starts by looking inward rather than outward. It starts with yourself, as the book says. So that's
there you go. The clue's in the name.
Always end the panel with the name of the book. I did it, finally. Emma's going to be signing books over in Area 8, and if you already have one, bring it over. If you don't, they'll be selling books over in Area 8, and you can pick one up and chat with her more about it then. But thank you so much for
Thank you so
joining
much.
us.
That was so lovely. Thank you, guys.
It went by so fast.
The title of the book
you.
is Start With Yourself. You can pick it up over there at Vromans. One more big hand for Emma Greed and Deborah Vankin. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was my pleasure. My pleasure. I'm going to give one of your...
Thanks for watching our coverage of the 2026 Festival of Books. Today we watched panels, saw some delicious food demonstrations, and went behind the scenes with some of your favorite audiobooks and podcasts. For LA Times Studios, I'm Angelica Coronado. Thanks for being with us.